Welcome, everybody, to the boxing scene today. Watch along for BETERBIEV versus BIVOL 2. It's a marathon day, but we're getting it done. All we need you to do, watch the fight, turn it down, listen to us. Pretty simple. Jimmy Smith in studio alongside J-Rod. That's right, the better side, the money guy, the guy who knows all the odds and knows a little bit about boxing. Joining us via Zoom, of course, Paulie Malignaggi. Going to be watching along with us. That's what we're doing. Paulie, good to see you, brother.
Yo, man, good to see you, man. Big card today, though. Really excited. Good first round, man. Good action from both sides here.
Yeah, right now we're watching Buatsi versus Callum Smith. You just saw a trip, not really a knockdown, but a little bit of a push there. What I thought was interesting, J-Rod, as the odds guy, Callum Smith, the underdog, commentators just said they can't believe that. Buatsi shouldn't be the favorite. What are your thoughts on as the odds guy? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I think you got to look at a resume, right? You got to look at somebody who is maybe at the in the back nine of his career in Callum Smith.
Right.
Obviously he's done a lot for the sport and he's being rewarded with these fights. But Buatsi is the future, right? He's the future at 175. So, he came in, Smith, as a 2-1 underdog. I don't know anybody that would bet Callum Smith on this one.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, Smith, I wouldn't say he's totally shot, right? I mean, you get stopped by BETERBIEV. Everybody's stopped by BETERBIEV, but except BIVOL. But he is on the back nine. I agree, J-Rod. His career has been pretty lengthy. He's also the naturally smaller guy, even though he looks big here. You can see physically Buatsi pushes him back every time. He even pushed him down on the ground in round one. And Buatsi, I wouldn't even say Buatsi's the future, guys. I'd say Buatsi was supposed to be the present, but he just never got a title shot. He's a bronze medalist in 2016 Olympics. Have you ever seen a medalist from the Olympics go undefeated and have to wait almost a decade and still no title shot? That's crazy to me.
Years ago, I remember Teddy Atlas saying this. He said, for the guy with the real amateur pedigree, right, an Olympic medalist, for example, title shot is about 3 years. Without that amateur pedigree, it's about 5. Is that fair to you, Paulie? Back in the day, I don't know about now. Yeah.
My goal, funny, I wasn't an Olympian, but my goal was to fight for the title in 3 years. I ended up having multiple surgeries that I lost 24 months in, and I fought for a title in 5 years. So honestly, you can get there in less than 5 years if you're not an Olympian, if you don't have injuries and if you move well. But Buatsi, I just think they kept him away from the top of the light heavyweight division for a little bit because they felt like he was going to be a good champion, but it was just so tough at the top of the light heavyweight division. And then those guys kind of never went away. And Buatsi just kind of got left lingering in the dust. I mean, he ended up leaving Matchroom, where he was signed to, and he's now signed to Boxer. But he's still waiting for that title shot, that elusive title shot. And funny enough, guys, he's fighting pretty well here so far. He's backing up Smith. But, funny enough, people keep forgetting about Buatsi. All of a sudden, David Benavidez moves up to the light heavyweight division. It's when David Benavidez is going to get a title shot.
Right.
The back burner. I think if BIVOL wins and there's a rubber match between BETERBIEV and BIVOL, I think the logical next move here is Buatsi and Benavidez. It would be a great eliminator and a justifiable eliminator.
But you see right now, J-Rod, as we're watching this.
I don't want to get ahead here, guys. Sorry.
No.
Let's not make like Smith lost already, but Buatsi a win here.
Well, I get what you're saying with the win here, but J-Rod, when you look at it, right now, Buatsi's showing those solid amateur fundamentals. One thing I'm learning about calling a lot of boxing, especially with the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, is amateurs are where you build fundamentals. And guys who have the strong fundamentals, generally we're strong amateurs. Buatsi's jab is nice. His head movement's good. He's real solid. It's just like
hands in good position.
Hand in good position. Yeah, he's never out of position, J-Rod. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And you know what? And I think this is a good showing for Buatsi in the sense that when you're fighting a guy, even though Buatsi, like Paulie said, is a veteran, when you're fighting a guy like Callum Smith who has been through many wars, many rings, it's a good way to show yourself. And listen, I just want everybody to know we're on the YouTube channel of ProBox. Send us your comments. We will read it, your super chats. This is Boxing Scene Today. We've launched the show. Have you seen the new website, theboxingscene.com? It is awesome. Great site. We do a show every day called Boxing Scene Today with Chris and Paulie and Jimmy. I jump in every once in a while and give you some odds. We got some pretty good bets, and we're going to go over the odds of every fight, maybe give you some nice bets. We're waiting for Zhang coming up next against Kabyle, and we'll give you the odds of that all throughout the night. But hit us up on our YouTube page. Hit us up on those comments, and we're going to read it for you. And it's an exciting night. It's going to be a long night. Are you ready?
It's going to be a
long
hydrated day/night.
This is like Boxing Red Zone right here.
Yes.
Boxing Red Zone on Boxing Scene Today.
Yeah, basically that's how it works.
Yeah.
But, it's one of the things that's changed. Paulie, is maybe in kind of a counter to MMA where you generally get good cards from top to bottom. You sit there and watch a card the whole time. Boxing's kind of moved in that direction, especially with this, Turki Al Sheikh's cards. From top to bottom, this could be a co-main event in some other card. And we're watching it, 6 hours early?
Every fight could be a main event. Yeah.
I've seen cards where the main event is not even as good as this fight.
Right.
This is, on paper, this is a very, very good fight. It's a boxing fan's fight. Callum Magris obviously has a little bit of more notoriety. He's fought Canelo, is also a former world champion himself, and now fought BETERBIEV. A nice move here by
sharp combinations, Paulie.
He's backing, and that's the thing. He keeps backing Callum to the ropes and then beating on his body. Boatsi's always been a pretty good body puncher, and he turns his knuckles over well in all his shots, so he punches pretty well. And it seems like he's getting the better of the physical play here as he keeps backing Smith up. Also, Smith can't seem to land a clean punch. A lot of the shots are grazing Boatsi or being blocked or being slipped altogether, and Boatsi keeps closing the gap. And this mental and physical pressure could break down the older Smith.
And another thing too is every style kind of has a basic base, right? And when it comes to boxing, it's the jab, right? It's the first punch you learn, it's the first punch you throw. If you can't get around the jab, you're gonna have a long night. It looks like Callum Smith just can't get around the jab of Boatsi. Every time he throws it, snaps his head back. Do you agree, Paulie?
And the irony is that guys, is that Smith is a taller guy, but it's Boatsi's jab that's defining the fight and closing the gap. And then when Boatsi gets close, he's getting the better of the exchange as well as a smaller guy on the inside, shorter arms on the inside. He creates the space and leverages those body shots well.
Well, we got our first question for you guys, and it's from Shaky Beans. I like that, Shaky Beans. Oh, who would you guys want for Shakur Stevenson to fight next? Obviously, he's on this card tonight, defending his belt. We've heard this, we've heard that. Paulie, who should Shakur get in the ring with if he gets through Padley tonight?
Let's see. It would depend on how he looks. It depends on his hand, the healthiness of his hands in the fight. We love to see the Gervonta fight, the Keyshawn Davis fight. As Boatsi now starting to assault Smith here in the center ring. I don't know, man, because coming off the injury, he may get a win, and then he may not jump in with those guys. Honestly speaking, I think only Keyshawn would fight Shakur, but then they're such good friends that they won't fight. And then Gervonta wants nothing to do with anybody at the top of the division, so that's out the window as well. So I don't know. In a perfect world, I'd love to see those fights, of course. But I also am understanding of a guy coming off of an injury and seeing how he's going to look in this first fight back from an injury. And I think it's going to depend on that. If I can't get those, I'd love to see possibly a Zepeda fight, maybe a Murataya fight. But I think Murataya and Keyshawn would be a good fight, because I think Murataya and Keyshawn, from what I remember vaguely, Murataya telling us one time, he had a rivalry with Keyshawn in the amateurs. That would be nice to revisit. Look,
the big fight from somebody like me who grew up in the 80s and used to seeing big fights all the time, Gervonta Davis. That's the big fight. Shakur Stevenson and Gervonta Davis is a big crossover, gigantic fight. As you said, Paulie, probably not going to happen, but more likely than fighting his friend Keyshawn Davis.
You know what would make that fight great, though?
Yeah.
If Gervonta would beat a live body, and then you could actually wonder if it's actually as good as it looks on paper, because in reality, you don't know. That fight only looks good on paper right now, but you don't actually know how good of a fight Davis is and Shakur is, because Davis keeps going to the morgue for opponents, or he keeps going to lower weight classes to bring guys up. So
could he still?
You don't actually know how good of a fight that is. On paper, it looks good, but physically, you haven't seen Davis in that kind of fight where you could see how he handles that.
What I'm curious about, is there anything he could show you against Lamont Roach that would answer that question? I know Lamont is a smaller guy, not a knockout puncher, but please, answer that question for me.
Yeah, Lamont is smaller. He's going to give it a go. He's a pretty good fighter, Lamont, honestly. But, he's been a perennial contender for about a decade. He only just won a world championship, which you're happy for a guy who's been a perennial contender, always worked hard and gotten there the hard way. But, you would expect a guy to fight pay-per-view opponents, guys that would be, substantiated champions, multiple levels of defenses, same weight class, maybe guys themselves that have been in big fights. And Lamont just doesn't fit the bill. Lamont is just a guy who just picked up a strap at a lower weight class. He's a good fighter. The 130-pound division is pretty competitive, actually. It's devoid of big names, but it can be a fun weight class because guys I think would fight each other. But it's just Tank doing the Tank script. He did this with Garcia, the guy that Lamont beat for the title, and now he's doing it here. So I don't know what you do. I mean, it's a kind of a no-win situation for Gervonta as far as being able to impress, because he's supposed to win and knock Lamont out, But if he looks bad in any way, it only looks worse, you know, because you're expected to do well here. As Smith going to the body very well at center ring here, guys. As we're talking about Gervonta and Shakur.
Yeah, I think that's an
having a good
excellent
moment.
answer to the question.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, just looking ahead, because obviously next week on pay-per-view over from Brooklyn, it's going to be Gervonta and Lamont. We're going to have another watch-along right here on ProBox TV, the boxing scene today.
Am I allowed to walk out of the main event? Because I'm more,
No, it is your be a goddamn professional, Paulie.
No.
Thank
No,
you.
no, guys. The undercard is what excites me for that show.
Well, I'll tell you what.
It is good. Yeah.
Gary
It is good,
Antoine
yeah.
Russell is part of that card. He's taking
we
on
had him.
Rayo Valenzuela. We talked to Gary Antoine Russell as well, so we're going to hear from him later on today.
And also, the guy that beat Gary Antoine Russell, Puello, is fighting
Sander Martin.
Sander Martin.
Sander Martin, who makes everybody look bad. Arguably beat Teofimo Stevenson, did beat Mikey Garcia and retired him. Sandor is no easy out for anybody. That's a nice fight too. Sandor against Puello and Gary Antoine against Rayo Valenzuela. Those are the fights I'm interested in. Those are the ones that, you know, really difficult to pick. The kind of fights you really want here. You know, Smith has put up a good fight here, man. Smith has got himself back in the fight. Listen, Buatsi's still physically stronger. He's pushing him back, but Smith is digging some good body shots these last few minutes. Although now Buatsi has him back on the ropes as well.
It's part of the key, Paulie, and you were fighting, you know, well into your 30s, and you talk about that the difficulty there is fighting in spurts, right? Fighting in spots, knowing when to get aggressive with a guy like Buatsi if you're Smith.
I think so, but you know, if you don't use your jab, you don't have the luxury of dictating when that happens. You know, you're just gonna be at the mercy of when the guy, you know, how busy the guy's gonna be. Because if you don't use your jab, you're gonna wind up either busy if your opponent is busy, or not busy if your opponent is not busy. Because you know, it's a little bit tougher to sort of control the distance and control how many exchanges you're going to get into. Seems like Smith is fine being on the inside. And Buatsi, like I said, with Olympic pedigree and everything, high guard, great hand positioning, likes to be on the inside and bang to the body. This is good two-way action in that past round, man.
No, it's good. And to me, so far, Callum is showing at least he's not shot, right? He's showing these competitive, you know, this isn't showing up for a paycheck.
Jimmy. That's the thing, Jimmy. I don't think, you know, losing to BETERBIEV by knockout makes you shot, right? No. I mean, but you know, we look at the long career and we say, okay, maybe he shot, but that was really prior. He wouldn't have got the BETERBIEV shot if he was shot, you know. So does one fight make him shot? I'm not so sure. Yeah. I think he's still pretty good, but he's on the other side of it. Sure, the back nine is J-Rod, to use J-Rod's analogy, but he's still it's still a good win, basically. You're not getting a guy who's so old that you beat him and it's like, all right, bro, he was so old, what does it matter? But, you know, if you win over Callum Smith, if Buatsi gets it today, is really a solid win.
Well, something to keep an eye on, literally, is Callum Smith's right eye. Yeah. We just saw a shot in the corner. Yeah, we saw a shot in the corner, and that thing is starting to close.
But look at the ridges around his eyes, Paulie. You and I know this well. MMA and boxing, you start developing that scar tissue. You just get scraped, and you start bleeding like crazy. So Callum definitely has had those road warrior kind of scars around his eyes.
Yeah, he has. And then your skin has less elasticity as you get older as well, combined with the scar tissue.
But just the jab of Buatsi, and I know I'm a dork, right? I'm a fight dork.
Never stops.
It's so good. It's sharp. It's accurate. It's not that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm one of those guys who looks at just the little fundamental things guys do. Buatsi's jab is nice. And unless you can find a way around it, it's hard to, as you said, Paulie, to kind of dictate the pace and know how to fight or when to fight, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Look at that.
You are able to dictate at center ring. And what gets worse is that the more tired you get, the more a jab like that starts to dictate, because now you can't move your head as well and you can't get out of the way as well.
Yeah, great stuff from Buatsi. Although, once again, Callum Smith, whoever the ringside judge, I'm sorry, I haven't been listening to, I don't know exactly who it is, gave the first 2 rounds to Callum Smith, although Buatsi's catching up late. Yeah, give the first 2 rounds to Callum Smith. I disagree completely. From what I'm seeing, I thought
they're from
Buatsi
the California State Athletic Commission.
Why you got to trash my state like that? We had problems.
I'm there from there.
We had problems in Northern California, Sacramento. We did.
That's why you don't have a lot of fights in Northern California. Southern California,
a lot more experience.
Long Beach. Looking forward to you guys heading out to Long Beach March 8th.
It's going to be fantastic.
Little Southern California fights. Although, listen, Callum Smith.
Yep.
He was getting, to me, he looked like he was getting hit from pillar to post first 2 rounds, and now he's
coming back a bit.
Yeah, he's
taking another good one.
Body shots well.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a guy with long arms, Smith actually fights well on the inside. I think he actually fights better on the inside than on the outside, or at least middle to close range.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Buatsi's mouthpiece just went flying. Tell you what, Callum Smith's not. I guess what impresses me is not afraid to get hit, especially at this point of his career.
You know what's funny, and people ask me this a lot, like, how do you know when a fighter's done? Like, how do you know when they can't pull the trigger? A lot of times they can still take a shot well. They're not throwing. They just don't throw punches. The best example is De La Hoya Pacquiao. He just couldn't throw against Pacquiao, and Callum Smith is throwing. He's not. He's got the bullets and he's shooting them. And that's one of the things you see.
The thing, Jimmy, is on the inside, it's easier to just pull the trigger, right? Because it's not a matter of you see the opening and then it disappears. Yeah. On the inside, there's a lot of work you can do. There's a lot of options for throwing punches. A lot of times when you can't pull the trigger, it's that middle to long range, man. It's like you see it, and because the opening is there for such a short period or for an instant, and you don't throw it, and you're not pulling the trigger. But at close range, I think the problem is you get worn out more because if you fight at close range. But you can definitely find more of the openings, And both of these guys really tearing into each other good. Callum's fighting his way back into this fight.
He really is, yeah.
But Watson's looking like a frustrated guy now.
Yeah. But I think 9 times out of 10, I really mean this. It's the fight you expect. You get what I'm saying? Not like Ramon Cardenas, by the way. If you're watching Ramon Cardenas, a great performance in San Antonio. He was a pro box vet, right, J-Rod?
Right.
He knew he had a tough fight. When Acosta started coming back, he dug deep and won the last couple rounds. He didn't expect a walkover. So when it started getting tough, what did he do? He turned it on, came back like a pro, even after a knockdown, and won a hard-fought decision. So often, it's the fight you expect not matching the fight you're in. That leads to frustration. If you know it's going to be a tough fight with a veteran dude, when it goes that way, you don't fall apart. It's when you're like, God, why isn't this guy going away? That frustration starts seeping in. You get what I'm saying? It's when those two things don't match up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's where your corner has got to, kind of talk you off that bridge, right?
Yep.
And Paulie, how do you handle it, both from a corner point of view and from a guy who's actually got to go in there and everything you're doing seemingly isn't working?
Yeah, it's frustrating, because you're also the one who's physically the one taking part in the action. So you're also paying the price in that reason too, in that way too. It can be frustrated, and it takes a little bit of mental wherewithal to sort of regather yourself, and it's not always easy. It's never easy, but it's not always. Sometimes it doesn't happen.
For Tyson Douglas, you guys all remember they didn't have an end swell, they didn't have a cut. Man, Aaron Snowell just blew that fight completely. But to me, when people go, oh, they didn't have all the equipment, I go, it's the attitude that they didn't think it would go longer than 3 rounds. That infected Tyson, and that affected the fight. Like, your corners shouldn't participate in the fighter's delusions about how easy a fight's going to be. You're not allowed, in my opinion, as a corner man, you're not allowed to do that. You always, tough fight, it's going to be 12 rounds, we need everything. The fact they didn't have all that stuff just said, it's going to be 2 rounds. Well, then your fighter definitely thinks it's going to be 2 rounds, and it's not going to be easy for you.
Paulie, did you ever have your corner, or would you ever want your corner to say, Paulie, you're losing, or hey, don't worry about it, you won this last round? Because obviously we know the judging can be dodgy sometimes, to say the least. Like, how did you ever deal with that? Did you want your corner to tell you were winning or you were behind?
You're blowing it, son. Blowing it.
Yeah, it did because, it did because and again, good action at center ring by Smith, good body shots taken. I wanted to know, because my approach to each round would depend on where I was at the fight. I would know what my corner's thoughts are. Because my approach to the
good
fight,
right hand.
Good right hand.
You heard him.
You heard Watsy. Good right hand.
Oh boy.
Callum is
another good left hook. Good timing on that.
And Watsy's starting to break here.
This is for the interim WBO 175, by the way.
Yep.
So that and 275 will get you on the bus, by the way.
Buy a ride on the subway. Yep.
Yeah, and I don't even know if 275 even works on the NPSW.
No, I think it's $3. I think it's $3.25 now.
Yeah.
Man, Callum Smith coming back big time.
Yeah, and you heard Watsy, and that Watsy's sort of in recovery mode. He's not super hurt, but you can see he's not looking to be aggressive because he's still trying to shake off those cobwebs.
And the jab's gone. Good right hand.
Yeah. And Watsy's the kind of jabber who kind of wants to be set when he's jabbing and dictate. And he's not one of those guys. Some guys can jab on the back foot and go back and jab. Watsy's not that kind of jabber. He's the kind of jabber where he wants to be settled and jabbing. But you see Eddie Hearn standing up on the side of the ring. Watsy's his ex-fighter. So So if Smith can beat him, if the aging Smith can beat him, it would be sort of
personal vindication. Yeah.
a little personal vindication from Buatsi.
Nice left hook from Buatsi.
Oh, now Buatsi
Oh!
now he hurt. And that's the thing. Buatsi can punch a little bit too. Smith looking to catch and shoot. You know, Smith always does that catch and shoot. He was trying it on BETERBIEV, even as BETERBIEV was knocking him out. He tries that left hook catch and shoot. He's sneaky with it.
What a round.
Good round. I got to go with Callum Smith, though.
Yeah, I got to go Callum Smith.
Callum almost had him.
He hurt him at the very end. So Smith was the beneficiary of being hurt at the very end of the round, while Buatsi got hurt very early in the round and had to sort of deal with that assault and withstand it.
I think the two worst words in boxing are recency bias. In other words, the way Buatsi came on to end that round makes you
remember it.
That's because that's the last thing you see. So even though Callum might have dominated all of a sudden,
we're seeing that replay. Nice replay here, guys, with the right hand from Smith. They better show the replay of the Buatsi left hook though, because that was just as good of a shot, and it stumbled Smith back to the corner. Let's see, here it is right there. Nice. Some of it is balance, but I think he felt it because some of it is balance. He's leaning on that side as well, trying to throw a body shot, but he didn't have his hands in great position. That's the thing. That's the thing about being at close range, man. Your hands have to be in perfect position because even as you're throwing, anything can hit you.
This fight, man.
Good fight.
I did not expect this fight to be this good.
Yeah.
With
Callum, I did. I expected good things.
I've seen Buatsi. I did a lot of work with Sky Sports back in the day, as some people know, and I saw the early part of Buatsi's career and the hype he came out of the amateurs with in the UK. Like I said, he's a bronze medalist in the 2016 games. So he was, and he looked good early in his career. It's not like he hasn't lived up to it. It's just I don't know, man. They just started moving him slow because I feel like the top of the light heavyweight division was so strong that they felt like let's let it clear up before we give him a shot, and then they cleared up.
Yeah, 2-round lead for the unofficial scorecard for Callum Smith.
Yeah, but they also gave Smith the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I disagree with that, but but it's certainly close, right, Paulie? I mean, you wouldn't be surprised if it's split right now.
Yeah, well,
3-3. Yeah,
I gave the first 2 rounds to Buatsi, so I would be 50-56 Buatsi, right?
Yep.
I think the guy, the scorekeeper, for the zone, he didn't have his alarm set until round 3, so he didn't wake up until round 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just starting here on Boxing Scene today. Long afternoon of fights. Yep. Happy you're with us here, watching along with us. Like Jimmy mentioned, just turn down the volume. Hit us up on our YouTube channels, our super chats. We will read you everything that you send us here with the champ, Paulie Malignaggi, Jimmy Smith. I'm Jim Rodriguez. I'll have all the odds and the betting side of it. I tell you what, I still am thinking about that BIVOL by split decision. I love that comment you made yesterday on the show, Paulie.
That's the most
where one judge goes this way,
sense.
One judge goes that way, and the third judge goes, "What do you want from me?" To me, that's my favorite bet of the day, and we'll get into that later.
I was plus 450 or
plus
something.
Plus 450 BIVOL by split decision.
Yeah,
I mean that's listen, it's a little pizza and beer money bet.
Love it.
You never know what happens. But I'll tell you what, Callum Smith.
God, another sharp right hand.
This is awesome.
Yeah, Buatsi was trying to come forward. Smith, I think Buatsi partially rolled with that one, but still, Smith at least trying to meet Buatsi's pressure with some power of his own. And this is where Buatsi should be jabbing. Here is where he's good at when he jabs, but he's not jabbing. He's waiting a lot,
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like Buatsi is a good jabber when he's set and he's settled that center ring, but he's not jabbing as often anymore. Maybe he's a little bit fatigued from the intensity of the inside pace that these guys have had in the first 6 rounds. But could be Smith is also a little bit fatigued and trying to recover as far as get his energy back because he's also not pushing the pace.
Yeah.
And now Buatsi trying to use a little bit of jabs.
Yeah, that was a wild 6 rounds. So it could be sort of, hey, everybody's just trying to get their energy back.
Yeah, it certainly could be. And that probably favors Buatsi, I guess. The younger guy, the fresher guy, but you never know, man. And that's one thing, Paulie, that I think is kind of underrated. You and I, boxing fans for a long time, the all-time greats could jab a lot of different ways at different speeds with different footwork. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
you need that.
Ali and Mayweather and Lennox Lewis had a great jab from a lot of Michael Moore had a great jab from a lot of different positions.
Yeah, it's essential, man. It's an essential shot.
That Buddy McGirt in Callum's
Buddy
corner?
McGirt is Callum's trainer. I know Paulie, you worked with Buddy McGirt, and you talk
Yeah.
about that. He likes this kind of low, but in the pocket kind of fight, which has kind of been,
And if you see, that's what Callum does. He doesn't fight with height. He kind of, kind of pockets himself a little bit.
Yep.
Bends his knees. Obviously, he still looks tall because he's huge, but he sort of bends his knees a little bit. And it is good for power punching because it gives you leverage on your punches. But it's bad as far as if you get backed up because it's not a style that really benefits you when you're backing up.
You don't move great. Yeah.
You don't move great, and also if your opponent backs you up, you're not really set to punch in that way. Where on the back foot.
Gotcha. We start round number 8 in a really close, entertaining fight so far, man. I'm getting my money's worth here.
Yeah, remember Callum Smith started as a 2-1 underdog.
Yeah, that's insane.
And then all of a sudden, betonline.ag, that's our sports betting partner here at Boxing Scene Today. So jump on betonline.ag, follow us along there. We'll have all the odds for you every fight. Maybe some.
Well, Riyadh season has a lot of upsets as well, man. It's not just ProBox TV that has the upsets. The only thing I'm worried about with ProBox with us is we start going to commissions where they start robbing the underdog because the favorite's supposed to win. Because there's a lot of commissions to do that, and that's what we just had. We're known for the underdog winning fights. And not that we root for anybody, but it happens. That's our matchups are that great.
Good left hook.
Good left hook there by Smith. He backs off blocks. The risk of traveling to different commissions is now you risk running the risk of commissions that will favor the A side and give them fights they don't deserve.
That's very true.
We don't make those kind of fights. There's an A and B side, but we make fights that are so evenly matched anybody could win them, and I think our fan base knows that.
And a lot of the people were saying, when with the last one we had with Flores Jr., winning a disputed decision, people are like, oh, how does ProBox do this? It's not us. We don't control the commission. We don't control the judges. That's illegal. You can't do that. So it's not us, man. It's blame the commission.
Well, you know what it is?
It's the state athletic commission.
People were used to seeing ProBox with upset wins, and all of a sudden,
a lot of upset wins. Yeah.
But we changed commissions. What are we going to do?
Right, we're on the road. And different commissions have different experience levels and all kinds of stuff, and it happens all the time.
That ain't experience. That's just having a backbone, Jimmy. Come on.
Yeah,
California gets plenty of fights.
They have plenty of fights, but not in Northern California as much as Southern California. So hopefully Long Beach is good. I'm crossing my fingers.
Yeah, and then San Bernardino.
California.
Southern California going to be
good right from Boise.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, Jimmy. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if you remember. They used to have tons of club fights by Don Shargan. Don Shargan was like the king of the club circuit in Northern California.
Yep.
He was a legend up there.
I remember that. Yeah,
he died a couple of 2-3 years ago, but I mean, they were super busy with him.
Yours truly just sent us a note. It says Buatsi losing to a old, clumsy, fragile Smith guy. I don't think so. He does not look fragile. That is
disrespect. I think Callum Smith has looked good.
Yeah, considering
if he were fragile, he wouldn't be in this fight.
I think yours truly may have a little money on Buatsi.
I think so. Love you, but
I think he's shown a lot of durability because this has been a rather physical fight, and sometimes when you're older, it's your durability that sort of betrays you, and Smith has shown some good durability in this fight.
And also, Paulie, it's one of those things where I knew a guy who played in the NFL in the early 70s, and he goes, your last year is your worst year because they know you don't want to take that hit. They know you're going to be, drinking margaritas on a beach this time next year. You don't want that hit. You don't want to do the stuff you used to do. So mentally, Paulie, a lot of times it's like older fighters like, you know what? I don't want to take this punishment. And they kind of shell up and go through the motions a bit. And Callum Smith isn't doing that, to his credit.
Yeah, he's still hungry. He still wants to, keep himself in the light heavyweight picture. And a win here certainly keeps him in the light heavyweight picture.
Absolutely.
Good replay, good action from the last round.
And they say go after the cut with the jab. Lennox Lewis, who I mentioned earlier in his jab, he was so good at going after any. He would just jab the hell out of it. There was nothing there,
Yeah, for heavyweights, as far as heavyweights concerned, Lennox had an amazing jab.
He had an incredible jab.
I mean, if people think about Ali, but Lennox's jab at 6'5" was sort of a bulldozer as well,
Larry Holmes, I thought, had the best jab in heavyweight history. His jab was incredible.
Ali had a good jab, especially young Ali.
Yeah, fantastic.
What gets me is we're looking at the crowd at the arena here in Riyadh. There's actually two arenas there. There's a big one, 25,000 seater. That's where Fury and Usyk were. That's where the first BETERBIEV BIVOL fight was. They moved this one to a smaller arena, 6,000 people. Surdo Ramirez and Chris Billum Smith fought in this place, and the place looks packed early.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Good crowd there.
I never really got that. I mean, I know I'm a professional, but like when I would go to fights as a fan, I want to see the fights. Like, oh, I'm going to show up for the co-main and main. Like, dude, I bought a ticket. I'm going to sit there and watch all the fights. I'm a fight fan. You know what I mean? Like, I never got that. Like, oh, I don't show up till the last fight. I'm like,
you know what that
threw
is
away your money? Like, maybe I'm not rich, and maybe that's part of
You
it.
know what that is sometimes too. A lot of times it was when you had fights in big casinos.
Yeah.
A lot of the high roller seats were the casino.
Yeah, paper, we call it. Yeah.
They weren't even boxing. They weren't even boxing fans, man. So they would just show up.
You know, we've all been to T-Mobile Arena out in Vegas.
Yeah.
So many big fights there, and it's the same thing. You know, whether it's a Canelo fight or a Crawford fight. You know, it's family and friends. You know, for the prelims and maybe the first two once the pay-per-view starts, because everybody's in the nightclub. And again, if you have the VIP access, maybe I'm going to go to the VIP and hang out, and then call me for the main event. You know,
also not the most hardcore boxing fans. You get those.
Must be nice, J-Rod. By the way, must be nice to be a VIP.
You know, I know a guy.
I bet. Yeah,
typically, that's what I mean. Typically, it's not the hardcore boxing.
Right, I'm a hardcore boxing fan. If I go to a show, I was coming.
I remember going to the Olympic Auditorium out in L.A. watching wrestling. You know, one night a week, and then boxing. You know,
right off.
But that's what the hardcore boxing fans do. But guys, the super expensive ringside seats. The casino degenerates are getting those.
Yeah.
You know, like that's who's getting comp with those. That's why they show up for the main event.
Dude, once again, Callum Smith just being a dog in there, man. I love it.
Yeah. Good two-way action here. But Smith getting the better of it.
So, Paulie, from the body language, do you think Buatsi expected this kind of fight? Like, you got to know you got a dog in there.
That's it. The body language.
Now he sort of didn't expect it. I tell you what, he because I don't think he plans on losing. But you know, that's the thing. I mean, you choose the fight, you're gonna make it. If you're gonna make it an inside fight, if you're gonna make it an inside dog fight, choose wisely, because typically once it becomes an inside dog fight, it's hard to change. It's hard to then change the course of the fight back to a strategic fight. You know, because now the momentum of the fight goes that way, and it's a faster pace. And now you got to be able to hold it if your opponent withstands that. So if you're gonna choose to go that route, you better make sure that you're prepared for your opponent to withstand it. Because if you go that route just looking for the stoppage and you don't get it, and your opponent withstands it, now you got some problems.
Showtime Sean Porter said something really interesting, man. When it was the Lamont Roach fight, man. When you were out of town, he said, because Lamont Roach was kind of fighting an inside fight, kind of a dog fight, and I go, you know, and he was doing well. He was winning. He goes, you know, wouldn't it be better suited for him to box? And Showtime says, a lot of times it's hard to switch gears. Your body won't do it. Like you're in this kind of slugfest. And to go back to smooth boxing where you're moving a lot, it goes physically you can't do it. You can't shift gears back. Is that true, Paulie?
It's 100% it's true. But it's also because you now mentally put your opponent in that mindset that it's going to be that kind of fight. So now he is also, you know, pushing a little harder than he would have, you know, and so all of a sudden, you know, it becomes sort of forceful. You can't get into a groove. Your opponent's forcing more because now you've sort of taken him to that point where now he's like, okay, we're going to fight like this. And then it sort of becomes that kind of fight. That's why I say you got to choose wisely if you're going to make it that kind of fight. Buatsi turned it into this kind of fight. I think he thought maybe Callum wouldn't be able to be so durable.
Good punches, man, again.
Callum has been durable, and he's, you know, really probably winning the fight here. As Buatsi getting the worst of it. These exchanges.
It's round 10, guys. Round 10 of 12. And I think, Jimmy, you nailed it. Body language.
Yeah.
Buatsi looks like a guy like, hey, man.
I didn't expect this.
I can't chop this tree down.
Yeah. What was it? I always remember, apparently it was Ali Frazier 3. And Ali told Frazier, they told me you were done. And Frazier went, not yet, pretty boy, and hit him with the left hook. Like, oh, really? They told you wrong, pretty boy. I always remember that, where Frazier gave it right back. Like, no.
They throw the Thriller in Manila.
Yeah, they told me you were washed. And he goes, they told you wrong, pretty boy, and hit him. And I'm like, yeah, dude, I love that attitude. You know? What'd you think you were walking into here? And Callum Smith right now, kind of being the boss. I like that little, you know, shove in the corner. Like, I'm not going away physically, man.
This is kind of a random question, Paulie, but for, and Jimmy, guys who were in the rings and in the octagons, did your coaches or trainers ever talk to you about body language?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah.
Mine
did.
Yeah,
I would imagine that would affect judging too, right?
Yeah.
A judge sees you, well, this guy.
They tell you in a close fight, put your hands up after round 12 because you might have that judge that doesn't know who to give that last round to,
But also, Paulie, a really famous fight on, whatever. Randy Couture versus Vitor Belfort, their third fight. It was a rematch for the title. Belfort was champion. And in between rounds, Belfort was sitting on the floor, on the ground, like laid out. And I remember watching that going, this is bad coaching. Get your ass up. Do not look tired. Sit up straight. Because Randy's corner was going, he's beat. Look at him. Yeah. Look at him. He's beat. Yeah. And Paulie, in boxing, a lot of times the other corner's going, look at him. Look at him. He's beat. You can't look beat in the corner. And that was a big thing for me. And when I was coaching a guy, you don't look beat in the corner. You don't walk back to the corner frustrated. You look like
a game of illusions.
It is.
Fighting is a game of illusions. You try to act fresh when you're tired.
Yep.
You try to act not hurt when you're hurt. It's a game of illusions. You set traps by giving the opening and taking it away. It's sleight of hand fighting.
Yeah, and so to answer your question, J-Rod, it isn't just in the fight, but like walk into the corner. Don't shake your head like you're mad. Yeah. Everything happened because you thought it was going to happen that way. If he hit you with a right hand, it's because you wanted him to. Never look like you're beat. Never slump your shoulders. And look at that. Yeah.
Buatsi looks like a guy that, it almost looks like, I can't get this car to start.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Buatsi's like, man, this sucks.
I can't get this damn car to start. So, bananas.
Teofimo?
Yeah.
Teofimo's over. Teofimo's everywhere.
I mean, hey, when you're campaigning, right, Paulie? You're trying to find a fight.
Trolling Keyshawn, now showing up in Riyadh.
Well, David Benavidez is there, too.
Yep. David Benavidez is there, too, of course.
But a lot of things, J-Rod, where you don't know something's working if your opponent doesn't tell you, right? Like, obviously in Muay Thai, kickboxing, MMA, my sports, Paulie, I'm sure the same with you. Like, you'll hit a guy with a body shot and you hear like, and you'll go, oh shit, that's working. Like, I didn't know. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you'll hit a guy and you'll hear that grunt and you'll go, oh, I guess I'll go to the body. I didn't know it was working until he told me it was working. I've seen guys wear a body shot and not move at all. And at the end of the fight, there was like, dude, that body shot killed me. And I went, oh, I had no idea. You only know what your opponent tells you about whether or not something's working. Well, you hit him in the eye, they start blinking, and you go, oh, it worked. If you don't blink, I don't know.
Now I know, because I'm a DJ, and now I know that yours truly has some money on because he goes, another overrated UK fighter. So clearly he put a C note on Buatsi here.
Yep.
And was that tied?
Or was it's tied on this scorecard?
On this unofficial card through 10?
I would have Callum ahead at this point. Obviously I'm talking to you guys.
This guy had Callum head when we had Buatsi head. Now he's got Buatsi head. Now he's got it even. We got Callum head.
That's crazy.
Now Buatsi's pushing the pace though. Let's see here.
Well, championship rounds.
Championship rounds. He pushes it hard.
11.
And that's what one of my favorite of all time is, it's famous, everybody knows it. Angelo Dundee with Sugar Ray Leonard against Tommy Hearns. You're blowing it, son. You're blowing it. You got 9 minutes. You're blowing it. And I was like, man,
those are really championship rounds, Jimmy. Those were 15 rounders.
15 rounders, dude. But that idea, Paulie, of, hey, I'm not going to lie to you, man. You're blowing it. You need these two. Yeah. If I'm Buatsi's corner, I'm going, hey, this is razor thin. You need these 2 rounds. Once again, Ramon Cardenas is my example. After that knockdown, Paulie, he finished like a champion. He finished strong, and he won that fight, and he deserved it.
Yeah. And that psychology has to stay strong in tough moments and fights, It
was in wrestling. A guy named Tolly Thompson, who wrestled out of Nebraska.
Oh, boy. Back of the head. That was a rabbit.
That was about rabbit shot. Yep.
Buatsi just hit Smith back of the head there, so the referee broke him up.
And this wrestler named Tolly Thompson's winning in the national finals. Justin Greenlee of Northern Iowa. And he's winning, and his coach stands up and said, finish it out like a champion. And I always remembered that advice. Yeah, you're ahead. Finish it like a champion.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be stupid. Finish it like a champion. I was like, man, that's great advice. Finish it out. Don't be.
Sure.
You start running, he'll get back in it,
Paulie, it's easier to say we see the cut on the right eye of Callum Smith. Why doesn't Buatsi go more for that? I mean, I get it. I know Callum Smith throws him defense, but...
He's throwing it. He's going for it right now, man. Yeah. He's had a good round so far. Now Smith is holding on. He's having himself a very good round, Buatsi. This is gonna wind up being close and controversial.
It will be close, but I don't think it should be controversial because it's close. I think I could see either guy winning this, Paul, and I wouldn't be mad. Yeah,
you're right. But
smells like a draw to me. Smells like a draw.
Whenever it's close, you know what it is. Whenever it's close, both sides are gonna think they won.
Yeah.
So then that's because of the controversy.
Yeah, but I think us as fans, if you have a brain, this is a close fight. It just is. This is a close fight. I wouldn't mind a draw. J-Rod, to be honest,
do it again.
Well, let's see. We got a round and a half. Let's see. But right now, Buatsi having a very good round, and Smith looks really worn out.
Yep.
Hey, you know what? You guys were talking about Angelo Dundee. Vinny Roth chimes in.
Maybe Buatsi got that pep talk in the corner of Virgil Hunter. Who knows?
He did fight very well in that round. Go ahead.
Our buddy Vinny Roth chimes in on the chat. Love how Teddy Atlas motivated Michael Moore.
Our
buddy Teddy Atlas. I mean,
against Evander
your
Holyfield.
kids are watching.
Yep. You want me to sit here for you? You want me to fight for you? You want me to take your place? Oh, guys, dude, I can watch highlights of him talking to Michael Moore.
Yes.
Oh my
but
God.
that was the Franz Bolter fight when he said, "You want me to take your place?" When he sat down. But in the Holyfield title fight,
I thought
it's a great quote. It's a great quote when he said, what did he say?
When he came back and he's sitting in the corner.
You're gonna cry. You're gonna cry.
You cry tomorrow. I'd be lying. You're lying to yourself. I'd be lying to you.
You're doing the bare minimum, basically, in my paraphrase.
Just enough to keep him off of you. Remember that? You're doing just enough to keep him off you, hoping he leaves you alone.
Instead of because Teddy was the kind of guy, he likes you to be the boss of the fight.
Yeah.
Basically, that's basically in so many words, like you said before, Jimmy, the trainers finish like a champion, boss the fight, boss the round, and if you do the bare minimum, you're not bossing the rounds, you're just trying to, get through it and hope the guy leaves you alone and hope you can scrape through it. You got to fight like a champion,
right?
And you're gonna regret that in a championship fight if you do that and then lose a close one,
Well, I think Buatsi needs this round, but
we're in round 12.
Paulie, when he starts out with the jab, he does well. When he starts out with that Buatsi snappy jab, he does well.
Yeah. And he backed off Smith again to start the round. Let's see how they meet at center ring. I think Smith also is probably going to want to try to close the show strong. He shoots a jab there, but now here we go, center ring. Now they're both trading again. Jesus, good shot there by Smith as he backed up.
Man, I'll tell you what, this is starting to smell like a draw even more, right?
Yeah.
This is really starting to smell like a draw. Oh, good hit.
Good right hand.
Shot
by Callum Smith.
I think he hurt Buatsi with that right hand.
But Paul, you notice with Callum Smith, he hurts him. He doesn't follow up like he would have maybe a couple years ago. Do you see that? Where like he hits him, you're like he just can't quite follow up like he would have, maybe a couple years ago. Once again.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, though, Jimmy, recovering in round 12 ain't like recovering in round 2, dude.
Yeah,
Buatsi may not recover the rest of this round either as well. He's kind of arm weary to himself now the way he's throwing punches.
Good stuff, man.
And Smith throwing very good shots off the ropes.
I like that old dog, man, Callum Smith.
Could be a difference maker.
These guys are exhausted.
By the way, I want to say a quick thank you, J-Rod, for joining me camera side. Because yesterday I was like, J-Rod, you got to sit with me. I only got Paulie on Zoom, man. I gotta be able to sit with somebody. J-Rod, thanks for joining us.
Well,
man.
I'm trying to help the demographic. That's all.
We got a Cuban.
That's it.
You got Jimmy. You got Paul. You got the Italian and Paulie. We got everybody, right?
Hey, I'm representing the community and the G-Gens. I'm here.
Huh?
I'm here for it. The D-Gens and the
guy,
community.
bro.
That's what we're here. Voice of the people. Another mouthpiece. The mouthpiece goes flying again. I think that's
a little bit of a tactic. Paulie, did you ever spit out a mouthpiece to get a break? Come on, be honest, Paulie.
I'll tell you what, it never happened to me.
Never did. Did you ever try?
I was always too scared to lose my teeth.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you take one.
It's true. I have like a pet peeve about losing teeth. I don't know.
I believe it.
Phobia about losing
I have a
teeth.
thing about losing teeth. Yeah, I bet. It would suck.
I never lost a tooth in boxing my whole fight career.
My kid knocked out his 2 front teeth, his adult teeth. Oh, how? He slipped and he fell in the house, but it was crazy. That was crazy. So I just.
Does he have?
He's got veneers.
Yeah.
He's got veneers.
20 seconds left, guys.
Good stuff from Callum, man.
15 seconds. Yeah, this thing's. Tell you what, hell of a fight to start the night.
Good fight, man.
The
Hats
boxing
off to
scene
both of these
today.
guys.
Watch along.
Yeah, seriously.
Joshua
Good stuff.
Buatsi and Callum Smith. Thank you, man. That was amazing.
You know what? I'm glad they started late. That we were able to talk about this on
Yeah.
air. Good fight.
Yeah.
Really good fight. Paulie, who's your money on that?
They earned their money, guys.
Who's your money on, dude? I would go with Callum right now.
I'm
Callum
smelling
closing
draw.
around 12.
I'm smelling draw. Let's do it again.
Callum closing around 12 looks good, though.
I think he really closed around 12, man. Yeah, I would say Callum Smith. Let us know what you think in the chat. Who you think won it? Right now, I'm leaning toward Callum Smith. And also, being a little physically bigger, when you land, there's just more of an imprint in the eyes of the judges because you're just a little bigger. Your punches seem a little bigger.
And here's something else toward body language. I know, like, you know, Callum Smith he was on the shoulder of his trainer. Yeah. They're celebrating. Buatsi looks like he just, like, I'm glad this thing's over.
Yep.
Yeah, like there's no celebration in Buatsi's corner. Yep. They're just kind of, you know, cleaning him up a little bit. Callum Smith, he looks like he won the fight.
I would right now give it to Callum Smith. But once again, a draw or a slight edge for Buatsi I wouldn't be surprised or disappointed either way. But let us know in the chat what you think, man. I thought really entertaining fight, Paulie.
Juan Mendoza's got it 7-6 to Callum Smith.
Sure.
7-5.
7-5.
7-5.
7-5. That's right. 7-5 to Callum Smith.
Last round makes a difference on his scorecard.
Ernie Earhart has Callum Smith winning the fight. I'll tell you what, this is a tough one. Tough one.
Yep.
And now remember, in Riyadh, they use the British Board of Control. They use those judges, those referees. And I'll give kudos to the referee. Didn't even notice him in this fight.
But also clean fight. I mean, you didn't really need him. I mean, they
just that rabbit punch.
One rabbit punch. No low blows that we saw. Good, clean fight, man. Yeah, 7-5 for Smith. That's
Sean Porter just was on the
Showtime.
broadcast.
Sean Porter. Yeah,
he called it 7-5 Callum. Yours truly 8-4 Smith. Ramos 5'10", Bay Area guy. Ramos 5'10", Smith 8-4. So everybody's got Callum, Paulie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's fair. I would say Callum right now.
Round 12 is a big one because some people have Callum 7-5, and that round 12, if Buatsi wins, it would have been a 6-6 on those guys' cards. So
right.
Macho Gavacho. I like that. Macho Gavacho.
Shout out. Rest in peace.
Great
Macho
fight.
Camacho.
Smith should win, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's a great
And
handle.
also,
Macho
as a
Gavacho.
producer, J-Rod, whoever they stay on more at the end is a psychological.
Well, sure.
The director tends to stay on the winner longer.
They're celebrating, they're hugging, they're smiling. It's on his shoulders. Buatsi just like he almost went and got put in timeout.
Right, but the guy who's happy gets more screen time.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right,
here we go. Here comes the decision. Good fight, though.
Great fight.
Oh, 119,
crap.
118. Here we go.
Wow, big.
Okay.
Unanimous. Let's see. Callum Smith, unanimous.
Didn't think it was
decision.
that wide.
That was a wide.
That was wide. 16
wide.
That's the problem, bro. You see, that's the homer judging. You just mentioned the BB. I'm glad you mentioned the BBFC. Hearn kind of rules there. You know, he's the main promoter there.
Right.
So,
but the right guy won, Paulie. Let's stick with the positive. I thought the right guy
but
won.
It had to be a lot.
What I'm saying is he would have. The guy would have won even if he didn't win.
Yeah, if he didn't win the 12th round, but I thought Buatsi. Yeah,
that was wild.
7-5. Yeah.
Well, if you had bet Callum Smith, you were getting better than 2-1.
Yeah, that's nice.
By decision, probably more, right?
Yeah. Callum Smith.
Man, good stuff, dude.
Unanimous.
Hats off to Callum Smith.
I'll give you the unanimous, but boy, the first couple of cards were a little wide. But
Paulie, moving forward, you know, we talked about Morrell, we talked about Benavidez, we talked about the light heavyweight division. Callum Smith, certainly an entertaining factor in the light heavyweight. Yeah, what do you think, man, with his future?
I think Benavidez could target him because that's a former world champion. It's also a former Canelo opponent.
UK fight, big crowd.
Yeah. If he can't get BETERBIEV BIVOL winner, for example, if BIVOL wins today and he can't get BETERBIEV BIVOL winner because they're going to do a third fight. Now, I think this fight's easier to make than the Buatsi fight just because Callum brings a little bit more name luster than Buatsi.
Yeah, a little bit more fan attention with that
one. Well, The Big Bang is next. And guys, next week we're going to do it all over again. March 1st in Brooklyn. It's going to be Gervonta Davis against Lamont Roach. Great pay-per-view card thanks to PBC. And we will have it right here on the Watch Along Boxing Scene today. One of those fights, which I think could steal the night, is for the WBA lightweight title. It's Rayo Valenzuela. Remember, he beat Pitbull Cruz. He's going to take on Gary Antoine Russell, and we were able to talk to Gary Antoine Russell right here on Boxing Scene today. Let's take a look at that interview, and we'll react to that when we come back. Let's hear from Gary. Well, March 1st in Brooklyn, big pay-per-view by PBC on Amazon Prime Video, and the co-main event of Gervonta Davis versus Lamont Roach. It's going to be another banger for the WBA super lightweight title. It's Jose Valenzuela against Gary Antoine Russell, and Gary Antoine Russell joins us now. Jimmy and Paulie, they've got some questions for you, champ.
Hey, thanks a lot for joining us, Gary. Really appreciate it. How do you feel about the style of Rayo Valenzuela? His last time out, he looked better than he ever has against Isaac Pitbull Cruz. He's long, good combinations. What's your thought on taking him on stylistically, man?
He definitely showed a sense of adversity. Yeah. A lot of times with shorter fighters, when they fight a longer fighter, they get man-adored. I feel like if you are the longer fighter, you should keep the shorter fighter at bay. That's just the smart thing to do. And he showed that he was able to listen, be flexible on changing how he normally fight. Because a lot of times when he fought Chris Colbert, both times he was the one applying that pressure. He was the aggressor. And hell, all of his fights, he was the aggressor. So it was a good look for him. I know that he's with a new trainer, and he's trying to just add more to his arsenal. Has he fought a person like me? No. I know that for a fact. So he better bring his A game and may the best man win.
Gary, you obviously come from a line of a royalty in boxing, right? You guys got a great bloodline in boxing in your family. How has the upbringing and the preparation through your amateur career and pro career prepared you for a moment like this, which essentially, championship of the world?
Paulie, you've been in the game for a long time. So as far as how the gym environment goes, blood, sweat, and tears. Don't got space for too much error. If you're not going to be open-minded, might as well stay at home because you got to be an empty cup when you go in that gym.
Of course.
Definitely humility. I've been taught humility. It's been times where we trying to work on certain things. We're testing certain combinations and not all the time when you're trying it out, you get it the first time, you get it the second time, but you might get it the third time. And the fact that you're continuously trying when you don't get it shows a certain level of grit. And that grit is what you're going to need on a professional level. You can't be distinguished because you got one loss. You can't feel diminished because you feel like your last performance wasn't top tier. That happens. It happens, but it shouldn't stop you from feeling or knowing that you got what's needed to be victorious.
So Gary, it's the mentality that's been bred into you. It's a psychology.
It's definitely a mentality. Some people have it already naturally, and some people they get it, instilled into them. It got to be taught. I had both. I got it naturally, and it was instilled into me. I lived it, sleep it, shit it, eat it, like all of my life. All of us do it. So that's the background that I have within the gym and within my family. Like, this is what we do. It doesn't define who we are, but when it comes to boxing, this is what we do. So the last shocker with Alberto Pollo, I didn't take no loss. For real, took a lesson. It was a lesson. Back at it.
Good way to look at it.
When you look at this fight, Rayo Valenzuela stayed very disciplined last time out against Isaac Cruz. He moved well. He kept his range well. In other fights, as you said, he can get a little over-aggressive, sometimes get away from that range game. Which guy are you expecting in this fight?
I'm expecting him, honestly, to be intense, real intense, because he know that I'm an aggressive fighter, and he's not going to be able to show the level of aggression that he showed with everybody else with me. Not only because I'm aggressive as well, but because the package that I have. I'm fast, I'm strong, I'm sharp, and I'm relentless when it comes to my level of aggression. And not all the time it's good to fight strength with strength. You got to use your brain, you know, have a certain level of defensive discipline. And he's going to have that, or it's going to be a short night.
How do you see the 140-pound division, Gary? You know, the landscape of the weight class. It's a pretty deep weight class. How do you see yourself fitting into that?
Like I've always said, I want to get all of the belts, you know, be undisputed. I get this belt immediately, unifying, and we're going to keep the line moving. 140 division has always been a stacked division. Throughout history of boxing, it's always been a stacked division.
When you look at it now, the skill set you're bringing right now, you talk about your education through the game and how many years you've been in it with your family. You talk about this opportunity and how good the 140-pound division is. Where are you peaking right now? Do you feel like you're at the top of your skills, or do you believe that's a couple years down the road? Where do you believe you are right now in your career?
I feel like I've been, I wouldn't say docile, but I haven't had to go into an extreme creativity mode. And a lot of times what wins fighters over is their level of creativity. You know, everybody uses the same punches. Use a jab, a left cross, right hook, left hook, body shots on both sides. So you have your uppercuts. And Paulie should be able to understand this more than anyone right now, because I feel like he was real creative with his hands. And a lot of people looked at Paulie Malignaggi as, oh, he's not a big puncher, but he was fast and he threw combinations. He had great creativity, and that's what won him over. And he had an IQ. So yeah, IQ, high IQ, and having a great creativity within your arsenal, it can win you over a lot of fights against a lot of opponents. That's what set everybody apart. I never really had to go into a bag to my creativity with my opponents. It was just, okay, this guy's one-dimensional. I know I can use this tool and I can get the job done. So that's what I had to do. So now that I lost, it's kind of like I got a chip on my shoulder, and now I'm about to use this creativity. Now, am I at my peak right now? No. But I'm definitely, I know that I'm a professional.
Gary, March 1st is the fight. It's a big pay-per-view card. We're going to see you stealing the headlines. It's a card where I feel the undercard is better than the main event, honestly. And your fight is one of the reasons why.
There we go.
You see Gary Antoine stealing all the headlines March 2nd.
There we go. You taking the words out of my mouth. I wasn't going to say it. You said it, not me. But that's what's going down.
Hey, Gary, we appreciate your time so much. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to a great fight, bud. Best of luck to you, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was Gary Antoine Russell. He's going to take on Rayo Valenzuela next Saturday, March 1st, on Prime Video pay-per-view. And we're going to have the watch-along right here on Boxing Scene Today here on the ProBox TV YouTube channel. So good stuff there. We can put that one to bed. Let's get started. The next one, we've got the WBC interim heavyweight strap, Zhilei Zhang and Agit Caballel.
Sounds good.
I like, hey man, Caballel, he knocked Frank Sanchez out.
Yes.
And
Caballero
of course, we know about Big Bang and what he's done. Been in there with Joe Joyce twice. Been in there with Joe Parker. You know, Deontay Wilder. Yeah. Yep. So this should be very interesting, guys. Real quick, let's check out the odds before the fight starts. You know, Zhang is the underdog. It's Caballero minus 170. And Zhang plus 140 over at betonline.ag. Those are live odds. They are changing constantly. So this is currently the situation. And I'll tell you what, the one that really jumped out at me, fellas, is Caballero wins by knockout first 3 rounds, 20 to 1.
20 to 1?
20 to 1.
That's pizza and beer money.
Right? You know?
Yeah.
Just saying.
Right.
Just saying.
I mean, Zhang is probably his strongest early. Zhang's the kind of guy he fades because he's old, but I don't know. Zhang getting knocked out early would be a shock, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Would it be a 20 to 1 shock? Would it be a 20 to 1 shock?
Just, you know,
that's the question.
Sprinkle it in there. You never know. You never know. For our DGen friends, betonline.ag.
The difficulty too, man, about fight sports in general, right? Any combat sport. With a team sport, you usually get one bad season before somebody's shot. You usually get, all right, they're declining over the season. In fighting, it is one fight, and they're just not the same. And you don't always know where and when that is, Paulie. So a lot of people are betting against a guy who's on the wrong side of 40. Maybe this is a fight where he gets old, right, Paulie? It's always a possibility. Yeah.
It can always happen, especially at that age. Yeah, it can always happen overnight.
Yeah. Like you said, like you just said, it happens overnight in ways that it, like, J-Rod, it doesn't happen in other sports. Right. Kobe didn't suddenly go, man, between one game and the next, look terrible. It took that last season. He wasn't Kobe anymore. But you get some games. This boxing is boom, and you're not the same guy.
And it's individual. Every fight is an individual season.
Yeah.
When you compare it to a team sport kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
Zhang versus Caballero.
20 to 1, first 3 rounds.
All right.
I sprinkled a little bit on there.
Did you?
Why not?
Not going to ask how much?
I'm going to treat myself. Why not?
I just have too much respect for you.
What if Zhang gets him in the first 3 rounds? He's the one coming.
Yeah, exactly, right?
God, he's big. Jesus.
I remember
every time I see him, I think, God, Zhang is huge.
I remember the first time I saw him in person. It was at T-Mobile Arena. He was on the undercard. He walked in, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
who is this guy?"
Nuts. Paulie? Who have you felt that way physically? You met him and you went, "Holy God, are you for real?"
I shared a locker room with Tyson Fury on the Pascal versus
oh wow
versus Hopkins card. Yeah, he was much skinnier, but he was very, very tall. I was like, this guy's like Lurch. He's so tall.
Dude, Zhang looking good.
He was very skinny at the time. He had hair. It was skinny and hair, Tyson.
Everybody bang, bang, Zhang, Zhang, gang, Zhang, gang. And then there's Big Bang, no Diddy, but we won't get into that.
We will not get into that at all. But Zhang's...
Paulie getting a shout out, by the way, from Vinny Roth. Loved when Paulie beat Juan Diaz in the rematch.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Hey, the years go by. Well, man, taking me back. Yeah.
So far, Caballero just center of the ring kind of stuff is not much of a filling out round.
He's trying to change range because Zhang is coming forward. He's trying to stay at range, but Zhang is pressing a lot. Zhang is really trying to use that physicality, pressing a lot. But it's just one of those things where now Zhang puts up his hands like, "Yo, dude, you're gonna fight?" Because Caballero keeps going away. But I think it might be one of those things where Caballero is just trying to, get Zhang to go some rounds because Zhang has a history of tiring as the fight progresses. So Caballero is not looking to take that many chances, and Zhang is really bringing it to him.
You see a lot of guys though, Paul, with that strategy end up giving up too many rounds. Where you got to come back with a knockout, as you guys said. That's not easy to do.
Right. This is the boxing scene today. Watch along for BETERBIEV BIVOL 2. After this fight, we got the one I'm really looking for. It's Virgil Ortiz Jr. and Israel Madrimov. So lots of action for you.
Well, that one is going to be interesting. I know I don't want to get it too far ahead, but Madrimov looked great against Crawford. That's kind of his coming out party. He's at 12 pro. Like, he's kind of an X factor right now. Like, is he that good? Or we don't know yet. We know how good Virgil Ortiz is, in my opinion. Yeah.
Right. And we're going to have Robert Garcia on. We did an interview with him about Virgil's future, by the way. So we'll stay tuned for that.
I got to say, quick shout out, Robert Garcia. We've worked with him a couple shows.
Yeah, he's part of Boxing Scene today. Yeah.
He's real good.
Giving us some nuggets, man. Go back here on the ProBox TV YouTube channel. We've done a week of shows for you here on Boxing Scene today with Jimmy and Paulie and Chris. And we've had Robert Garcia on. He had a great note about Shakur Stevenson. And we'll get into that during the watch along about how he saw him train this week.
Is that on the Boxing Scene YouTube channel or ProBox TV?
It's on the ProBox TV YouTube channel. Boxing Scene will have a YouTube channel. We're going to roll that out, but we want people to sort of know about Boxing Scene today, get the brand out there, and eventually we'll come off the ProBox TV YouTube channel and go on the Boxing Scene YouTube channel. But join us every day. We're going to talk about everything. Of course, obviously, we'll lead up to the big pay-per-view next week, and whenever there's a pay-per-view, the watch-along is right here.
I always find it so funny watching heavyweight fights where, unlike lightweight or, any other weight class, dude, guys can be 30, 40 pounds different. You know what I mean? Like, it is like, we're both heavyweight.
Wait till we get to Parker McCauley.
Oh, my God.
Almost
it's
50-pound difference.
Yeah, it's insane,
The only problem is Bacoli's going to be huffing and puffing his way to the ring, probably.
Yeah.
Hey, being a man of girth, we are all Martin Bacoli today.
One of my DJ friends said, but Parker started at minus 200. Now he's minus 150.
Right.
Wow.
He's like, am I missing something here? Why are people betting Bacoli? I was like, I don't know.
Everybody's betting him.
Good combinations.
Good
Caballero.
combination.
Yeah.
Yeah, Caballero is now trying to hold his ground a little bit.
Yeah, we're in round 2. Caballero's almost got Zhang backing up now.
Yeah.
He's really putting pressure on him now. Going to the body. A lot of body shots.
Yeah. Well, everybody knows about Zhang's conditioning problems, right? So that's what Caballero's probably trying to get at, going to the body. Probably plus there's a big guy in front of him, so
good combinations.
The body when you're that much shorter. He's going with 2 hands to the body when he gets close. High guard. Zhang trying to touch with the jab.
Try to keep him away, keep him at distance.
Yeah. Trying to basically parry around with that lead hand and mixing a couple of hooks or left hand here and there. But Cabell's definitely holding his ground more and throwing more punches this round.
Also, you got to deal with the southpaw difference. Not that common in the heavyweight division. First southpaw heavyweight champion, who was it, J-Rod?
I don't know. I probably bet on him.
Michael Moore.
Michael Moore.
Didn't last very long though.
No.
Came and went.
Lost to George Foreman by knockout. He did recapture the IBF title.
That Lampley call though was amazing.
Yeah. It happened. I remember that. Remember it well. For people who don't know, I'm a little older than Paulie, so I remember things a little different. But you remember Paul. He's a little younger than me. Nice, good left hand there. But I think, but Caballero is feeling confident inside, Paulie.
Yeah, he's not throwing with all the steam on the shots, but he's snapping the little shots in there. Trying to now he's not giving up ground. He's trying to basically position himself in there. We can touch Zhang. Oh, nice little sneaky uppercut by Zhang with the right hand.
Well, that's something you taught me, Paulie, on air. You said, one of the things about being a pro is you got to have different speeds. You're not, sometimes you're touching the guy up. You call it shoe shining. Other times you're really trying to lay into the shots. You got to be able to do everything.
Yeah, sometimes you're probing, looking at a measure. You got to have different gears, of course.
They just mentioned.
I think they're listening to us.
They stole it from us. That's cool. It's all right, guys. You can have it.
That's all right. Our DAZN, the producers of DAZN, going, what are they talking about over there?
What's J-Rod and Jimmy saying? Paulie Malignaggi.
Cabell, by putting himself in front of Zhang like this, is going to force a pretty good pace. Again, it's not a lot of heavy punches being thrown, but it's going to keep psychologically and also physically busy.
Got a question here. Just a question. Do y'all stream fights often? First time coming across your page. Well, first of all, welcome. Well, what we do is every time there's a big pay-per-view, right here, we do a watch-along. So join us. Hang out with us. We'll have a good time.
Yeah, put on the fight, turn off the volume, listen to us, watch the fight. It's very simple.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Yeah, we do it for all the major pay-per-views. So, go ahead and
watch along with us,
check it out.
This is the ProBox TV living room or the boxing scene
That's
living
it.
room.
Basically,
This is
this
our
is
new
what we got
home here,
going on.
right?
Yeah.
Boxing scene man cave.
Here, boxing scene today, every day on the ProBox TV channel, YouTube channel for now. And then eventually we're going to move over to the Boxing Scene YouTube channel. But join us. And we've already got shows, boxingscene.com. It's got all the shows we've been doing here on Boxing Scene today. Check out boxingscene.com, by the way. Brand new site. Looks awesome. Round 3, by the way, now.
Yep. Caballero trying to fight on the inside, but Zhang not just standing there.
Bro, my buddy texted me a picture of Sean at the host position with Barker and I don't know who the other guy was, but he says Sean Porter out here dressed like the Zamundian ambassador to the United States.
Yeah, he had a different color on than everybody else.
Zamunda. I love it. Who's going to clean up all these flowers?
Coming to America. Anybody? Anybody? Okay.
Yeah, well, that's why. That's a low key coming to America joke.
Yep.
Yeah, who's going to clean up all these flowers?
You got to tell the kids. I don't know. That movie's pretty old. They came out with a sequel recently, but
I showed it to my kids. They loved it.
oh, they loved it.
They
Cool.
loved it. Maybe we'll have an alternate boxing scene today, barbershop scene. Set.
Oh, barbershop. Yeah, we should make the whole
See
barbershop.
Paulie out there cutting
127 years old.
Everybody gets a buzz.
I saw Paulie Malignaggi beat Juan Diaz. No, you didn't. Yeah,
Yes, I did.
127 years old.
Came around the corner, knocked him down.
127 years
No, he
old.
didn't. Yes, he did.
Yep. Good body work.
I think my 20-1 bet's dwindling away.
I think so.
But hey, that's why you don't put a lot on it. You just sprinkle.
One bet.
You know,
Zhang is
a little sazon, as we would
Zhang
say.
is a lot of man to knock down.
Yeah, Zhang is already looking tired, though.
By the way, 9.5 was the over/under in the rounds. By the way, 9.5.
Wow.
Zhang now holding on after a good body shot by Caballero.
Yeah, he looks, once again, tired up to me already.
Ooh, that uppercut.
Well, speaking of 150 years, 175 years old, Zhang's just about there, right? So,
Yeah. Oh, 126 years old. I tell people, man, it's like dog years. It's not, fight years are not regular years, man. They're like dog years. Oh, he's only 32. I'm like, he's an old 32, man. Depending on, obviously, what you've been through in your career, but you don't age like everybody else, man.
Yours truly dropping Zhang going to gas out. It doesn't look like he's giving up a lot. He's not expending a lot of energy, but Caballero going to the body a lot.
But also, he doesn't look fresh in this round 3. Like,
Yeah.
this is where he's supposed to look good. Yeah.
Caballero, it stresses you when a guy holds his ground like Caballero now and moves his hands on you. Even if you're blocking, you're still psychologically, fighting even when you're not being busy.
A question you get asked all the time is like, what's a fighter's worst fear? And for me, it was having nothing to give in the cage. And because, I fought MMA, like, just standing there and going, I don't have anything left. Getting hurt, like getting hit sucks, but it's not the end of the world. Losing sucks, it's not the end of the world. It's standing there and going, I have nothing left to give. And Paulie, you're a cardio guy. Like, having that in your back pocket is so, and I can't imagine being a heavyweight and going, God, I don't know if I have enough for 12 rounds. That's got to be the worst. Because those guys hit like you stole something from them.
I remember there was a trainer that used to tell me, fatigue will make a coward out of any man. You know? So it's your entire desires is taken away when you're exhausted like that. It's a lot harder to dig deep. It's the most difficult thing to dig deep with. And
it's also the one thing you can control. Right? Like, you can't necessarily get faster. You can't necessarily suddenly be a hard puncher. You can't necessarily suddenly get skills you didn't have in the last fight, but you can always have cardio if you just put in the road work.
I would always, I've never been in the ring, obviously, but I would almost think for me, my biggest fear would be I'm hitting you and it's not working. Nothing. I have thrown everything I got at you and it ain't working.
That does suck.
Because now I'm like, now what do I do?
But but I had a coach tell me one time, he said, yeah, but remember, you'd rather be on that side than getting hit. Yeah. Even if I'd rather hit somebody and he not feel it than get hit and not feel it. You're still piling up points. You're still, and that's part of what a good coach does.
You're Mayweather.
You're still outpointing them. You're still winning rounds. Don't worry that you're not hurting them. A good coach will tell you that, in my opinion. Paulie.
Yeah, and also, punches don't tickle.
They don't tickle.
A guy being hurt or not hurt just depends on if he's concussed. Good uppercut by Caballero.
I know we have 2 Russians in the main event, but every time I sparred a Russian, you can hit them with a freaking sledgehammer and have no idea you did anything. And like, and they'll tell you at the end, like, you know, good leg kick. And at the time I was like, I didn't think that you felt it at all. But they just don't. They just have poker faces, man. You just got to, you know, keep chipping away, Jimmy. You're going to get them. And yeah.
Well, first, and I would never fight anybody that has a chin beard.
Oh, the chin beard? Oh, yeah, no.
That's if I'm at a bar or anything, and I see somebody with a chin beard, after you, please. Yeah. Oh, Zay kind of.
Most of those guys, though,
he gave him a mush there. He mushed him.
A mush, yeah. Give him a little rake of the tape from the gloves.
Most of those guys, though, aren't at bars drinking.
Yeah, that's true. Gave him a little Roddy Piper rake of the eyes there.
Yep. But it just seems like he just drops his arms and he's a little arm weary.
Connor R. dropped a little note for us here on our YouTube page. That's why I like the lower weight classes more. It's impossible to keep the stamina at this high weight class.
Yeah. Very true. Very true. It's pretty rare.
Big guys, you know, a lot more weight to carry.
Yep.
A lot more weight to throw punches and all that stuff. And plus, it's
relatable.
That's what kind of makes a guy like Usyk so, you know,
freak unicorn.
I mean, he's a small heavyweight, right? He's a puffed up, you know, cruiser basically, but like his ability to keep pressure on the whole fight. Riddick Bowe was a big guy who, in his prime, I know it was a short prime, could keep a lot of physical pressure on a guy when he was training and actually, like, you know, in shape. He could for a big guy. That's what's so impressive to me.
Hey, got a super chat, everybody, and again, I invite everybody to jump in on the super chat on the ProBox TV YouTube page. Grayson drops us a super chat. Says, I think the smaller arena might be helping crowd. Seems more into it than most Saudi fights. Yep. I agree, man. I agree.
So far, it's good.
Which is probably why they moved it from the big arena, from the big room to the small room. Yep. And they, you know, and I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't mean this in a negative way. They probably brought some fans, some people that'll hoot and holler.
Yeah, and it's all more condensed, so the noise kind of stays in.
Yeah,
and you know, decibel level can get a little higher. I like it.
That's the one thing, you know, and we're not going back there. When we did our shows at Plant City, man, the energy in there was crazy. It was just small room, everybody screaming. Yeah,
that's right. That's why when, you know, you have those casinos that they'll have events in kind of like a nightclub.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I remember back in the old days, you'd have it at the Joint at the Hard Rock or the Pearl at the
WC
Palms.
used to be there.
Yeah. You know, and you know, it'd be crazy, and you'd get, you know, 500-600 people in there, but it felt like you were jammed. It felt like you were at Wembley, you know?
Yeah.
Man, Bernard Hopkins does not age.
He doesn't. He's looked the same since.
I mean, you know, obviously got a little snow 90s. In the beard, but my goodness.
Yeah. The alien, man. The guy's just
making those hot ham sandwiches.
Dude, just a freak, dude. Yeah.
So
incredible.
Caballo having a little problem getting out of the corner. I guess he has a little tape on the glove they're trying to figure out.
I don't know if I'd give Zhang anything but round one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're in round 5 now. WBC interim.
And I know it's
heavyweight title.
The skill set's different, but Cabello does kind of remind me of an Usyk, undersized, but always moving forward, always throwing combinations, always, you know, obviously not as fundamentally sound. I think Usyk might be one of the best pure boxers of all time, but a smaller heavyweight who keeps the physical pressure on, Paulie, and always busy with his hands, right?
Yeah, and Zhang is getting more and more uncomfortable. He's getting backed up now. You know, he started the fight, you know, looking to press Cabello and putting his hands up in the air and being like, yo, Cabello, you're going to keep running? It only took a round.
Oh, my God, what a shot!
Just like that. Big left hand.
Big right hand. Big hand by Zhang. Drops Cabello.
Left hand shot. Got him.
Cabello got too comfortable coming forward and pressing. Got a little bit lackadaisical. That's the thing. That can happen sometimes when you got those probing punches that you use. A lot of what Cabello's doing, he's mixing and probing with a couple of snappy shots. Kind of just got into a lull there. Kind of got used to it, and all of a sudden, Zhang surprised him with a big left hand.
We talked about Foreman Moore. That's what happened to him. He just kind of got lulled to sleep. Now
Zhang.
Yep. Zhang.
I was just about to ask you, Paulie. I mean, we saw Zhang there, mouth open, breathing, looking tired, and totally got suckered in almost.
Yep.
Zhang is the king of knowing how to stay relevant, though. You know, he beat Joyce twice when he's the underdog. You know, he lost a close one to Ergovich, lost a close one to Parker, then he beats Wilder. Now, even if he loses this one, he's got a knockdown over Cabello, so that keeps him relevant.
Yep. Woo. But you see, he doesn't really have the gas. It looks like to follow up. He's tired.
No, he's got his hand, his mouth is wide open now.
Yeah.
You know, and hands are down to his waist. You know, now he's.
But Paulie, you know that's when you break your jaw, dude. It's when that jaw mouth's hanging open. Yeah.
Nah, you don't want to do that.
I think Zhang's like, hey, I got myself a 10-8. I'm going to stay away from the rest of this round and suck some more air. Cabello looks so fresh, though.
But also, Cabello, I don't think he ever looked hurt. I think it was a
it
good shot, but he didn't look.
Flash knockdown?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was more of a flash, but nonetheless, still, you know.
That uppercut is there all day.
Yeah.
For Cabello.
Yeah.
Every time he throws it, it
Yeah.
hits.
Against southpaw, a lot of times it's a good pathway for it with the right hand.
Gee, good combination.
Yeah, Cabell's coming back now. Okay.
Yeah, it's almost like, okay, you knock me down, I'm go back to what I'm doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we had a shout out for Paulie. Now we got a shout out for Jimmy Smith here.
Oh,
Good to see the Central Valley's Jimmy Smith doing his thing. Shout out here from the 559 Visalia. Speaking of the 559,
Yes.
Richard Torres Jr. takes both these heavyweights out, in my opinion. Great job, guys.
Yeah, nice short left. We see the stagger there. Yeah, I'm from a little town called Arosi, which is just outside Visalia. And I had somebody from that area like DM me and go, dude, where'd you go to school? Apparently he's my age. And like we went to similar schools and like we know like, you know, the restaurants of the area and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I left when I was 9 years old. So it's totally changed. But yeah, man, till I was 9 years old, I lived in San Joaquin Valley near Visalia. So I lived on Orange Grove. Fresh fruit,
Northern Cali?
fresh Central California. Fresh fruit every day. I lived on an Orange Grove, so I got fresh food every day, man. It was sweet.
Love it. Love it.
Speaking of Richard Torres, he's fighting Guido Vianello, right?
Yep.
In April.
Yep.
Little heavyweight fighter.
Yeah, we'll check that one out. Let you know about it here on Boxing Scene. It's what we do.
Bring them on the show.
Hell.
Boxing Scene today, every day. Hope you join us.
And by the way, guys, if you check out Boxing Scene, we've gotten some great interviews, J-Rod. You've done a great job finding people for us to talk to, and they've all been great talking to us. So really great interviews, man.
Yeah, we've
That
got
always
Robert
the case.
Garcia, Erickson Lubin.
Yep.
He's coming up. We just had Gary Antoine Russell.
Yep. Caballero just right now is kind of overwhelming, Zhang. Like, good knockdown, but once again, we talk about the old school. Does remind me a little of Tyson Douglas. Like, hey, you got a reprieve for a second, but back to work, you know?
Yeah, round 6 of 12.
Big back.
bang.
Is that a headbutt?
Oh, I don't know. I thought it was.
I thought he was going down, and the ref jumped in.
You count him?
Because it was
Touched
weird.
up.
What the hell
He
was
did
that?
it weird.
The ref jumped
think
in.
That's why I thought it was a headbutt, because
I thought Zhang was going down because he was bent over.
Yeah, I don't know what the ref did there. I'm out.
He
I'm
got
at a
in,
loss for
he
words.
separated them, and then said, all right.
I'm at a loss for words that these mutts can referee and judge all these fights and still do the shit they do.
Paulie, did he buy his button?
I don't know.
You mutt.
I don't know what he did. I have no idea what the guy did. I have no idea. It looked like Zhang was about to go down, but he didn't go down. There was no clash of heads. I'm
Bad refereeing.
Maybe we'll get a replay.
That's wild. Yeah, I thought Zhang was going down.
I thought it was a foul because of the way he did it and made him fight again. I was like, did he see a foul in him? That's ridiculous.
But if it was a foul, he would have. You got to give 5 minutes.
You got to get 5 minutes for a foul, yeah.
I think Zhang's getting hurt to the body though. I think that's what he was hurt there, and I think he's getting hurt again
Yep.
with the body shots.
Just
and the
brings
body shot.
everything down. Go ahead, J-Rod.
Struggle Boxing hit us up. That ref was tripping. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I don't know.
totally.
I think there was
Good
a,
right hand.
There was a glitch in the matrix there for the ref.
Zhang is
Under 9.5, by the way, looking real good right now because Zhang is
We're
exhausted.
in round 6.
Zhang is exhausted.
You know what's fun?
There, now
finally got it.
Zhang takes a knee.
Yeah, this is it.
He was gonna take a knee earlier in the round, but the ref gave him the
He
break.
ain't coming back up. That must have been a liver shot.
That's
42
it.
years
over.
old. The under. Rabbel with the under.
Under 9.5.
Under 9.5. With
Bones
the
it.
heavies.
Come on.
With the
Booyah.
heavies. Hey, we lost it in the first 3 rounds, but we got it back with the under 9.5.
First career stoppage for loss for Zhang, right?
I believe so. Yes, he wasn't stopped in any of those losses.
No, we'll check it out. But
And also, Paulie, I like that. You know, once again, I'm a dork, but I like the heavyweight that can chop you down, that doesn't need to hit you with the big shot, who can technically kind of wear you out. To me, that's an art, Paulie. Am I wrong? You know?
Yeah, exactly. And I think the guys like Caballero and Usyk are making a case for the middle size heavyweight.
Right. Yeah, the big cruiserweight essentially, you know?
You know, it's like the normal size heavyweight, so to speak, you know?
And you know, Moore, Holyfield, definitely in that vein when I was a kid. Those guys weren't giant heavyweights, but they could chop you down. You know, they could wear you out.
That's personally, those are the most fun heavyweights because the pace they can bring as well.
Yeah.
So they can, you know, it's like,
right, let's look
remember
at
the
it.
old, you see the replays here. Let's see. Maybe they'll give us the first one too, where the ref just decided to give Zhang a break. Let's see.
Left hook, right. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Got him on the way down. Oh,
That wasn't the one. That wasn't the one. That was where he just gave him a break.
Okay,
And here's maybe who takes the knee. No, this is the same shot.
okay, here's what I'm thinking, guys. Here's what I'm thinking. Did the referee believe his glove hit the ground, and then the guy outside, there's a referee outside the ring, went, no, it didn't? Do you get what I'm saying, Paulie? That he thought his hand hit the ground and it didn't?
You're still a mutt then. Where your bifocals, the referee then?
No, I agree. But that may have
one job, dude.
Right.
You got one job to watch the two guys standing 2 centimeters in front of you.
Yeah.
You know, watch them. That's all you gotta do.
Yeah, because I think he thought Weili Zhang's glove hit the ground, and the outside referee went, no, it didn't.
Yeah.
And then he made him go back again.
Yeah, and Paulie confirmed that's first time Zhang's been stopped. First time.
Yeah.
Love that body work, man.
Right there. That left right to the liver. See you later.
Yep.
Caballero committed to it from the start. You know, once he got his hands moving, it was always body for Caballero. I think the cat's out of the bag for Zhang, where people know he's fatigued. So the goal is to get him to fatigue faster, you know, and get him go to the body, and that's how you do that.
There's Usyk.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, middle-sized heavyweights, man. Remember the old Tom Glavine and Greg Maddux commercial?
Yep.
Chicks dig the long ball because they were seeing Mark McGuire hitting home runs.
Yep.
They start batting and they start swinging for home runs too. It's like, you know what, boxing fans dig the middle-sized heavyweight. I think, man. You know, they can carry a better pace and they throw more punches.
I appreciate them a lot.
Punches, you know?
Well, also they're kind of less up and down. Like when I think heavy, heavy hitters, like Deontay Wilder is comparatively limited heavy hitter. He's got these up and down performances because it's like if he can't land that, what else are you gonna do? These guys have
it's a home run hitter.
It's a home, but they strike out a lot. Right. And the guy can hit a double.
Well, how many times did we see Wilder losing a whole fight and then all of a sudden, bam, gets King Kong Ortiz and then knocks him out, while he's losing the fight.
Right.
I think he did that twice with Ortiz. No?
Yeah.
Yep.
We got everybody's jumping in. Caballero's a great body puncher.
Yeah.
Caballero's so underrated. Caballero, a real life body spammer. That's why no one likes him. That was a vicious body blow.
Love it. Well, you know what's funny, Paulie? I want to know if you've heard this as well. Obviously, neither one of us were heavyweights. I was 170 pounder. I'm bigger than you, Paulie. But I had a coach tell me, he goes, those thick heavyweights with a lot of jelly, you think you can't body punch them? You can. He's like, it actually affects them more than the guy with like the ripped out. Yeah, please.
Jimmy, for our generation, we should know that. King Hippo, you had to hit him in the stomach.
King Hippo, you know what's up? Mike Tyson's punch out. You remember it. You remember it well. But I had a guy tell me that heavyweights with a little padding actually don't take body shots well. You think they will, but they don't. So now you know.
Hey, we gotta see it. Whose glove is that on the table? That's Zurdo Ramirez.
Zurdo Ramirez.
That's Zurdo Ramirez glove. He autographed it for us, so it's Zurdo. Kind of random, I know.
The way you say it, by the way, Zurdo. So much better.
Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez.
You roll that with that Cuban.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking
Double
about.
agent.
Are you Cuban?
I am Cuban.
Both your parents Cuban?
Both my parents are Cuban, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Champ. Cuban.
Champ.
Oh, they can't be champ anymore in the UFC. They said they can't do it anymore. You got to give it up.
Got to give it up to move up. But
no more champ. But
I
am
never
Cuban.
liked it because it keeps it stalls one division or the other. You just can't defend both consistently. That's just me and the way I think about it. But we're moving on. But I gotta say, everybody joining us on the watch along. Number one, appreciate you watching along with us. Appreciate the chats. Appreciate the conversation.
Yeah,
Any
man.
questions, just ask us. Dude, great fight so far. Like,
It's been a banger.
somebody asked me, they go about these watch-alongs or whatever. They're like, you know, do you like, working these watch-alongs? And I said, I gotta watch the fight anyway. I could either watch it at home or I could watch it with these guys. I'm like, this is what I'd be doing at home. By the way, I would just be doing it by myself.
And the beauty of the Saudi fights is that at least
God,
on this
we're not up
on
till
this
2
side
in
of
the
the world,
morning.
like on the West Coast, it's boxing and breakfast.
Yeah.
And on the East Coast, you're done. You go out to dinner. You can hang out. So. All those boxing wives are happy, and boxing spouses, boxing partners are happy. So listen, Virgil Ortiz, Israel Madrimov is next, fellas. Before we get into the odds, we talked to his trainer, Robert Garcia, who's part of Boxing Scene today, about the future of Virgil Ortiz. And I'll tell you what, we've always accused and we hate putting the cart ahead of the horse, but Virgil thinking 160? Here's what Robert Garcia had to say.
Robert, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to have you. Thank you for taking the time because we know you're traveling right now. So where are you headed? What's up?
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm in the airport right now, heading to Saudi Arabia. We got to go to Riyadh. We got this big fight coming up this Saturday.
Yeah, you have Virgil Ortiz fighting Madrimov. This is a fight that kind of wasn't really expected. Madrimov was supposed to fight somebody else, and then in comes Virgil, and they talk to us about that a little bit and how this fight actually came to be.
Well, it was actually a surprise for us too because we were already pretty much set to fight Boots Ennis. We were already getting ready for Boots Ennis, but turned out to be that Boots Ennis was decided to stay at 147 after all, and right away we got a call, that we will fight Madrimov, and we had nothing much to think about but say yes, because that's what Virgil wants. That's what Virgil's ready. That's what he wants, all the big fights. He wants all the big names, and he's in great shape for this fight.
How do you get a guy ready for a guy like Madrimov, who kind of came out of nowhere, as Chris said? Madrimov obviously put up a great fight against Bud Crawford. Doesn't have a lot of pro experience, a lot of amateur experience. How do you get a guy ready for a guy who's kind of an unknown, man?
You know what? For fighters like Madrimov, they're awkward, they're difficult, European style. But Virgil is the type of fighter that is always ready for anybody. He doesn't care what style they have. He just wants to fight the best in the world. There was other choices, other options, but when they gave us that name, that right away Virgil and his dad and the team decided, that's the guy we want to fight, because we want to fight the best. That guy just had a great performance against Terence Crawford. So now, now we're gonna go out there and do our job.
Robert, 154-pound division for me is my favorite in boxing right now. It's so many good fighters. I think low-key this fight could be the one that steals the show. I know everybody's expecting BETERBIEV and BIVOL to be a great rematch and so on and so forth, but the first one didn't have a lot of lightning bolts really in the fight. So, the second one I expect to be real tactical as well. I think Virgil...
I think they're all going to be great fights because the card itself is so good that every fight could be the main event. But I do believe that Madrimov and Ortiz will steal the night. I think they will put up the best fight of the night.
Yeah, Robert, you and I, we've been talking about Virgil for years. I remember when he was literally first coming up, and you were telling me, I got this special guy. He spars everybody in the gym. Doesn't matter the weight class. He's big, he's mean, he's in great shape. And sure enough, everything you said has been absolutely true to the highest level. Where is he in terms of his development now? How happy are you with where he's at going into these big fights? And as the champ Poleman, as you said, 154, not only our favorite division, it's probably the deepest, best division in the world today.
And he's very happy to be in this division because he knows all the hard fights are there. He knows how many big fights he could get, after another. That's why he prepares himself. He's ready to fight everybody, and he prepares himself like this is going to be, the biggest fight of his career. And come next fight, if everything goes well this Saturday, he's going to prepare as well or even better, because that's just the way his mentality is. He's got no giving up in his mind and his head. There's never going to be any giving up on him. He's always going to push himself to the extra limits.
So in a few words, he wants all the smoke.
He wants everybody. He doesn't care, And sooner than later, we'll probably go up to 160 and challenge all the 160-pounders too.
That's wild. 160. I mean, Robert dropped it in there at the last second, going up to 160. I tell you what, I think, Paulie, 154 is so stacked. It's an embarrassment of riches. But I think Virgil, if gets through this fight, go up to 160, he could dominate.
He could, but another thing that I like Robert Garcia talking about is the politics. Kind of, there's a jam at the top.
Yep.
Like you can't just kind of like the best fight the best. It's not that there aren't great fights that have been made or could be made at 154. It's navigating this is a lot harder. Where we move to 160, he's the man. He's going to get big fights. I think that's the undercurrent of what's going on. What's your thought on that, man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. We're gonna see a 160 later on.
Yep.
In Carlos Adames and Hamza Shiraz. But you've got Lara out there. I think Virgil at 160. I mean, granted, first things first. Yep. I think Virgil could be a problem at 160.
He could be a big problem. Yeah, at 160 for sure. Yeah.
I think his path to a title at 160 though is a bit easier. There's a little bit of soft touch options. I think the important thing if you're marketing Virgil and you're managing Virgil is to get him a world championship so that he solidifies his status as among the world's elite. You're always potential until you at least win one world championship. Then the belts stop mattering once you get there, right? But you got to at least win one to sort of cement yourself as okay. I've put myself in the room. There's a lot of potential for Virgil, but I think his path to a title might be easier at 160, guys. I mean, yes, Shiraz and Adames are very difficult, but at 160, there's some soft touches. 154, dude, it's full of landmines.
I know.
Another thing, too, and what I like about this era of boxing is when I was a kid, there were islands of real titles surrounded by weight classes that didn't mean anything, right? Like, you'd be the best 140-pounder in the world, wasn't welterweight. Welterweight was the queen of championships. Middleweight was the prince. Light heavyweight was big, but anything between 54 was like where you went in between welterweight and 60.
Right.
So what I like today is it's not seen that way. The 154-pound champion might be the best pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Yeah. Back in my day, if you weren't welterweight, middleweight, lightweight, light heavyweight, heavyweight, that was it.
That was it.
Those were obviously those are the original weight classes, but my point is, in between were like islands where you're like, you stay there for a minute on the way somewhere else.
As you were growing or you were trying to find yourself again.
Yeah.
So, hey, quick look at the odds here. Virgil, it's funny. Neither fighter is plus money. So over at betonline.ag, Virgil minus 117 and Madrimov minus 103.
Coin flip.
10.5 rounds. 10.5. Under is the plus. Under is 2-1. Under 10.5 rounds. Interesting stuff.
More important, is it pizza time?
I hope so.
Is it pizza time?
I hope
is it time
so.
for pizza?
I
Bring
hope
it
so.
on in.
There it is, Gus.
Oh,
Gus, bring us the good stuff.
By the way, Paulie, super particular about his pizza because he's Italian.
It's the water.
Italian American. You were born in Italy. I can call you Italian. Paulie, real particular about his pizza, and he always makes sure we get it from the right place. Paulie's real particular.
I wasn't thrilled with Patrice's last time. You know what? Patrice's in New York was a little better.
All right. Well, New York pizza is better.
It's the water, right, Paulie? It's the water.
I don't know. Maybe it's they're a little bit lazier in Florida.
Dude,
I don't know.
and also the last couple times we've been in California, and in San Antonio, by the way, you forget how good Mexican food can be.
Right.
Living out here, because I'm from California. I moved out to South Florida. The Mexican food is not good here. I'm sorry, it's not.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I know I'm offending some people. It's not. Out there, you're like, oh, God, this is what a burrito's supposed to taste like.
South Florida is the gateway to Latin America.
Yeah, great Cuban food.
Great Argentinian food. Colombian, Venezuelan.
Food. Your Mexican food out
Mexican
here
food, you got to hunt. You got to hunt a little bit. But you guys, March 8th, when you guys are in Long Beach.
I'll take you guys out.
ProBox TV, March 8th.
Yep.
Plant City got a lot of Mexican people. It was decent.
Yeah,
Mexican.
Tampa area, yeah. But South Florida, Plant City is Central Florida.
Jimmy's not buying it.
No, I'm serious, Paulie. Here's the way I tell people. Pizza in New York, all of it's good. Like, there's no bad pizza place. You'd be out of business, right? It's the same thing with a taco in California. If you're a bad taco spot, you don't make it. Every little mom and pop taco spot is really good. Same thing in San Antonio. Every place we stopped to get like a taco was like, damn, this is good. Yeah. So anyway.
And plus, being Cuban, South Florida Cubans don't really like Tampa Cubans because South Florida Cubans, the Cuban sandwich, they put like salami in Tampa. Cubans put salami in the Cuban sandwich. Salami doesn't go in a Cuban sandwich. Yeah. It's got to be ham.
They customize it.
My wife got me Noche Media.
Medianoche.
Medianoche, yeah.
Which translates
Medianoche,
to
yeah.
midnight snack.
Yeah. It's that kind
It's
of
a Cuban sandwich, but on a softer roll.
Yeah.
Softer roll.
Those numbers. Yeah.
Those things, 2 bites and they're gone in my house.
All right.
Here we go.
Almost underway.
Virgil and
First off,
Madrimov.
J-Rod, open up that pizza for me.
Yes, we're going to get in
Number
here.
two, dude, Madrimov is a big question mark in this division. Just starting his pro career, Paulie. He looked great against Bud Crawford. Was that an anomaly? We just don't have the body of work on Madrimov. So to me, it's a very interesting fight. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have the body of work. Excellent amateur, though, so solid, and he fought very well against Crawford. Let's see, because people are going both ways with this fight, the prediction for this fight.
You got cheese and you got pepperoni.
Love it. And also, it's so interesting, Paulie, as we say, like these Eastern European cats have 300 amateur fights, man. I think they spend too long in the amateurs. You're fighting for free. But you pointed out, Paulie, because you're like, dude, they're treated like rock stars. They're like they're like pros when they're young.
They're still wiping away the veil of communism, right? Where they used to just not be able to turn pro. So it's kind of it's kind of a piece of it is kind of still embedded in the culture.
Yeah, Madrimov's fundamentals looked so good against Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford had trouble getting to him. Was having trouble opening him up, and he's so good at that.
Virgil's up the ring and trying to trap.
Yeah.
Madrimov's trying to use the ring and trying to see where Virgil's at as far as his ability to close the range. He's trying to feel him out here in round one.
This will be fun here.
Ooh, I like it.
You see the quick trigger Madrimov does have. That's where Virgil has to be careful as he presses forward. Virgil, though, high guard. Trying to keep pressing. Referee's got to be careful with that Madrimov footwork, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good footwork, man.
Yeah, Madrimov bouncing all over the ring.
Yeah, I would say he's running, but he's given different looks.
Giving different looks. Yeah.
I think right now he's trying to see what kind of reactions Virgil gives to the different looks he's giving and the distance changes he's going. So he's changing height. He's changing I think, before Madrimov gets started, I think that's what he wants to sort of see from Virgil is what kind of reaction he's going to get. Right now he's getting no reaction. He's just getting Virgil trying to cut off the ring and with a high guard coming forward.
But that Loma style of like 3 or 4 rounds to see what you got, move around, then, Anderson Silva for the MMA fans, the guys who, read for a little bit and then go after you.
Yeah, Virgil definitely just absorbing all the moves and the change.
Paper towels,
in the
boss? Paper towels? Thank you. I'm a messy eater. I don't know what to say. I eat like an animal. Huh? I don't know. Gracias, amigo. Thank you very much, J-Rod. Food is part of the deal, by the way, to work on this show.
It's a tradition on the watch along. We got, what? We got to get you one of the
Try to stay away from the mic while I'm eating.
One of the ProBox smocks while you eat.
Yeah, the ProBox smocks.
The smocks, that's what we need.
Man, good stuff from Madrimov.
Yeah.
But, Paulie, this is a fatiguing style. Chris Algieri always says on our air, he goes, boxing's hard. And you and Chris were boxers. And he goes, dude, boxing's fatiguing. Moving is fatiguing.
Yeah.
He's moving a lot. Yeah.
Virgil was saving energy, just trying to cut the ring and making Madrimov burn the energy. Now Virgil's shooting some jabs, but Virgil obviously saving his gas tank for when he does get to you.
I'm exhausted just from that
dude,
round.
I'm
Looking at Madrimov.
move.
I mean, he was jumping and hopping all over the place.
But I also think Madrimov realizes he does have to get started at a certain point. I think this is like almost like with Caballero. He assumes he sees Usyk taking a selfie with AJ and Turkey Al-Sheikh. But
Lennox Lewis.
There's Lennox Lewis, of course. Oscar De La Hoya.
Oscar De La Hoya, one of the most entertaining promoters in the
Is
business.
Clapback Thursday still around? We haven't seen that, right?
He's been traveling, yeah.
Yeah.
He had one the other day. You know what? They're getting a lot better production value, too.
It's starting to be a thing. Yeah.
Bruh.
We got to do our coverage of Clapback Thursday ourselves,
We need Paul. I think Paulie. Clapback Paulie, too. Look out.
But Paulie does it every time he opens his mouth, he claps back. Paulie,
Yeah.
is it part of a skill? I'm really curious about this. Not letting your opponent carry you too fast. What I mean is, because Madrimov's moving doesn't mean you have to move. All right, okay, he's moving. A lot of guys, like, you kind of match your opponent, and they get carried too fast in early fights.
Yeah.
Like, veterans don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with a guy who's just moving and sort of not committal. Oh, there's a nice right hand by Madrimov. That's the thing. With a guy like Madrimov, it wasn't really committing a lot in the first round, okay, you can save your energy. But once Jamal starts shooting, and he was shooting at the end of the first
You got to
round,
answer back, yeah.
You got to answer back. Otherwise, you sort of get stuck in the mud following him and losing rounds, you know?
Yep.
You do get mutt judges that just will give the guy coming forward the fight.
Mutt judges. I love it.
Mutt judges.
Guy coming forward is doing nothing. So there's always that risk. But, you know, for the most part, you know, the educated eye will realize if the guy moving is actually doing the work. And that's the thing. I mean, if the guy moving is doing work, then okay. If the guy moving is just surviving, then it's not okay. You know, there's a fine line there.
So, Paulie, mutt judges, are you saying they bought their button? You mutt mother. Is that what you're saying? Is that?
Yeah, of course.
That's gonna be the new thing now.
Good fellas.
It's gonna be whenever something happens, hashtag
mutt
mutt judges.
When I see them, I personally, I like for them to keep them right here. I'll be back later, you know?
Yep. Keep them in. Keep them in. I'll be back later.
I'm gonna cross a different movie.
gonna get
Hey,
what's
mutt
coming.
judge, get in the bathroom. Get in the bathroom.
Throw 'em in the bedroom, yeah.
But you got to lose the H, right? Get in the bathroom.
Yeah, bedroom, yeah.
All right, now Ortiz, I turn up just a little bit, putting on a little more physical pressure. But man, Madrimal's got a good jab, man. Keeps it out
And
there.
that engine, I know it's round 2,
Yeah.
but that engine, they were doing some road work here.
Yeah, but also, you know, Virgil has to get to the body, and then, you know, he's not able to. Mandramov is moving. That also will, you know, help you. You know, you got to also engage Mandramov a little bit. Is forcing him to work harder. If you're not engaging Mandramov enough, then yeah, Mandramov's burning energy, but he's also not being made to fight hard while he's moving.
Yeah.
Got a super chat here. What kind of pizza y'all got? This is from Chris Saldivar. What kind of pizza y'all got? And by the way, I got Virgil split decision, by the way.
Virgil split?
Virgil
That's
split.
not a bad bet.
Yeah.
I would say the knockout would be the uphill bet for these guys. Just because they're so good, they're solid, they're technical,
Yeah, good chins.
good chins, yeah. Terrence Crawford couldn't knock you out. That's a
Right.
good sign, you know.
By the way, fight after this is for the middleweight title. It's Adamas Shiraz. That's the fight after this.
Yeah, but we're having fun. Appreciate everybody joining us here.
Boxing scene today. It's our watch along every pay-per-view right here on the ProBox TV
Right hand by
channel.
Mandramov on the out.
Yep.
And that's the thing here with Virgil. Virgil's, you know, you can say he's catching some of it on the gloves, but is he answering back? Is he answering back with anything effective? You know, like that's the thing. Sometimes, you know, people say, oh, the guy coming forward, he was just catching punch on the gloves. He wasn't getting hit that much. Was he throwing though?
And also,
you still give the guy the round because he came forward and catching a lot of shots on the gloves. I mean, is it follow the leader or is it boxing?
right, but also another thing, Paulie, Madramov's style kind of catches your eye a little more. Usually the guy coming forward catches your eye. It's almost like I'm looking at Madramov a lot more than I'm looking at Ortiz. That can affect judging, you know? Like,
Yeah, and there's actually an abrasion on the left cheek of Ortiz, so the shots are getting through,
they are, yeah.
even if he's got his hands up. So he's got to start answering.
They don't
back.
tickle, Paulie. That's what you told me. You go, they don't tickle, man. You know, similar thing. And there's Bud Crawford, yeah.
Ringside, probably all, you know, who's the top pound-for-pound fighter in the world, right?
Yeah, and he's going, it's me. And why don't you shut your big ass up? And
And he's like,
no, little boy, little
I
kid.
just be furious.
Yeah, it is.
So curious. This is round 3 now. It's Ortiz Jr. against Mandramov.
What do you say, 2 for Madramov, Paulie, so far?
Yeah. I mean, one.
He's just throwing more, man. He's just, yeah.
But yeah, I hate to give the round to the guy who's not even getting his hands off either. You know, so it's probably 2 for Mandramov for me. And again, a lot of stuff high on the gloves with Ortiz, but
Yeah.
also see the abrasions on his face.
But
So
he's
some of them
throwing.
you can't just catch everything when you block. You got to fire back. You can't
Right.
just block.
No points for defense,
That's where
guys.
it's through.
You got to throw. And Madramov's throwing.
And, you know, it's the most aggravating thing that they talk about, fellas, and Paulie, you know it, is judges sometimes look at the guy's face. That's how you can tell who won, you know? And if you're not throwing any punches, Virgil's getting marked up.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily believe the look of the guy's face, but yes, I mean, sometimes it.
Well, you know, so there are some judges that do it that way. Oh, the guy's all busted up.
Certain guys don't wear damage well. They take 2 and they're a mess.
You look at them and they start bleeding.
Yeah. Other guys, yeah.
Also, one punch can cause a lot of damage, and then
Right. Then you get outlanded the rest of the time.
Good jab there by Virgil.
In my experience, Eddie Alvarez, Michael Chandler. Mike just is a horrible bleeder. He swells real easily. And Eddie could really take a punch. And it was an even fight, but Chandler looked like crap. The second fight, by the way.
Got one super chat saying Madrimov 2-0.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah. That's how I got it too. That's the thing about guys like Virgil who have to plant to throw. You know, you got sometimes there's a danger there. Now he's using his jab, and that's better. You know, that's a bit better from Virgil. Shouldn't let anybody make.
He has a good jab.
Take away your jab from you.
But Paulie, how do you work the body on a guy that it's hard to get close to? Because working the body, you got to get in there somehow. Please.
Yeah, you use your jab to get to close range, and even if Madrimov was shifty, you jab at his chest, at his shoulders. You know, some at his head, of course, but. You throw it away because you jabbing at his shoulders and his chest, it disrupts his bounce. It disrupts his rhythm, you know. And so then by disrupting that, it allows you to then take that other step in and maybe get to the body or maybe throwing some harder shots.
Pretty good.
You got to be consistent.
Pretty good question for you, Paulie.
And it can't just be in the chest and head and chest and shoulders. Some of it does have to be the head as well, but you got to do enough to the chest and shoulders just to disrupt his bounce.
Paul, I got a good question for you. Madrimov ducks with his chin out pretty far, no? Pretty ripe for an uppercut.
Yeah, but the problem is timing that rhythm because his rhythm is so shifty.
It's arrhythmic.
It's also so varied, so you can't really figure when he's going to come out with his chest out. And sometimes when he's coming out with his chest out, you see he shoots a jab. So you got to be careful because he might shoot that chest. He might shoot out like that with a punch as opposed to just shoot out like that just to try to shift back. So some of it is a feint or a change of look, and some of it is with a punch, and then he's also shifting left and right. So it is there for the uppercut technically, but it's just very difficult to time there because he's so varied in the way he's shifting. So,
Better round for Ortiz.
A lot of counterpunching is anticipation. Most of counterpunching is anticipation. Basically, what I'm saying is his Raduan's rhythm is hard to anticipate.
Yeah. Better round for Ortiz, but wasn't enough to win. That's the question.
Yeah, well, is it comparison rounds or is it?
Yeah, did he win the round? I don't know.
It's the boxing scene today. Watch along right here on the ProBox TV YouTube channel. Don't forget, March 8th, you got Arnold
Long
Kagai,
Beach.
Joet Gonzalez.
Yep.
ProBox TV heading out to the West Coast, March 8th.
That's
good
a
stuff.
great one.
Good
Check
stuff.
it out on ProBox TV. Download
Contender
the app.
Series.
Yep.
Round 4, everybody. Round 4. Ortiz Jr. Madrimov. How do you got it? Hit us up here on the chat.
And it's one of those cases where rounds 3 and 4, right at the end of those rounds, if someone's going to start slowing down, here's where you start seeing signs of it. A guy that's moving like crazy in the first 3 rounds, round 4, if they're going to slow down, they start slowing down now. So that's going to be interesting.
Curious comment here from Modern Brutes. Ortiz is being outclassed. Thoughts?
I wouldn't go that.
Yeah, he's stuck in the cement, man. He's stuck in cement.
Yeah.
You know, he's trying to figure out, but now the fight is also more at center ring than it was at least before he was, sort of cutting the ring and forcing Madrimov.
Talk about comparison rounds. The unofficial scorecard gave him the last round to Ortiz. I think it's a comparison round. I don't know if he won the round. He looked better.
Yeah.
But to me, but also, Paulie, if you can speak to this, to me, outclassed implies you're really getting beat up. That's certainly not happening. Madrimov isn't really landing a lot of devastating punches.
No.
So I wouldn't say outclassed. I think Ortiz is trying to figure him out.
You're
and
right.
hasn't yet. That's fair. Outclassed requires a little bit more punching to me.
Yeah,
where
where you
man.
can't hit a guy and
Out-
he's kind of hitting you.
Yeah.
Outclass is also if he's doing this for 7-8 rounds.
Yeah,
then it becomes outclass.
I'm not there yet.
Yeah, if early on it's just Virgil maybe is going to be a slow starter because of Madrimov's shiftiness, or Virgil not trying to up the tempo of the pressure a little bit now, and he's going to have to.
Yeah, the community chiming in here. Madrimov 30-27. Ortiz maybe round 1. Madrimov rounds 2 and 3. Madrimov hurts my eye a bit. The way he hops around reminds me of slap boxing with my brother in the backyard.
You must be an incredible slap boxer because he's got some footwork on him.
It's like, stay still.
How many siblings you got,
Jericho?
Jericho? How many siblings you got?
I'm the only child. That's it.
You strike me as an only child. I would have guessed that.
Why is that?
you know, you're real particular about your stuff. Don't touch my things. Like you didn't have anybody else messing with your stuff.
No.
When I reached for
I
that
didn't have
pizza,
anything. I
and
didn't
you
have
looked-
anything.
When I reached that pizza, you looked all pissed at me.
Well, that's food.
You
That's a
looked all,
different-
yeah. You're like,
That's
whoa,
a different
buddy.
story.
Like, my
You
family,
lose a
like,
finger.
we just see each other's food. Anyway.
We ate in my house. We ate like we were in jail, man. You just
Where'd you guys get the pizza from today?
Anthony's.
Anthony's. Okay.
Yep.
All right. We got to find a Chicago pizza spot.
I like Chicago pizza as well. I like it a lot.
We got to find one. The
deep dish, right?
I like deep dish a lot. There's a Detroit place near me that's good. Detroit
Everybody
style
talks about
pizza.
Detroit pizza being better than being the best of all of them all.
I don't know. It's good. I like it. I like it.
Pound for pound.
Detroit had a Italian area. You know, there's a
Dude,
couple of
Madrimov
gangs.
slowing down a little bit. I think that was definitely an Ortiz round. I think that's the first round. That's definitely Ortiz.
Yeah, Ortiz also upping the pace a little
Get in
bit.
there, champ. Get in there.
That's why you should.
You heard him. You heard him. He doesn't like it. Robert Garcia saying he doesn't like it. He doesn't. He's starting to pressure him.
But
Starting to make
that's
him
also why you
uncomfortable.
should-
Yeah.
But that's also why you shouldn't give comparison rounds, because you see now if Ortiz starts pressing and winning rounds, you ended up giving Ortiz a round or early on that or two that early on that he didn't deserve, and now it adds up against Madrimov where now he's really losing the rounds. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he really lost that round, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, on the unofficial, then it would be 2-2.
2-2 unofficially, probably.
Is Chris Eubank Jr.
Yeah. All right, round 5, Ortiz Madrimov. How do you guys got it? Some people say 2-2, some people 3-1.
I'd say 3-1. That's how I have it.
Yeah. I think we're going to see now. Now we're seeing Virgil starting to throw hands.
You know when referees used to have a scorecard? They used to judge fights?
Yeah.
Back in the day?
Yeah.
How could you
Yeah,
ref a
in
fight
England-
and judge
in-
it?
in-
How can you pay attention to those two things?
You know, in the
They
small
still do.
shows, they do that, right, Paulie? They still do
No, in
it.
England, all non-title fights are judged by the refs.
Wow, that's absurd.
Yep.
Just how do you do two jobs at once? Like, I don't get that.
Arthur McCanty used to really defend that. He used to say, "No, that's the way it should be." Because early back in the U.S., back in the day in the U.S., that was the case too. A lot of things. And Arthur McCanty, who was old school, was senior. Arthur McCanty, he used to really defend that. Like the referee should be the one judging.
I think the
don't know.
referee should have one damn job, which is keep the fighters
agree.
safe and make sure they're not fouling. You know, like
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, they even have a ringside ref to help with the knockout. So it's a busy job. I agree.
no. Now Madrimov is in front of Ortiz, who's Paulie, as we were saying, dude, moving like that's fatiguing. You just can't do it for 12 rounds, you know?
And Virgil a lot more active, just like Robert said. He doesn't like you cutting off the ring, and here it goes. Got him in the corner. Virgil's got Madrimov in the corner.
It's that mental pressure.
You hear it in the gym all the time. Stalk, don't chase. You know, stalk, don't chase. Stalk, don't chase. Don't go after him. Cut him off. And of course, Ortiz.
Madrimov with some good straight right hands down the middle there. You know, some of those could pierce
Quick.
the guard of Virgil.
Got a question for you, Paulie, from Esteban Jr. Is it possible for Ortiz to fully pressure Madrimov effectively?
I mean, you know, I don't know to say that's not possible, but you know, I mean, Madrimov is a good fighter too, as is Ortiz. So you know, you expect if what you're saying is Ortiz being consistently winning the rounds because of his pressure, I mean, you know, you would expect Madrimov to also make adjustments to the pressure of Ortiz so that Ortiz can't just win the rounds on pressure. But then, of course, you know, you adjust back and forth. Fights of this level typically take several adjustments over the course of fights from both fighters.
Well, if something works in round 1, it shouldn't work in round 4.
Yeah.
At the high level, right? Like, oh man, his jab is really tearing him up. Well, yeah, but that shouldn't be the case in round 4. A good fighter will find a way out. Well, then you got to think of something else. You know,
Right,
it's chess.
exactly.
You know?
Leroy chimes in. This is great, but it's a shame that boxing isn't on the radio anymore. This is better than the radio.
What?
Man, see? You knocked him down, see? Right and the left, see?
That's
Man,
so
see?
funny.
I've worked it on the radio in England.
Have
it was on
you?
the radio. Yeah, England had it on a 5 Live radio for a long time. I called a couple of fights on the radio. It works differently. The blow-by-blow guy only talks during the round, and he is a special kind of blow-by-blow guy. He's like, he sounds like a a guy at an auction. You know, he's
Yeah,
just
an auctioneer.
like holding
Good
the
left
fight
hand,
very
right
fast.
hand, good footwork so
Yeah,
far by
very,
Madrid. I mean, yeah.
yeah, very, very fast. It's actually a very, very particular skill. I was actually very appreciative of it because I didn't know until I did it. And then between rounds, the analyst, which was my job, between rounds, the analyst gives the breakdown of what he felt he saw, you know, was seen in that round. And then during the round, it goes back to just the blow by blow guy. So basically, the analyst in the radio only talks between rounds.
Wow.
Yeah,
Somebody-
it was. I found it fascinating. It
Yeah.
was actually, it was. I did that a couple of guest spots on BBC Five Live Radio before I worked on TV. I found it fascinating, really fascinating.
Paulie, somebody asked, hey, when you were in Ireland and obviously when you did the stuff for the UK, did you use those mics where you have to put it
Lip
literally
mics,
on
they're
your
called.
mouth there?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did. That's a UK thing.
They're
Yeah,
called lip
that's,
mics, and yeah, it's the weirdest.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's all right. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. Sometimes people don't want their hair messed up in the headset, right?
Not an issue for me. Unofficially, 48, 47 Madrimov. I think that's fair. Might be tied up. I don't know.
Got one comment, Madrimov 4-1,
With this
Ortiz
round, I mean.
taking damage.
Yeah, you can see Madrimov is getting through, even though Ortiz's hands are high. That's the thing. Ortiz doesn't slip a lot of shots. He just kind of keeps his hands up and tries to take them on the gloves. But when you do that, stuff does filter through, especially if a puncher is sharp. Like Madrimov's offense is pretty sharp off that movement.
Fellas, you almost feel like even though he lost, Madrimov sort of, it was his coming out party against Terrence Crawford, going the distance against the best. And now we're seeing him. He looks so sharp in this fight.
Yeah, but it's a tough fight, and he's being made to work. We knew this was going to be a tough fight for both guys, and it is. But I feel Madrimov is working harder, which makes me curious about if he's going to be able to hold up the pace later in the fight. And if he slows down, Ortiz is going to get what he wants, which is a little rough stuff on the inside. What Madrimov said, Ortiz is going to get what he wants. Because if Madrimov slows down, then Ortiz can really bring the thunder, because Ortiz does have a gas tank himself, but it's just he only gets off. He's so cement footed that he only gets off in the pocket, you know. So if Madrimov does start to slow down, it becomes that kind of thing. Madrimov using a couple of shoulder barges in there. What's going on over here?
Leading with his head.
No, I don't know what's going on over here.
He did throw the shoulder on him.
They did.
I like that. Enough's enough.
Say, all right,
Yeah.
let's get to it.
Because things like that become important because he's been such a mover. He slows down. So what he starts clinching and holding, and the rest going, hey, none of that. You know, I don't care how tired you are. Like, too bad. Nice left hook. But Paulie, that's when it becomes so important to me in a fight like this. How many rounds did you give him early? Because he's going to slow down, and Ortiz got to come back.
That's the thing. He's already starting to get frustrated
Yeah.
because he's fouling because he's frustrated because he's like, man, I can't keep moving like this, you know, and I'm getting tired. So, you know, that's a sign of frustration too when you start fouling where it's so obvious that you're fouling, you know, like where you're just not caring if the referee even sees it or not.
You need a break. Yep.
Yeah, it's a frustration. So, you know, a little bit of breakage showing in mentally in Madrimov, but he's still boxing well. Let's see
I'll tell you that Ortiz split decision bet. I'm starting to believe in that now.
Yep.
Especially if Virgil turns it on here.
Where's my water? Grab it. So yeah, he strikes me as an only child. Anyway,
Again with that.
yeah, total. Oh, good right hand.
Just because I was loved by everyone, I got you.
That's not right to be just loved by everybody because it's special. Like it warped your opinion of yourself, J-Rod. Totally did.
The community dropping in. Ortiz frustrated. Madrimov's got to take off round 8 or 9 at this rate, Paulie.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you waste a lot of the energy moving, are you going to have enough energy to punch late?
Yeah.
That's it. So, you know, and if you slow down, you know,
Look
I
at him
said,
in the corner, man. Like
He is breathing
Ortiz-
hard.
yeah.
Ortiz is a bit cement-footed, so you know he doesn't get off, but he's got a gas tank, like I said. So he does get off if you slow down. Then his gas tank will start to burn gas, and he'll freely throw the punches he wants to. Right now, Ortiz has been able to conserve a lot of energy just trying to cut the ring off, and he hasn't been able to get off the way he wants to. So yeah, it's some interesting thoughts as to keep in mind as the fight progresses.
Turkey al Sheikh.
Galashi doing his little shadow boxing in the seat. Good right hand there by Madrimov to start the round.
Round 7 here between Ortiz Jr. and Madrimov.
Yep. Ortiz starting to take it over, I think.
Ooh. Madrimov throwing hands there.
Oh, good right hand there, Madrimov.
But you also don't get the impression, you know, from these right hands that I'm seeing, kind of these what we call blind right hands, that he's really hurting Ortiz. Like, that was a good one, and Ortiz is kind of okay.
I don't think either guy's getting hurt.
Yeah.
It's just the discomfort level shows more on Madrimov because he's being forced to move, I think, more than he wants to. And good smother there by Madrimov. And that's the thing. With the smother, sometimes comes a shoulder budge. So he's got to be careful.
Got a great comment here from Connor. Some of the trainers in the corner smack around their fighter more than the opponents do.
Oh, yeah.
I try to motivate.
Manuel Stewart, Lennox Lewis against Mike Tyson. You got a dead man in front of you. Just smacking him. I'm like, dude, calm down.
Emmanuel knew how dangerous of a puncher Mike was. He didn't want him hanging around longer than he needs.
Yeah, don't hang around with a puncher longer than you have to.
Double hook there by Madrimov.
Virgil's constantly trying to get him into that corner, constantly cutting off the ring, and Madrimov sneaking out of there.
Yeah, I like that double left as he sneaks out. Ortiz just been a lot more effective because Madrimov's just got to slow down at some point.
The thing is, Ortiz doesn't get off until Madrimov stops.
Yep.
And I don't know that he's getting off enough.
Yeah, that's the question.
Madrimov's getting off punches as he's moving. And some of them do get through.
Ooh, nice uppercut by Madrimov.
Yeah, good catch and shoot there. But again, it just, we just started the second half of the fight. It's round 7, so the gas tank here comes into play. Ortiz can get to the body just a couple of times. I think, it will slow Madrimov down. It's either no jab from Ortiz either, though. That's the problem. Like at distance, you got to use that jab. You got to close gap with that jab. Otherwise, Madrimov can move freely and then pick his spots to shoot, a couple of cheap shots freely and then get out again freely. No jabs from Virgil Ortiz. And when he uses it, it's effective, even in this fight. But he just, I don't know.
Let's see, uppercut.
A catch and shoot there after a nice stab jab to the stomach by Ortiz. Actually, a little bit on the belt line, but yeah, there comes the uppercut. Those are called nose grazers. Oof, those don't feel good. Ortiz says, all right, my nose is itchy, but I'm good.
All right, we're starting round 8 here. Virgil Ortiz Jr., Israel Madrimov. For the WBC interim, 154.
154, as we keep saying, man, so full of talent. Just everywhere you go is stacked.
Yeah, and we remember Virgil was saying he may move up to
Ortiz
160.
up by 1 on the unofficial scorecard.
See, when Virgil uses the jab, you see how he enters? He closes the gap so well, and he forces. You see what he does? He forces Madrimov to freeze when he jabs at him, and then when you freeze, you can follow up with the other shots.
Yeah,
that's why Virgil's jab is so important to use here on this pressure.
Yeah, feints in there too.
You use that jab, feint jab, and again, your feints become better when your jab is good too. They go hand in hand, but you see it freezes that movement. Yeah, nice work being done by Virgil. He's working off the jab, now turning hook off the jab there.
What strikes me, guys, is Madrimov's hands have been down the whole fight.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's his style.
Yeah.
But it's
Kinda like
it's kind of
relaxing.
weird to see a boxer with his hands down the whole time.
You never watched
Yeah,
Sergio Martinez?
but he's he's
Prince
cognizant.
Nassim Hamed. Some
Yeah,
guy.
but it's to me it's
rare.
It work. I mean, if it works for you, but wow.
Yeah, he's cognizant of range too, though. I think when you get up closer, you got to keep the gloves up. But I think he's cognizant of range.
We got one of my degens are jumping in here. Close fight. You got to believe Ortiz will take it in the later rounds and hopefully get that split decision for my wallet. So,
Yep. Listening to
I
J
hear you,
Rod.
my friend. I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. That split decision is looking pretty good.
Well, unless Madrimov gets a round or two here, I don't know if it's going to be a split. It might be unanimous.
Yeah, at this point, because Madrimov sort of disappeared.
Yeah. There's a lot of movement and less punching now.
We're in round 8 of 12.
But you see when Virgil stops jabbing, you see Madrimov starts to get off. You see now Madrimov is getting off punches. The Virgil jab is so key here, I think.
Sean Porter just made a pretty good point on the broadcast. It's time. He said it's time for Madrimov to be first.
Yep. Yeah. That's a good start.
Doing. Again, I think Madrimov is first when Virgil isn't jabbed, though. That's why he's won the rounds he's won.
Yeah.
He's gone backwards, but he was first a lot of those rounds. Now, Virgil works off his jab. Again, get that free. You notice for that when he starts with a jab, it freezes Madrimov's movement. Started to catch that pattern.
Virgil Ortiz, very workmanlike.
Yeah.
Just all the hopping around, first couple of rounds that Madrimov was doing almost didn't affect him.
Yep. Certainly mentally tough too. Just okay, you slow down eventually. But either no matter how you look at it, it's a close fight. Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like being patient and disciplined and to not chase the guy.
Yep. As we said, don't let a guy carry you. And you're not going to fight his pace.
But two of my favorite trainers are in this fight. You got Joel Diaz and Robert Garcia.
Yep.
Battle of the minds, too.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to piss Joel Diaz off.
I would not. The Cardenas fight, he's
Right? We saw it here on ProBox TV.
ready to hit his own guy with a ring chair.
Round 9 now. Ortiz Jr. and Madrimov. Tell you what, so far all these fights have been great.
Yeah,
and we got
real entertaining
And
card.
we got Adames and Shiraz next,
Which is good. It's going to be here for a long time.
for the WBC.
So I'm glad we're having
160.
exciting fights, guys.
Yeah, little pizza, some beverages, and you. Thanks for hanging out with us here on the boxing scene today. We'll watch along. Dwight Ross Jr. Madrimov needs to jab to the body. Virgil high guard is sturdy. Got to get those hands to drop.
Paulie, that feint froze him. Just like you said. He came in fainted, and Madrimov just froze for a second.
Yep. And you see Madrimov gets his hands high at close range. His movement is taken away.
Referee chirping. Stop pushing. Stop pushing.
He's going to have Madrimov on a short leash.
Yeah.
Good body shot, man.
Yeah, Ortiz.
You know what, Paulie? That's one of those things that people on TV don't always get, that we get ringside. I don't ringside. Body shots are like, and like you feel them. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
And on TV, like, I wasn't a bad shot. I'm like, dude, I was there. That was a bad body shot.
Yep.
Well, we had a knockdown on ProBox TV where on TV it looked like he barely grazed the guy.
Oh, but in real life it went, and
he might have broken the guy's rib.
Oh.
And ended the fight.
Yeah, sometimes you get those ones that scrape you across the body.
Yep.
I've actually been hurt in a fight with one of those. It actually misses and it just rakes your stomach. I don't know. It's weird.
I remember one time I was calling a fight where a guy threw a liver kick at a guy, and it grazed him. It didn't like it fully impact. It grazed him. He turned away and just like, I'm done. Like,
No more.
I'm out. Referee steps in. You know, it was an MMA fight, so he couldn't like take a knee. But I was like, he just turned around and went, screw this.
It's been all Virgil in this round,
Yep.
guys. It's been all Virgil here, round 9.
And that's what I was wondering. I was curious about as it started to get to rounds 8 and 9. As I said earlier, you know, what was going to be left of Madrimov if he was moving like that, and you're
Dude.
seeing it. And then the slower Madrimov gets, now the gas tank of Virgil comes into play here.
Paulie,
This is what he's able to throw.
worst feeling in boxing, right? I'm done. I'm starting to slow down, and Virgil looks good. Like, that's...
Yeah. Got a super chat from
Yep.
Chris Aldivar. Right to your point, Jimmy. Madrimov slowing down big time.
Yeah, man. And Ortiz, because he didn't try to keep up early, has plenty of gas. And and it's hard to back Ortiz off, man, unless you hit him with a freight train.
Yeah, good numbers at the bell there by Ortiz. Good combination.
And also, like, Paulie, rarely, in my opinion, please let me know, a mover like Madrimov also doesn't sit on punches enough to back you off once he stops moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not going to hit you so hard that you're like, oh, man, I got to be careful. I think Ortiz knows that once he stops moving, the comeback punches I'm not that worried about. Is that fair?
Yeah, his rhythm is off his movement. So it's like when stops, there's not a lot of deception to his offense.
Yep.
Some good shots in that replay by Ortiz.
Once you have a stick and move guy not moving, you don't worry that much about the punches. Yeah. Phrasing. Good uppercut, man.
All right, we're going to round DS. Round
See, once
10.
again, nice right hand to start off with, but Ortiz didn't go anywhere. You know?
Give another warning for the shoulder.
The community dropping in with Ortiz dominating at this point.
Starting to really
Can't
pull
argue
away.
with that.
Now, this is what I call outclassed, is you know.
There you go.
And Madrimov trying to get moving here. He's got Ortiz on the ropes. This is where Madrimov has to make it count. If he can't make it count here, then it's going to be out. See, again, the fouls. You see Madrimov?
Yeah, brought his head in.
He's getting frustrated, man. He's low key. He's breaking. He's breaking a little bit. A lot of frustration fouls on the
Good body shot.
I think he felt that liver shot did Madrimov.
I love how Ortiz hit him. Madrimov tried to lean on him, and Ortiz pushed him away
Shoved him
and
off,
gave him another one for leaning on him.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he's trying to take away the space because he might have been hurt a little bit.
Virgil back on the ropes again, Paulie.
Yeah,
And
but not a lot of great work done by Madrimov, even though Virgil's on the ropes.
Yeah.
He didn't really take advantage like that. A lot of
Leading with his head again. Is he going to lose a point? He led with his head again. He warned him already.
that referee's had enough.
Yeah,
He's chirping at him again in the corner.
I think he's telling him one last warning. Two strong warnings.
Two hard warnings.
At this point, you know the kind of referee you got, whether you know and what he's.
I like
get
him.
away with.
I like the way he's taking control of this fight. Yeah.
Gotta-
Good right hand. Dude.
Ortiz.
Madrimov's not going to win at this range, dude. No way.
At this range, it's not even going to be a split decision.
Yeah.
Stud just dropped. Hey, the chin is sturdy from Madrimov.
Yeah. No, he's got a chin on him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that everything's getting through clean either for the chin to matter, but I'll tell you, I'm the body shots of Ortiz when they get in there. Although good body shots there from Madrimov.
And also, what a lot of people don't see or don't understand, Paul, you and I talk about this sometimes off air, where people think, oh, this guy's got a great chin. No, he rolls punches. He does little things to take the steam off the punches. Roberto Duran, a great example, where he didn't get hit clean a lot. And people were like, oh, Duran's got a great chin. Yeah, he does. But he also takes the steam off punches with his movement.
roll a little bit.
Well with the shots, yep.
And, you know, both of these guys are consummate professionals. They're going to roll and dip and take steam off the punches.
I want to get some credit, by the way, of almost dropping the pizza and saved it there.
You did save the pizza.
It was
I was
a little
about to be
that
very
would
upset
have been
with
a
you.
10. That would have been a 10-8 right there. I would have gotten more in there.
Madrimov shooting
Don't
shots.
make me older brother you right here for dropping the pizza. And
Cannot relate.
right, yeah, you have no
Cannot
idea what I'm
relate.
talking about. No clue.
Cannot relate.
Yeah, Ortiz starting to take this one over, man. If he hasn't already.
Let's see how these restaurants come into play here.
He's tired now? Yeah, so am I. That's always my favorite, by the way, in the corner. He's tired. Yeah, me too.
Body shot there on this replay by Ortiz.
The body
man.
shots from Ortiz.
Well landed.
I'll tell you what, Ortiz has hit him with everything, and Madrimov's still standing. So, I mean, he's not winning the fight. He's not winning the rounds, but wow.
Yeah. But he's good at covering up just enough, get a little piece of the glove. You know what I mean? Like, Madrimov's defense is, yeah, like that. He's rolling back. Like, yeah, it's he got hit, but.
I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but so, Paulie, if Madrimov loses this fight, and he's losing this fight, that's 2 straight losses.
Yeah.
What happens? I mean, again, he didn't lose. He didn't lose to a bunch of bums, but what happens?
Well, if he's punished and by, being put in, I mean, obviously, I think he needs to drop a little bit of levels because he's not looking great in this fight either. A little bit of fouling and stuff, frustration, not the ability to not make the adjustment. But
Tim Zhu, old school loser leaves town match.
Hey, there you go.
You know, I mean, for the old pro wrestling fans.
That's it.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
You can't do a hair match because Zoo never has any hair.
Yeah, no
Well,
hair. Loser leaves town.
the thing is, you get a reprieve from that top level of the sport, right? Because you fought Terrence Crawford and Virgil Ortiz back to back. Okay, so you lost to both of them. I guess you get a little bit of a reprieve and you lower your level a little bit, and you continue to come back. I'm sure you win at that level, and then you work your way back to the top, to the higher level again. It's less work, I think. I think Madrimov is still a viable guy.
Yeah.
154, even if he loses, but certainly he's come up short with these two guys.
I'd hate to be that guy, Paulie and Jimmy, but boy, if I'm Madrimov's people, I don't want him to fight Tim Zhu because that really would be a loser leave town.
Yeah, dangerous guy. Yeah.
No, I don't think you go that route either. I don't think either guy goes at each other. There's no reward to fight a guy who's all coming off 2 straight losses anyway. So the guy with 2 straight losses is probably gonna have to go to maybe a top 20, 25 opponent just to get back in the swing of things. And maybe it's what Madrimov needs after 2 very tough fights with 2 very, very good fighters.
And then on the other side, gents, Virgil Ortiz wins this fight. He's already talking about going to 160. Whew.
Yeah.
Problem.
He's looked good. And I like the IQ. I like the patience of like, all right, got to come back late, no problem. Didn't panic early. I like the maturity.
That was the impressive thing, Jimmy and Paulie, how he stayed disciplined early when Madrimov was, jumping around like that.
Yeah, yep. And that's the thing. Early on, Madrimov burned a lot of gas, and that was the question that you had early on. We all had was, he's burning this much gasoline. How's he going to look late in the fight?
Yeah.
Once he slows down, Virgil would throw his hands. Good body shot there by Virgil. Good dig into the body again. Madrimov very frustrated too. He's the referee is, on his case now about everything because he's probably pissed the referee off so much that the referee doesn't like him. So the referee's giving warnings about everything now.
He's trying to slug his way
You
back
are allowed
in.
to shove a little bit. You can, now he's giving him, he's yelling at him for even little bump offs. You got to be able to bump off a little bit on the inside to create punching space too.
So then the question, gents, if he stays at 154, Virgil, Sebastian Fundora?
I think that makes sense.
Fundora's got a fight coming up.
Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is, Fundora is with the PBC, and they don't typically work with Riyadh season. So is that a makeable fight?
Because Virgil's golden boy, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Virgil's Golden Boy and DAZN, yeah.
Yeah, you see why Oscar De La Hoya is losing his mind ringside.
Yeah, because he's like, we're about to get
Yep,
some
about
good
to get
stuff
paid.
now. Cal Bear painting, Vamos Ortiz.
Looking good.
I think you're well on your way. Yeah, at this point, you're right, Paulie. That split decision's out the window. We're looking unanimous here.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, last round, number 12. Been a great night of fight so
Yeah,
far.
very good. But I also don't think if you know, I agree. I was about to ask, you know, he just said, you know, that both trainers want their guy to win the 12th. I don't think either guy can feel great about the scorecards necessarily, you know?
Yeah. Well, unofficially, they've got Ortiz Jr. up by 3,
That's about right.
Yeah.
106-103.
I got a inside story. One of my DGen friends who bet Madrimov is miserable right now, and he's saying,
Yeah.
and he's lost some bets getting robbed too at times. So he goes, "I get robbed all the time. It's about time I get a robbery." He goes, "Maybe they'll rob Ortiz."
Well, listen. It's still boxing. You never know.
I said, I don't know. Madrimov is Muslim. They're in a Muslim country. Maybe it'll work. I feel like that's why BETERBIEV got the decision the first time against BIVOL. You know, people go in what they got in common. You know.
Madrimov's certainly going for it, but nice
Great
body shot.
body
again.
shot by Virgil.
Yeah, but a good hook to the head by Madrimov there.
Madrimov looks like he's just spent.
Good right hand, though.
By Madrimov.
Madrimov starting to stagger around there of exhaustion.
Taking it sloppy though. Those Ortiz body shots, nice. Madrimov holding his ground a little bit more this round though. Trying to maybe got a pep talk in the corner, being like, "Bro, you gotta at least get this round."
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That you got to win the 12th to at least make it
And
interesting.
also nothing to save it for, right? So been a little sloppy, guys.
So what was your
all
pick
over.
on this? Ortiz split decision?
I had Ortiz by decision.
Okay.
I mean, Ortiz.
I mean, that's a good pick.
Yeah,
I got Ortiz
it was
on it.
minus money, but
Or Ortiz by decision.
Better to take minus money than no money.
Another charge, and that's it. That's the point, and that's gonna.
He charged him with the head?
Yeah, that's gonna end all the. Oh, was he? He didn't take.
He didn't take the point.
no.
He didn't take a point. Wow.
I get it. Last
Can
round,
Madrimov-
minute left.
Can
Like,
Madrimov survive without losing a point?
That's the prop.
That's the prop bet. Will Madrimov lose a point? Live bet right now.
I know, you know, there's a guy in a casino screaming right now. Let's go, referee! What are you doing? Take the
Well, that was
point.
the third warning. Third warning is supposed to take the point. But maybe again, you know, it's a Muslim country. Maybe he doesn't want to have a word with the sheik after. The ref.
Leroy saying, "Paulie, you wild."
you wild, Paulie. Yeah, we know that.
It's the equivalent of hometowns. I mean, you got to always keep that in
Yeah,
mind.
no, it's true.
Happy you're along here on the boxing scene today. Watch along. We do it for you and for the pizza, but we do it for you.
Good stuff. Ortiz. Madrimov is finished. I would say Ortiz by decision, which was your pick. I think it's a good one. Good pick.
Yeah, I think I got Ortiz winning this fight. Still can't believe Madrimov didn't lose a point though.
Yep.
Somebody's walking around stomping, throwing their ticket in the garbage. No, I don't want another drink. Let me alone. Yeah, Adamas Shiraz is next, and the interesting part about that is you've got the champion, not the favorite. I think it's correct in terms from a betting standpoint.
Yep.
But it's always striking when you got the A side,
Yep.
not as the underdog. I mean, and Adamas is almost 3-1,
Yep. It's crazy.
almost 3-1 underdog, plus 280. Over at
But
betonline.ag.
the people that think Shiraz is going to win it they think he's the future. Like, he's the guy. You know, there's just a lot of hype behind this kid.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's That was the striking thing, Paulie and Jimmy, about just Mandruma burning up all that energy at the beginning of the round, and then for me it was Ortiz staying patient, staying disciplined, saying, "Okay, go ahead, run yourself empty.
Yep.
I'll catch you around 7 or 8." I mean, the announcers are saying it might be a close decision. I don't think it's very close.
I didn't think so, but I've seen worse,
Remember, it's the British Board of Control. They're the ones that are the judging and the referees. They're the one that produce everything here in Riyadh season. Budaman saying 8-4 Ortiz. He really turned the corner here.
Yeah, he closed strong. And what we were fearing from Madrimov when he was moving a lot early on ended up being true. It wasn't enough late in the fight for him to have the energy to basically turn off what.
I tell guys, never set a pace you can't keep.
Yeah.
Let's see. 117, 111. Mm-hmm. $115, 113 times 2. Unanimous winner is Virgil Ortiz Jr.
The right man won.
Yeah. One card was a little wide, 117, 111.
And two of them were real close.
And 115, 113. And then JP says to you, Paulie,
that goes to show you.
No points taken.
But also that what does that tell you? I mean, I don't know who won the 12th round on the judges' scorecard, but that was a decisive round. If it had gone the other way, it's a draw.
Right?
Yeah. And now it's really curious to see what happens for Ortiz. One of the comments where he turned the corner. Does he stay at 154? Does he go after Fundora? Does he go up to 160? And for Mandrumov, what's next? I mean, you lost to two giants, two giants in Crawford and Ortiz.
Well, I think it's really, I think it's really the idea that the coaches know how big you are in real life. Like, we see how big you are in the fight. We see that you made the weight. We don't see how hard it is for you. All of that is kind of insider coaches baseball, where it's like, hey, look, he's going up to 160. Why? It's hard to make 54. Now, we don't know,
right?
But that's the kind of thing your coaches know better than you do. He's losing steam on his punches. He's having trouble making the weight.
He couldn't get out of 147 fast enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look at his frame. He has a good 54 frame.
Yeah. I think at 154, a title shot awaits him after a win like this. I mean, he doesn't have to go to 160. But
no, I don't think he does.
The route, without being disrespectful, Paulie, the route could be easier at 160.
Yeah.
But I think Alim Kanuli, Janabek Alim Kanuli, and Lara do not beat Virgil Ortiz.
No.
The winner of Shiraz and Adames is a tough fight, though.
That's a tough one.
Lara's my age. Lara went to high school when I did. No, he's just an older guy, great boxer, but you run out of steam at a certain point. It's an easier road, but man, he could be the man at 54, which is such a big weight class right now.
Right,
he could be a pound for pound
premier
king,
class.
This is a great win for him, though. I mean, what about a rematch of Boachuk?
Sure.
I wouldn't. I think Boachuk also. We after seeing what Madrimov just did here, and he kind of laid an egg. Makes you appreciate Boachuk more.
Knocked down Virgil twice.
Yep.
Yeah, Boachuk and Ortiz was a gritty fight. While Madrimov looked like he was kind of folding mentally, fouling and stuff like that. Boachuk and Ortiz was a great fight.
One of the things when we did our boxing lists that we never got to do back in the day that I wanted to do was not best boxers, scariest boxers of all time. Guys that made you go, because Shiraz is one of those guys where you watch him, you go, Jesus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's, BETERBIEV, one of those guys who's just intimidating beyond belief. But Shiraz is one of those guys where you look at him and you look at his performances, you go, God, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near a ring with that guy.
Total destructor.
He's a destroyer, and it is what it is. But
All right, so before we get to Adames and Shiraz, and we're going to hear a quick little preview from that we did on Boxing Scene today, give you a quick numbers, the odds over at betonline.ag. And we were saying Adames, the champion, plus 275. It was 280, went up plus 275. These are live odds as they're shaking. And Shiraz, minus 380, minus 375. I mean, talk about a huge favorite. I like under 10.5 rounds.
Sure.
Even though it's minus 125. And if you're Shiraz by decision, plus 180. Shiraz by knockout or by stoppage, plus 110.
Okay.
I like that. And the one that I'm kind of leaning toward is Shiraz stoppage rounds 10 through 12, late.
Okay.
6-1. That's the one I'm going with.
I
Shiraz
like that.
stoppage rounds 10 through 12, 6-1. That's betonline.ag. Let's take let's absorb this a little bit. The fellas, Jimmy, Paulie, and Chris Algieri broke down a little bit between Carlos Adames and Hamza Shiraz.
What do you think of that idea of disrespect, not only between the two fighters, but in the odds as well? The champion underdog.
I like the bad blood. I like the intensity building up here. You know, I think it can be said for both guys what Shiraz is talking about. Shiraz may be being dismissed a little bit, but Adames is also a guy who's been dismissed for most of his career. Was always better than he got credit for. And I think for that reason, Adames wants Shiraz to feel what he felt. You know, for me, Adames is the best of the middleweight champions. And yet, Shiraz is so good that I think he probably wins this fight. But that doesn't mean that but here's what it does mean. It raises the possibility that Shiraz may not get the credit he deserves for beating Adames. This is not an easy fight. And people never really gave Adames the credit he deserved. So I think maybe he's dismissing Shiraz on purpose. He's probably trying to say, hey, this is my time to get my credit. I don't want guys talking about this guy who's coming in favored over me. But this is a tough fight. It's a tough fight for both guys. But there's a risk factor in there as well, and the psychology only adds to it.
What do you think about the star power of the winner at 160? We've talked about this being a marquee division in the history of boxing, a little bit kind of in the background the last couple of years. What do you think the winner, what do you think it's going to take for the winner to shine as a star?
Well, listen, in terms of Hamza Shiraz, I think he's the future. The question is the future now? That's really what it is. Because I think this fight happens in a few more fights in Hamza's career. He gets a little more experience on him. I go Shiraz all day long. And I agree with you, champ. He still might win this fight. But it's a very, very tough fight for both these guys. Carlos Adames is excellent.
The shame is he won't get the credit he deserves for this.
No, because they'll say something.
And even Adames won't get the credit he deserves to be Shiraz, because Shiraz isn't on the record yet.
But
it's kind of a shame both ways.
Jimmy, to your point, Carlos Adames isn't a star. I don't think he ever will be. He doesn't really have that star quality. He's an excellent, excellent fighter and a deserved champion. Shiraz truly can be a star. I think he's got it all, and I've said that for a while now. I actually was DMing this guy a couple years ago when I saw him come up. I think he's got everything you need to be a star, but man, he's got to get through Adames, and that's no easy task.
I love this fight. I really like it.
I can't believe this fight get made.
This is a true boxing fans fight, because it's one of those fights that casuals won't really recognize or understand. But if you're a true boxing fan, you know how good these guys are. You know what a good matchup this is, and how it's happening right now. You're salivating about it.
And the fact that it's happening now, like you said, like you normally don't get fights like this early in a guy like Shiraz's career.
Yeah, Paulie, I wanted you to kind of follow up on that. This fight, you said this is a true boxing fans fight. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I mean, you guys there?
Yeah, we can hear you, buddy.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a fight. The reason I call it a true boxing fans fight is because it may be two guys that the general public may not know about yet, but boxing fans know how good these guys are already, you know? So that's why when you call it a true boxing fans fight, it means, okay, it's not going to have the fanfare of the crossover or the crossover appeal. But if you watch boxing and you're a boxing fan, you know that these guys are very, very good and probably deserve that crossover appeal, but haven't gotten it. Shiraz may get it in his career. He's young and he's got all the potential in the world. Adames, at 30 years old, probably not going to get it despite how good he has been. And so when you match these two guys together, I mean, I think Adames is the most difficult of the middleweight champions. And the fact that Shiraz is coming in and taking him on right now, and he's also this heavy of a favorite, goes to show you what the expectation is from Shiraz, because Adames is no cupcake.
It also shows you the upside of Shiraz.
Right.
That people believe, as Chris said, that there's going to be a superstar. It's going to be Shiraz. Right, Adames had those times to get it. He has a crowd-pleasing kind of style. So it's a boxing fans kind of fight, but it's also has the aesthetics for someone who doesn't follow the sport that much. They get the style of Shiraz. The guy's a powerful puncher. He's big for the weight class. It's easy to see his upside, right, in terms of crossover appeal. You know, that's how I see it.
Yeah, and again, I from the
How tall is he?
From the DGen perspective, it always shocks me now. You know, we saw in that video when you guys were in California, how the line was a little closer. You know, Adames pretty much stayed the same, but Shiraz was minus 280. He's almost 4-1 favorite now. I mean, so all this late money has come in pouring on Hamza Shiraz, and some people will tell you if the public goes one way, you go the other. But this will be very interesting. You know, Dominican Republic in the house here with El Bronco Adames, Carlos Adames. You know, 64% according
Also,
to
late
the broadcast.
money, smart money, usually. Later money.
64% have Hamza Shiraz. So, and this is almost a home game for him because it seems like he's always fighting in Saudi.
So it's going to be interesting, man.
Adames looking focused as he come into the ring. Every time we've talked to him over here at ProBox TV on the Spanish side of the broadcast. He's always laughing and having a good time. He is all business coming into that ring.
Paulie.
Yep.
Who's your favorite middleweight of all time? Because like when we were growing up, we were coming up, dude. That was a weight class. Like, middleweight was so good.
But I'd still probably say Hagler, from even Monzon. I don't know, Hopkins. There's also sneaky good guys in that middleweight division that sometimes don't get the credit.
I like Maravilla for aesthetics. Like he was so fun to watch. Sergio Martinez.
I wouldn't be a true Italian New Yorker if I didn't say Jake LaMotta.
Of course you wouldn't be. You wouldn't be. What kind of Italian American would you be? Yeah, Jake LaMotta, so much fun. But yeah, Hagler was my childhood.
Oh, of course.
He was champ my whole childhood. Like,
yeah. That's when guys, that's Paulie. You've made that point here on the show, here on ProBox, that guys were champions for a generation. There wasn't this moving up, moving down. I'm gonna be,
Okay, that was kind of all right. I said earlier that there were certain titles that were considered real, and other ones were like 54 is where you go on the way to 160, right?
Right.
But because of that, and I like now that people get respect at different weight classes. But part of the good side, the upside was you held that island. Middleweight meant something. And if if Hagler goes up to super middleweight, it existed when I was a kid. I couldn't name one champion to put a gun to my head. Like it just wasn't. You know what I mean? You held those islands of 47, 60.
I think it got invented later. I think they made it when Leonard fought Lalonde. They made the super middleweight division.
Yeah. Didn't exist when I was a child. But my point is, Paulie, is you held those islands of those really special titles. Being a welterweight champ, you didn't go up to 54. Like, what the hell was 54?
You had to
held
beat me.
that
You had to
middle.
take this from me.
And Hagler was like, I'm middleweight. I am never losing that title. And, he arguably didn't,
Well, to put a button on what you were saying, Jimmy, Shiraz 6'3", Carlos Adames 5'11".
So Adames isn't small for a middleweight.
And
what was Hagler? Hagler was 5'9" or something?
Really?
Chris said, dude, he's short. Like, I didn't realize how short he was. He met him one time.
Paulie, how do you when you're so much taller, you're punching down, which almost seems counterintuitive, right? Than what you're used to doing, but now you're punching down.
Yeah, I mean, you're when you're at range though, you understand your range. When you're taller, you have you keep a longer range so that you get leverage on those shots coming down. There are good fighters that fought that were tall and fought well on the inside. Diego Corrales, even Callum Smith, who saw earlier. But for the most part, you get a lot of leverage punching down from the correct range, and that's what you'd expect. The guys like Tommy Hearns and why they were so strong, and Eric Morales and guys like that. And I'm sure Hamza Shiraz as well. So it's an advantage. But keep in mind, guys, in the Hagler days and all those other days, the weigh-ins were in the morning of the fight. So a lot of guys would.
That's crazy.
The weigh-ins were the morning of the fight. A lot of guys would not be in the weight class that they currently fight in.
Yeah, good point.
15 rounds and the weigh-in the morning of the fight. Oh, wow.
That's just miserable all the way around, man.
You couldn't get on the scale half dead and then get your energy
Yeah,
back.
no
you
way. I
fought
mean,
it- you fought at a weight class where you made it more comfortably, so that you could fight that night and fight well.
I read an article about what fights would be different if they had been 12 rounders, and it's insane. Back in the day, just how many
Yeah.
great would have been like, no, you don't understand.
Marciano Walcott, Leonard versus Hearns.
Leonard Hearns is over. Hearns wins that one, yeah.
Arguello versus Boom Boom Mancini. Mancini
Yep.
was up.
Jack
got knocked out.
Johnson instead of fighting 87,000 rounds
Right, exactly.
in the heat.
Arguello Pryor won.
Yeah.
Is Arguello. Yeah.
That's curious.
Yeah,
Well, you know, there was actually a talk all this week floating around. People wanted to 15 rounds back.
No, I
No
think
way.
I
No
think
way.
it makes it a lot safer. Those
Yeah.
last three really were a problem back in the day. Yeah, if I remember them, you know. All right, underway.
All right, WBC middleweight championship. No interim here. For real, for real,
It's
for
a
real.
real, for real,
For real, for real.
for real, for real,
For real, for
for
real.
real, for real,
For real.
for real, for real. Okay.
And you can just see how tall Shiraz is.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's just Adames trying to get on that front foot and trying to back him up right away. I guess he came out shooting shots, but now it's Shiraz trying to establish that jab from range as he circles around. Interesting fight. There's been a lot of curiosity about Shiraz,
Yep.
and I tell you, there must be confidence in his team to make this the title fight that they go for. Is Adames, who for me was the best of the current middleweight champions,
Yep.
or is the best.
Shiraz staying composed. Hands up, chin down.
Yeah, Shiraz's last two fights, he beat Tyler Denny, knocked him out in the second round. That was in at Wembley Stadium. That was in the I believe the Joshua Dubois
Yep.
card, and then he beat Ammo Williams in Riyadh, June 1st, 2024. Got him in the 11th round.
Yeah.
So he's had two extremes in these two finishes.
Well, you know, Emma Williams also great athlete. You know, really physical.
Yeah, terrible
moved-
guy.
Yeah, yeah, tough guy to finish.
Adames trying to close the gap. Be careful. You just that calculated pressure. Adam-
Can you do me a favor while you're on the computer?
Yes, sir.
Tallest middleweight champion. Would he be the tallest middleweight champion?
Let's look it up.
Because I'm thinking of middleweight champs, and Kelly Pavlik was comparatively tall. They're generally not that tall a guys, Paulie. Can you think of any?
Yeah,
The guys I'm thinking of tended to be squat and a
Hey,
little.
if you guys know in the
thick.
community, shoot us a note.
Yeah, but the only one I think of that was noticeably tall was Kelly Pavlik back in the day.
Yeah, and he didn't fight tall either. He liked to
No,
bang
he
around.
liked to bang, but I think he was 6'1", I think. He might have been the tallest. Carlos Monzon was tall.
Oh, I think we forgot about our guy.
Who?
Well, it says Fundora, but I don't know if he was he a middleweight?
No.
Middleweight champion. I'm sure there are people who have fought at middleweight. Middleweight
I
champion.
said
Tallest middleweight champion.
The old autocorrect got me.
Okay.
I said
Well, it's
tallest.
also you're gonna probably have a modern because back in the day they used to weigh in early the day of the fight, so it's even harder to make the weight if you're that.
I know
tall, so-
Monzon was big. He was a big middleweight, but I don't remember how tall he was. I think if he wins, Shiraz might be the tallest middleweight champ ever.
Well,
I just can't think of anybody near that height. And, you know, we do this for a living. You know, you do expect us to know boxing.
Yeah, but this ain't Trivial Pursuit. Paul Williams is coming up. Tommy Hearns was 6'2"ish.
Okay.
Demetrius Andrade.
Yeah.
Demetrius Andrade. Paul Williams.
Well, how tall is Paul Williams?
Did Paul Williams win a middleweight title? I know he got a decision over Maravilla, but I don't know if that was at 154 though.
Yeah. And that and Maravilla wasn't champion.
Yeah, and I don't know about Hearns. Was Hearns a middleweight champion or no? I'm not sure.
Well, Paul Williams was 6'1".
Okay.
Now,
And
Paul Williams is
he
totally
lost to Maravilla for.
Yeah, he beat him and then he lost to him. So he's 1-1 against Maravilla.
Paul Williams was taller than 6'1".
And did Tommy Hearns ever win a title at 160?
Yeah, I'm not sure Tommy Hearns won a title at 160. I think Google's.
But I think, but so far none of those guys are 6'3" or over. So Shiraz would be the tallest.
And I think Google can't tell the difference between middleweight and junior middleweight.
Yeah. Dude, Adames doing the right things, man.
You're trying to stick that pressure.
Yeah, Demetrius is even 6 feet, so I think you're right.
Yep. I got my moments, J-Rad.
I know, man.
Not a lot of them,
Broken
but I have
clock.
a couple of them.
Broken clock twice a day. Pizza's good brain food, I hear.
Isn't it?
We're in round 2. Adames Shiraz, 160-pound title.
Adames so far putting the pressure on, just kind of stalking forward.
I like what Bronco's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to give you that calculated pressure, a bit of mental pressure. Keeps Shiraz backing up. Shiraz, the occasional jab, but not busy. He's holding his position pretty well in terms of staying off the ropes, but he's not getting anything started.
That was an interesting exchange because as Adames came in, Shiraz caught him with a quick little right, and now Adames, all right, let me
Yep.
I might have to do something else here. Yeah.
Hey, what's Adames should do? Adames should cut off the ring. Because he got Shiraz circling the whole ring, and Adames doesn't know how to cut it off. You're going to press like this, you got to at least cut off the ring. And Adames clearly doesn't know how to cut off the ring, as he's allowing Shiraz to circle constantly.
Nah, it's a good combination.
Yeah. Those long arms by
God,
Shiraz.
and he's quick for such a tall guy.
Yeah, they're making a good point for Carlos Adames. He just hasn't fought very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if Adames doesn't cut off the ring, this could be a boring fight, guys.
Yeah.
Shiraz is just going to circle, going to his left. Adames is going to keep following him. Nobody's going to get to anybody because Adames doesn't know how to cut off the ring, and Shiraz is non-committal with that lead hand.
Yeah, the last time Adames was in the ring was June 15th of 2024.
Wow, okay.
And won by unanimous decision against Terrell Gausha, which I think kind of raised some eyebrows. That
Yeah.
you would go, it was unanimous, but
Yeah, people expected a more dominant performance at the time.
he was coming off a bunch of stoppages.
Yep. Well, Shiraz's corner just said it's going to start opening up now. Like, now is when he'll start opening up.
Yeah, curious to see what the community thinks. How do you got this so far?
Let us know in the chat. All right, let's see. I want to see if Shiraz's corner is accurate.
Yeah, we're starting round 3. Adames starts the rounds very active.
Yes.
Yeah, because Shiraz hasn't moved yet. Once Shiraz moved, he doesn't know how to cut off the ring, and then the action dies. You have to wonder, I think, you have to figure Shiraz eventually intends to get started. He's very, very calculated with his hand positioning and
Yeah.
being, very selective with the jab that he's throwing. He's throwing pretty much the same jab every time. Now he's trying to measure here, trying to measure Adames. I guess there he's looking for. hoping Adames up a little bit.
2-0 Shiraz is what Macho Gavacho. Well, so far that's the winner for best handle.
It is a good handle.
Macho Gavacho.
I don't know, man.
And it looks like Macho cashed in earlier too.
Did he?
With
I
Callum
think Macho
Smith.
might have. I
you
think
go.
Macho might have. I think Macho might be trying to cash in on Shiraz because I got 2-0 Adames. I don't know how you give the Shiraz rounds. He's not even doing anything. Even that jab is not even landing, and that's all he's throwing.
Certainly, the Shiraz by knockout people are starting to go, uh-oh.
Well, like I said, you got to figure if you're high on Shiraz, you got to figure he's eventually going to get started, right? I mean, that's the expectation.
Right. I mean, my bet was stoppage late, 10 through 12, but
That's still certainly a
you
possibility.
you got to move though.
Yep, got to do
With
something.
the power that he's known for, he could catch Adames with a shot, hurt him, and then the fight could end. Who knows, But being on the back foot, will he be able to punch as hard? Typically good punchers want to be set to throw that gunshot right hand.
I always know when it's an Ismael Salas fighter because you can hear Ismael 2 buildings over yelling from the corner. He's training Carlos Adames.
A Cuban always recognizes a Cuban, right, Jerry?
Right. Well, that's it. That's it. We kind of look at each other. I see you, my brother. Well, you called it, Paulie. Not a lot of action so far.
Yeah, and I think the big problem, I'll keep repeating, is Adames not cutting off the ring. If Adames cut off the ring, there would be more forced action because Shiraz would run out of room. He would be forced to throw more punches. It would create more exchanges. Adames wants to pressure without understanding how to pressure, and Shiraz wants to box on the outside, but is being very, very selective in what he's doing, and so it's not very active.
Well, after this, Shakur
Yep.
and Padley should be interesting.
Late notice change. But how's the hand? That's what Paulie's worried about.
Yeah, that's
a
the
big
thing.
question.
I mean, even Robert Garcia was talking about it on Boxing Scene today. You can go back and watch the show on boxingscene.com about sort of the mitt work that he was doing. Just wasn't really hitting that hard.
Right.
Which, again, you're not going to believe the odds when you see these for Padley and Shakur, but it was curious.
Yep.
Modern Brutes just dropped us a Paulie, you'll like this. Just dropped us a super chat. Adames has on those Clubber Lang trunks.
He does. He does. It's a good observation. He does. He's trying to fight like Kobo, like he just doesn't know how to get to his man.
Prediction?
Pain. You know what the shame is? If he could get to Shiraz, this thing would really open up. Because then Shiraz would be able to force it to unload his dynamite. Adames can punch pretty well himself. This thing could open up.
Tell you what, Connor R was listening to my Cuban sandwich about the Tampas and the South Florida Cuban. He said top 3 sandwiches: Cuban, Reuben, and Italian. No particular order. And then our moderator said, "Hey, what about the Philly cheese?"
Yeah. Love the Philly cheese.
Yeah. It's a good one too. Can't go wrong with a good Philly cheesesteak.
Jim's in Philly. Jim's. Not Geno's, not Pat's. Jim's.
Well,
It's my spot.
It's a very big debate.
we're going. That's where we're going. You take me there.
Gotta go to Jim's. To me, Jim's is the spot. No offense to Geno or Pat's, but Jim's.
Well,
No relation.
Shiraz's corner said it was going to open up in this round, and so far he's been wrong. Pretty much the same fight. And that's another problem with having an entertaining card. Like, the duds stand out a little bit more. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad fight, but,
Right.
like, man.
This
we have
was-
to-
Listen, I'm not saying it's a bad fight, but we're talking about the top sandwiches of all
talking about
time.
sandwiches.
So
Yep. This thing is tough as I yawn, pardon me, but it's just this fight has not been
Round
stellar.
4 of 12. Yeah, you could definitely hear the pin drop now in the arena now. It's a lot less.
Well, I think Shiraz is finding out you don't win titles based on hype. You win titles in the ring.
Yep.
So he's finding it more difficult to actually be Adames than the so-called experts had pinned it. You know.
Oh, and one of the difficulties, really, as guys move up, you got to figure out how to open guys up that won't open up. You have to figure out a way to get into the defense. They're not going to trade with you. They're not going to open up. And Adames isn't doing that. He's keeping the pressure on without really opening up very much.
If Adames ends up losing a close decision here, he's going to have self to blame. I mean, no cutting off the ring at all. I mean, this is crazy. You're a championship fighter in a fight where you got to pressure every round and you have no clue how to cut off the ring.
Yeah.
Absolutely ludicrous. Because Shiraz's movement isn't even awkward. It's pretty elementary. So it's easy to cut off the ring against him.
Yep.
Modern Brutes chimes in again with the super chat. Eats in Dallas makes a fire 3-pound sandwich.
3-pound sandwich.
Paulie, let's go.
That'll fill you up for a week.
Let's go.
Body shot on the replay there by
Yep.
Shiraz. Good counter jab by Shiraz as well. And that's what I mean. When you can't get to your guy because you don't know how to cut off the ring, you allow them to possibly steal rounds on landed shots like that, you know?
Yeah.
And that was a round where Shiraz had a couple of good punches landed, and Adames, as usual, is following around the ring and didn't get much landed.
Great fighters can make adjustments, but round number 5, it's like, all right, what does Shiraz have? Like, how experienced is he to make the right adjustments?
This is going to be one of those things where if Shiraz does pull this out fighting like this, it's like a win is a loss because he's going to have impressed nobody.
Yeah. Well, and then Paulie, you say this a lot on the show where you want to look good, but you don't want to look too good. So all of a sudden, if he wins and he's the champion at 160, maybe people will want to fight him then.
I mean, at 160, there's fighting champions everybody wants to fight. They all suck. I mean, Adames I thought was the best one, but he's disappointed me right now, you know? I hate to say they suck. Listen, I was going too far. Lara has had a great career, but he's 42 and he's there for the taking, is what I'm saying. You know, Alim Kaluli, same thing. He was a pretty decent champion. I never thought Alim Kaluli was as good as some of the other Russians or guys from former Soviet states, but he still was pretty good. I just think he's on the downslide as well. So you got 2 middleweight champions who are the complete downslide. Adames, for me, was the hungriest one. You know, he probably hasn't gotten the credit he may have deserved in his career until now. So I thought he would have been the one that would have been flying here. And I thought it was actually tough luck for him to get a big puncher like Shiraz, who's got so much greatness expected of him in this fight, because, Adames is finally starting to get a little bit of his respect. But in this fight, they're both sucking.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, somebody made a good point going back to the Ortiz-Madrimov fight. So who looked better against Madrimov, Crawford or Virgil?
I think Virgil looked better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crawford's a lightweight. This is why this Crawford Canelo.
That's why you have weights, right?
Circus
Yep.
is a circus. Exactly what it is. That Crawford is still a lightweight who came up to 154. So credit for beating Madrimov, but it's still you're not as natural at 154 as a guy like Virgil, who ended up pretty much bullying Madrimov at a certain point and frustrating him to death. Couple body shots.
Yeah, Adames going for the. Well, listen, Shiraz not even trying to block those. He literally just kept his guard up the whole time.
Shiraz finally stopped for a second. That's why Adames was able to throw those 2 shots. Adames getting in there with the good jab between the gloves. Again, Shiraz moving to the left. I'm curious to see. Like, usually when you move in a certain direction, you're going in that direction because you're comfortable working. You're looking for something. You're looking to create. I'm not quite sure what Shiraz has been looking to create. He's missing. He keeps missing here. he's so non-committal too. So even all his power is not going to have a lot of power because he's kind of punching off the back foot, lands a couple of shots at the bell. But I don't know. I think for me that was an Adames round.
Right, and Adames yelled at him like, "Come on,
Yeah.
do something. Let's go. Start swinging." So what do we got on this fight, guys, in terms of who's winning this fight? Let us know in the chat, fellas. Jimmy?
I think Adames, not a lot going on, but he's the one bringing pressure. I mean, I would have to see some numbers, but I don't think Shiraz is necessarily outlanding Adames in terms of volume or in impactful punches.
I think they're both losing.
Yeah, but in that case, it's whoever's moving forward, and that's Adames. So I got to put Adames a little bit ahead, you know.
Yeah.
Modern Brutes on the super chat says Adonis needs to dip and hook, double it up too.
Yeah. But cut the ring off first because Shiraz will just move away from that hook. Shiraz is moving in the direction that's going away from that hook. So you got to first cut him off and then do that dip hook.
Round 6, WBC middleweight title. Carlos Adames, Hamza Shiraz.
Adames up by 1 round on the unofficial. Yep.
Feels right.
Yeah.
48-47 is the unofficial. Hector Afu is the referee in this fight, and the reason why I bring up, he's the guy that Mayweather threw out of the ring during his exhibition.
Warned him or something, right?
Of Mayweather throwing you out of the ring fame.
I like
Apologize for the technical difficulty there, but we are back in the middle of Adames Shiraz. It's opened up a little bit.
Well, the good thing is you didn't miss anything.
Yeah. It's
That's the good thing.
This is a fight you can take a
And
couple
also the
rounds
good
off.
thing
It's
is-
pretty much the same.
And also the good thing is, you know, as we see the arrivals of the main event fighters, the good thing is also that the guys are spending a little bit more time in the center ring. The last time chasing one another, so
Yeah.
maybe there's going to be some more action to come in this fight.
Paulie, I got a super chat for you.
Yep.
Who would have been your dream opponent?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I don't know. I get asked that sometimes, but I really don't know. I don't know. Maybe back in the day with day of the fight weigh-ins, I'd have been a little heavier. Maybe Jake LaMotta, I guess. I don't know.
Hey, can you imagine that?
Jake LaMotta.
Paulie and Jake
Yeah.
LaMotta going at it?
I'd have
What
liked
would New York have done?
I know, right?
I'd have liked to have a Floyd or Pacquiao fight just for the money side of it.
Right?
Yeah. Seriously.
You know,
I-
I swirled around them for a while, and I had 2 world titles in and around the weight classes. You know, sometimes it's just the way the ball drops for you, you know?
Yeah.
I think a Paulie LaMotta fight, there'd be more fight in the stands than there would be in the ring.
Yeah, that'd be a big one. That would have been fun.
The Cousins would have battled.
Another super chat from Modern Brutes. Adames has a Joe Frazier build, but he needs a left hook.
Yeah, very true. Yeah.
I mean, Adames is usually more active. I just think it's the styles not meshing together, and Adames' inability to cut off the ring, you know. But
Yeah.
Adames is usually a fun fighter to watch, and he's highly offensive, and he can punch pretty well too. It's just the styles haven't meshed together here in this fight.
Unofficial scorecard. Adames ahead by 1, 67-66. Sure. That's fair. I mean, it's been
Nothing
close.
much has changed.
Yeah,
since the
not a
last
lot's
time we saw
changed.
it.
Good right hand from Adames.
Adames
Finally
and
found
also
a way
you're
in.
You're waiting for Shiraz to stop moving a little bit, see if
Yep.
there's any he was going to give, but he's no,
Paulie, I think people are playing matchmaker with you, Paulie. SOB saying Paulie and Macho Camacho.
Macho Camacho, man. What do you think of that one? That would have been fun.
that would have been
Yeah.
an amazing promotion because Camacho also a New York rivalry. Ben
Can you imagine? Can you
Yeah.
imagine the tour? That would have been amazing.
That'd been great.
That would have been, yeah. You know what? That guy made a good point, man. Me and Camacho, because that's also I really had I mean, I really it was one of my favorite fighters, Camacho. You know, so
Yeah.
to be able to fought him, that would have been unbelievable, man. Especially the way New York was so cultural back in those days. You know,
All you
Good
could
right
have
hand by Shiraz now.
all you could have done, you could have had one in each borough. That could have been the whole tour. That would have been
Yep.
that.
yeah. The press tour would have been just go to each borough.
Just
you're
go to
right.
each borough and you're good.
Yeah. Yeah, he was lost. in life,
You're
Camacho.
missed and appreciated, Paulie. So that's another comment out there, though.
Thanks.
They
Thanks.
love our Paulie.
Yeah, man. We think he's all right. I'm glad the fans like him.
Sometimes I'm all right. Yeah. When I say things people like, they like me. When I say people things they don't like, I don't like me.
That's it, right? Got a note saying this is more like a light spar.
It
Kind
is.
of, yeah, but
Yeah.
all right. So all right. Here's a good question, Paul.
And it's sorry, Jim, I don't want to cut you off. It's more on Shiraz just being non-committal. But
Yeah.
it's so aggravating that Adames is getting all mad that Shiraz won't commit, but he won't make him commit by cutting off the ring. All right, go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
But do you believe in the you got to take it away from the champ philosophy? That's not a rule. It's just one of the things that people say, and you believe. Adames is the champ. Does
Also-
Shiraz have to kind of step up and take it away from him? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, it's the way it's supposed to be, but it also goes with the politics. Listen, if the guy who's not taking it away is connected politically, then he'll get the decision anyway.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't think they took away the title from me when I lost to the Broner in New York, with that fight. But
Yeah.
I lost it anyway, So I it's supposed to be you got to take the title away from the champ, but usually that's just excuses for when a guy gets robbed,
Yeah.
But because now let's see what happens here. The way the fight's going, I mean, that was another Adames round for me. The way the fight's going, what I'm more disappointed in is the character of Shiraz, because at a certain point, this is your moment, and you might be blowing it. You gotta put your balls on the table and say, all right, bro, there's a nice little rooftop combination that we used to call those rooftops in New York, jab to the stomach, right hand to the head,
Yeah.
by Adames. But when you're refusing to go get the title, to go, everything's in front of you and you might be blowing it and you're not committing and you've not committed the whole night, that, shows me a character flaw. And that's what I'm more worried about seeing in Shiraz if he doesn't do anything to change the momentum of this fight, then hopes he just gets to this a lackluster decision at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Round 9 of 12 for the WBC middleweight title. It's Carlos Adames and Hamza Shiraz. Remember, Adames was plus 280.
Yep. Make almost 3-1 money.
All of a sudden, if you had El Tigre, El Bronco, El
It's
Caballo,
looking good.
I think you're in pretty good shape.
Now, when did you say 10, 11, 12?
10, 11,
Shiraz by
12. I had
knockout
Shiraz 10, 11, 12. That may not happen.
That
Because
is
he's
sliding
going
away.
to have to
Shiraz
throw a
is-
punch.
Shiraz is nullifying his own punching power by allowing himself to be backed up like this too.
Yes.
It's going to be very hard to land a big shot if he's being backed up consistently. And you can see when he does throw, it's basically arm punches because he's on the back foot and he wants to be on that front foot throwing power.
Ooh, nice jab.
Nothing he's doing is
Hurting him, right?
not as much hurting him. You don't always have to hurt the guy, but at least make the guy think twice about like, oh, okay, maybe I can't just come forward recklessly like this. Nothing he's doing is making Adames think twice about the kind of pressure he's applying. He's not scaring Adames in any way. He's not making Adames think in any way. Adames is just gonna keep coming forward, and that's it. Now, if Adames, again, I'm gonna say for the 1,000th time, if Adames could just figure out how to cut off the ring, this fight may have even been over.
Well, after this, we get Shakur and Josh Padley.
Ooh, yeah. A lot of subplots in that one. A lot of questions to
Right?
be answered.
And
Yep.
this and that hand
that
is
thing?
going to be
Yeah.
the question. The hand is going to be the question for Shakur. I don't expect a knockout in that one, or maybe never know. Curious.
That is going to be interesting. And, the short notice replacement, all of that. How good in
Let's
shape are you?
see what BetOnline has
Yeah,
for us.
go
here.
check it
Let's see
out.
what BetOnline.ag's got.
As Adames, by the way,
What are
just
they
going
cooking
right
on?
back to what he was doing before. But Shiraz trying to catch him with a jab on the way in. But he's stalking forward, Trying to give some different looks in this round, but in a fight that was supposed to be Shiraz's coming out party, he just hasn't done much.
Well, and I'll tell you what, especially in front of Turki Al-Sheikh, he doesn't.
Yep, in front of the boss.
And speaking of which, like our boss, like Gary Jonas, this wouldn't work on ProBox.
Nope.
This is the anti ProBox TV kind of fight.
Yep.
Well, Shiraz and Adames have words.
Yep.
Well, good. I'm glad they're having words. How about they have some punches?
Yep.
What's the ref warning about though? What is he warning Adames for?
I don't know.
I think he's saying, remember when I got kicked out of the ring by Mayweather?
Yeah. Remember I get fired mid-fight for doing my job?
Some referees would actually stop the action and tell Shiraz to start fighting.
Some can. I've seen that happen. Yeah.
Because Shiraz is at the point where like he's borderline, like almost not fighting.
Yeah.
By the way, the Shakur Padley lines are ridiculous.
What are they?
Shakur Stevenson, he is 200-1 favorite.
Wow.
200-1 favorite.
Not. By the way, specify. He's not plus 200.
No,
he's not minus 200.
He's minus 20,000
20,000.
You gotta bet $200 to win $1.
to win $1.
Yep.
And there's some DJ out there going, "That's it. This is it.
I'm betting.
$5 million on this."
Yep.
And meanwhile, Padley is 20-1, plus 2,000. I tell you, Shakur, bad hand. I like over. I
I
like
put
over,
$100 on it. Why not?
I like over 8.5 rounds.
Yep.
Minus 130. That's quite the tax you're paying.
It is.
30% tax, but
But I always tell people like a small profit is better than no profit. So
hey, man, when those really ridiculous lines really only benefit, I think, the whale, the person that's gonna put $100,000 on a bet to win 20 grand. Well, but it's 20 grand.
20 grand.
It's 20 grand. You know what I mean? Like if you're betting $25, yeah, okay,
you're wasting your time.
that's not gonna work for you, but. Takes money to make money, right?
Yeah, well, Adames
And
the underdog. He
and
was a good underdog.
scared money don't make money.
Yep. A big underdog is winning right now. Adames moving forward on Shiraz.
And the disappointment in Shiraz that have no sense of urgency in the biggest moment of his career.
Yeah.
After people have talked so highly of him, no sense of shame to where all the people that hyped him up, he may not live up to it. Where as a fighter, if you have any pride, it would, you would feel a little bit of shame if you don't live up to it. No sense of urgency or shame on Shiraz. I mean,
Yeah.
he's just fresh, like just. I'll take this, and hopefully they give me a decision because we're in the Middle East and I'm Muslim. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy because it's getting worse and worse for him now. He's just literally on his bike now fighting.
Hey, Madrimov didn't win on one scorecard. That was the right. Ortiz won. So
It was closer on two cards than it probably should have been.
Yeah, then it should have been, but still, the right guy won. So Shiraz can't bank on anything helping him out here.
I mean, I think he's probably so far behind that even if somebody would have gave him a couple of gift rounds, it might not be enough.
I mean, do you think Adames' stock is dropping in this fight? I mean, he is the one moving forward.
His stock is going to drop too, just from not coming running on a cut off the ring. He'll complain that Shiraz is running around, but he is absolutely useless in his ability to cut off the ring.
Yeah.
Because Shiraz's movement isn't awkward. It's not like one of those kind of guys where even if you know how to cut off the ring, it's still hard to track them down. There are some guys that are like that. Shiraz's movement is very basic and elementary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really sounds like this has been more of what Shiraz hasn't done, and such a disappointing night for him that you almost wonder, okay, we talked about what's next for Madrimov and Virgil Ortiz. That you guys always kid me as a producer. That's like my go-to topic. What's next? What's next? Well, what's next for Shiraz after this? I mean,
that's the thing. I mean, TV execs don't want a guy like this on TV. He doesn't entertain, right? I mean, like we were just talking about on ProBox, he'd never be invited again. But will he even be invited back on these kind of shows? I mean, he may have to take a step back for a couple of fights, kind of get himself back together. And obviously, there was something there because he knocked out Ammo Williams. Ammo Williams is not world class, but he's certainly a pretty good fighter who went rounds of Buatsi and had done had shown himself to be a durable, good fighter. I don't know what got into Shiraz tonight. Maybe he got cold feet in the nerves of a title fight. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you what, Paulie and Jimmy, Shiraz certainly doesn't need me to make any excuses, but you almost feel like, is there an injury? Is there something that's made him so tentative, or is he just outclassed?
If the fight started like a barn burner and then slowed down, I say, okay, maybe he's got an injury to his hand or something. But it didn't. The fight, he started like this and he came in like this. His mentality was to fight like this, and he never tried to go for it. I mean, now we're in the championship rounds. Let's see.
Yeah, but it's also this idea, as you said, Emma Williams is a good fighter. We don't judge great fighters on how they look against good fighters. We judge them on how they look against great fighters and how they look against champions. That's tonight. Like,
of course. What I'm saying is, I guess, you could say he looked apart thus far, but tonight.
Yeah. Tonight's the men, separates the men from the boys, Yep.
Connor says, send Shiraz to that California commission from Wednesday and he'll get a win.
Oh,
hey, now. Hey, I just proved you're watching. So thank you for watching ProBox TV. March 8th, back in California, but Southern California. Long Beach. LBC, 213 to the 562.
Yep.
Yeah, they are not treating Shiraz kindly here.
Nor should they.
Not impressed at all, says SOB. They sure hyped this Shiraz guy up.
They did, man, and I was expecting a lot more.
Round 11. And if you're Carlos Adames at this point, you're just like, Kind of, you know, to echo your thoughts, Paulie. Just hope they don't take it away from me.
Yeah.
We'll see.
So after what you saw with Virgil Ortiz, Paulie and Jimmy,
Yeah.
would you throw him in there against Adames? Would you throw him in there? I mean, because obviously you're licking your chops. You're licking your chops.
Nah. Adames is having trouble tracking a guy down who runs. Virgil doesn't run, and we've
Virgil
seen Adames.
doesn't run. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen Adames against guys who engage, like Derevyanchenko and whatnot. You know, he throws a lot of punches, and he fires and he fights, and he's dangerous. You know, this is a stylistic problem here for Adames. Movement obviously bothers him. Doesn't even have to be good movement; it just has to be movement, and he'll go into some problems. So a Virgil fight actually would be a good fight. Good counter shot there
Good
from
counter left.
He's having a decent round, Shiraz. But yeah, Adames and Virgil would be actually pretty good because both guys wouldn't have to find each other.
What, you might go with the easier champ and go with Arislandi Lara, who's the age factor. But hey, look, you know, pick up the title first before going after Adames.
Yeah,
You can make
then
it
you
look
can
bad.
do a little unify. Yeah,
Yep.
that would be a Golden Boy PBC kind of marriage with
would-
Laura.
Makes sense for me.
Ismael Salas trains Laura too. So
Yep.
So we go to the 12th round.
Final round that, for entertainment purposes, can't come fast enough in this fight. Like, it's just, you know, I always say, have you seen the movie Unforgiven?
Of course.
All right. And I always talk about this scene where this guy has, guy has one arm, he's loading all these guns. Guy goes, why do you have, 4 guns and one arm? And he goes, I ain't getting killed for lack of shooting back. Similar kind of thing where if you're leaving the fight going, I could have done more, that's the word. You leave it all in there and you lose.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
better man.
Michael Moore, you're going to cry tomorrow.
Yep. And I think Shiraz is going to cry tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, Adames has been moving forward and everything, but he's not, it's not like he's landing big punches where Shiraz is hurt or anything. Never hasn't hurt Shiraz once, It's almost like, what did you come here to do if you weren't going to throw punches,
Yeah. I think Shiraz could have got round 11.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Carlos Adames, I got to make this 12th round count. I don't know what Salas told him, but hostile environment, you're the visiting guy in this,
Yep.
even though you're the A side, even though you're the champ, you're the visitor here. I think you want to leave that recency
Finish it out strong,
You want to leave
yeah.
that recency bias, guys.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the unofficial scorecard has got
out of
Adames
reach. Yep.
up by 3, but
Yeah. I think that's about right,
And I like it. And Adames
Yep.
taking it to him. Not backing away, not saying, all right, I'm just going to sit on my 3-point lead.
We haven't had one fight tonight where somebody sat in the 12th round. Mm-hmm. Everybody's gone after it.
The question with that next fight is, will we see a 12th round?
Yes.
Shakur Stevenson, Josh
Sure.
Padley coming up next.
Shakur doesn't get a lot of stoppages, but, obviously Padley taking it at the last minute. So the possibility there.
Did Padley make weight or did they change the weight around?
I heard no issues.
yeah, I
with,
know.
I heard no issues with weight, but we'll double check.
Which indicates either you had something coming or you were just in good shape to begin with.
Yeah, I think he was. It wasn't a Bacoli situation.
Yes, it wasn't.
Was
from
Padley a
from the
lightweight?
couch
Or Padley,
to the phone.
was Padley a lightweight, or is he a junior lightweight?
I believe he was a lightweight.
Oh, he was a lightweight. Okay, so that's interesting.
Yeah, couch, phone, plane. That's when you're overweight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Padley's a lightweight. Last fought September 21st at Wembley when he beat Mark Chamberlain.
Okay.
I'm still throwing.
Yeah, Adames, leaving no doubt.
Yep.
Oh, come on now. Jay Bone saying Adames is going to get robbed. Come on. Positive
Don't
thinking
start
here.
with this negativity right now. Not in the mood for it.
Shiraz has fought these last couple of rounds. You see, he just had fought just a little bit, and he's already given some problems to Thomas in the last couple of rounds.
But to me, Paulie, that's just frustrating. Like, yeah, where was this in round? When someone finishes
This is
strong,
the bare minimum.
yeah,
This is the bare minimum, and he's troubling the Damas. Just imagine if he would have done more.
right. Whenever a fighter finishes strong, man, you go like, dude, where was this?
Right,
When it
right.
mattered.
I wouldn't even call this finishing strong. I just
Right.
call it he finally gave an effort, and then he's actually, troubling Adames. So imagine if he would have gave this effort, even this middle range, this middle level effort the whole time, he would have probably done well.
Well, fight's over. Now we wait.
Yeah.
I love the corners putting their hands up, like, dude. Nobody should put their hands up.
Like, put your hand down, man. Put your hand down.
Everybody should. Obviously, both sides are going to think they won.
Disappointing.
A whole lot of nothing went on in the fight.
Disappointing. And this is one we were really looking forward to. J-Rod.
Right. Because we thought, well, it was more so. It's funny. We were looking forward for Shiraz.
Yep.
Because Paulie mentioned this was a boxer's fight. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it turned out to be, let's call it what it is. It was a stinker.
Yep.
It laid an egg.
This fight laid an egg.
It went.
Yep.
We wait and see here. More shout-outs for Paulie. Paulie has one of the best set of boxing eyes. Excellent analysis. Saludos, campeón.
Thank you, guys.
There you go.
J Bone saying Virgin Ortiz finally popped his cherry. He's ready for a big super fight.
Yeah, I thought he looked good. I thought he really did look good.
Yeah.
The question is, will be at 54 or 60?
That'll be it.
That's kind of the issue to me.
Because I think the one little sort of the splinter that Virgil has is he's an interim champion. So,
Yep.
as we've talked before, that and 3 1/4 will get you on the subway.
Right. He doesn't have that lineal title. It really gets you the juice moving up in weight class. They can't ignore you. You're the lineal champion.
We got somebody on the chat said Adames win ? We think so.
I
We'll
think
see.
so. I think it's
We're
pretty
about
clear.
to find out. I think so. Hope we don't see any masks at ringside.
Oh, please.
Fellas, when you get a chance, can we get the fight in our ear?
Yeah.
Just to hear the just to
A little
hear
bit,
the
just to hear the
announcers
decisions.
when you get a chance. Our crack crew here doing their thing. Boxing Scene today, every day. Go to boxingscene.com. Have you checked it out, by the way?
From the man cave.
Brand new layout. They're about to make the decision here. You always hold your breath when it comes to these decisions and see who's going to.
Draw?
Was that a draw? A draw?
Hey, both of them lose. Neither guy deserves to
My
win.
goodness.
That is
Well, it's.
absurd.
I wouldn't call it a robbery, but I would call it a pickpocket.
Yeah. An attempted home
split-
invasion.
a
The Middle
split- a
East- the Middle
split
East is
draw.
starting- Guys, the Middle East is starting to get a pattern, guys. They're starting to be a pattern is starting to pick up in the Middle East. Muslim fighters have advantages.
Jesus.
Telling you, there's a pattern being picked up over there.
A split
draw.
Because we saw Shiraz put his hand up,
And I was like, oh my God, they robbed him. And
and then we see Adames put his hand out. Wow.
What were the cards? I didn't hear.
Yeah,
What were
we're
the cards?
going to get that information, but we'd love to hear what everybody says in the chat. Split draw.
Well, at least the good thing is the title doesn't change hands because no title should.
yeah,
change.
he doesn't lose the title.
You know.
But still, that's a damn robbery.
Wow. Split
Oh
draw.
my God.
Well,
That's insane.
That is insane.
Well, as you said, Paulie, the good news is Adames doesn't lose the title, right?
Yeah.
He didn't
Not
lose
as
him
bad
on
as
a
being robbed with
freaking
the
robbery.
loss.
But the bad news is, do we get another one of these? Do we get a
Oh
rematch
God!
of
But
this?
yeah, that's another point. Is no one wants to see that again. So you know what? Are they gonna rematch? I want to pay for that.
I don't think anybody
That's
wants to
one
see
you're
that.
going to take your draw and you move on.
Yeah,
You don't need that. Nobody needs that in their life.
I totally agree with that.
That was 45 minutes we can't have of our life that we can't have back.
115, 113 Shiraz, 118, 110 Adames, and then buck 14.
What the?
15,
118, 110 on one,
Adames.
which okay,
Which
but
the
it's the
guy
idea
was
that the
What
scorecards
about
are
the
all over the
15,
place. Is
13?
absurd.
What about the 7 rounds to Shiraz guy? That doesn't 7 rounds to Shiraz?
That's so bad. That sucks.
Well, let's all kind of 115, 113. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
hashtag
it's just-
because boxing.
But it bothers me so much because there shouldn't be this disparity between what the audience sees
cafecito.
and what a so-called judge sees.
Would you like some cafecito?
No, I'm good, thank you. Not a coffee
This
drink.
is
for
the
myself.
one thing about the man cave, you
I'm a
know.
tea guy.
We get a little Cuban coffee.
That is literally a thimble full of coffee.
That's it, man.
That's
all you need.
I can smell that from here. Real strong. My family's Greek. We have a similar thing. Greek coffees are real.
Yeah, I love it. Cheers, salud. So official 115 for Shiraz, 118 for Adames, and then a 114 split draw.
So dumb. Jesus.
Why they got to make it weird, dude?
Why do they make it weird, bro? Why you gotta make it weird?
And that's the
Make it
thing.
weird, bro.
Nobody wants to see this fight again.
Yeah.
So everybody go about your business.
But it's also like, well, now Shiraz looked like, I don't think he looked good at all in that fight.
Right.
Got a gift, and then what do you do with him?
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like promotionally, all right, you don't want to see the Adames rematch. Once again, like picking the bones of like
There's not going to be demand for him to get another title fight with anybody. So
right. Lara has a similar thing where, as old as Lara is, Lara's defensively savvy. He's slick. That could be a snoozer.
Oh.
That would be awful. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I don't see a combination that's good at 160, Paulie, for him.
yeah.
And meanwhile, Virgil Ortiz just. I almost feel like you know, in that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio and Daniel Day-Lewis about New York.
Gangs in New York. Yeah.
I could just see like Virgil's like the butcher
Oh.
just sharpening his knife, going, I cannot wait to get into 160. Well, listen, speaking of gifts,
Yes.
Josh Padley got a house. Josh Padley's getting paid because he's going to fight Shakur Stevenson. Came in at the last minute. We broke it down for you. The champs did. Paulie, Chris, Jimmy. Let's get into what we think about Shakur Stevenson and Josh Padley.
Welcome, everyone, to Boxing Scene today here on ProBox TV. As you can tell from the background, we are at the Chicken Ranch Resort and Casino here in lovely California, just outside the 209 at Stockton, getting ready for a big fight tomorrow night. With this Boxing Scene full of boxing news, that's what Boxing Scene today is all about. You know my guest, Paulie Malignaggi. You see him all the time, but we're joined by boxing royalty, Robert Garcia, fantastic boxing trainer, joining us today to talk about all our boxing news. And J-Rod, as always, in studio, ready to kick the stories whenever you're ready, J-Rod.
Well, in boxing, fellas, the only constant is change. Yesterday on Boxing Scene today, we said Shakur's fight with Schofield is off. Well, he's got a new opponent. Let's check out the headlines. Well, undefeated Englishman Josh Padley is going to get in the ring with Shakur. Fellas, what do we make of the change, and what kind of adjustments from the training standpoint do we have to make?
Fortunately, we have Robert Garcia to answer these questions. Robert, it's not easy to get somebody ready for someone new. Even if it's maybe a step below what you're ready for, that change of style can be tough. What's your thought, man?
Well, that is true, but when you have somebody like Shakur, who is talented, probably pound for pound, one of the most talented fighters in the world, I don't think it'll be a problem for him. It's not like they're putting in somebody like Lomachenko or Tank Davis or Keyshawn Davis or anything like that. They're bringing somebody in that is not going to be a big threat. It could make a little bit of frustration the first few rounds just to get adjusted to the style. But Shakur being so talented, I think he's going to have no problem.
Is it one of those things, Paulie, where he has to look great against a new guy in order to justify his position in the sport? As Robert Garcia said, he's one of the best in the world. Does he have to go out there and look dominant, or are you telling him, look, just
I think, Jimmy, I think this is a difficult position to be in for Shakur Stevenson, because if you don't look good, you're gonna get criticized. If you look good, you're taking on these fly-by-night guys that took the fight last minute. I mean, it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. Shakur has been trying to get the fights. They just haven't fallen his way, and he's had a little bit of bad breaks in several. You can look at that in several different ways, with the broken hand, and then the opponent falling out here with Schofield on fight week. So at this point, you'll take what you can get, right? You'll take just to keep busy because you're coming off an injury. Maybe this guy Padley is the right opponent as far as testing out the hand, because remember, he's coming off a hand surgery, is Shakur Stevenson. So the first thing I looked at when I saw the replacement opponent, obviously the record's good because you need to sell it. You need to sell it as a marketable enough opponent to replace the last minute. But also I looked at how many KOs the guy had. The guy only has 4 KOs. So you're looking at, you're not going to get your replacement with a puncher as well, because I know Lucas Body was also in the mix. Lucas Body has a fight scheduled early March, and he has that big win, knockout of the year contender over Ashton Silva last year. He's a kind of a big puncher, undefeated as well. He could have been a more marketable name to put in there because he's got that knockout last year. But I also understand the fact that you're not going to take on a puncher at the last minute. Body was getting ready for, like I said, an early March fight, so he was in shape. But again, I don't necessarily knock that. You don't just go into a last minute replacement and then get a puncher who you haven't trained for, right? So I think Padley kind of fits the bill, for this kind of situation. He's undefeated. He looks the part. It's not a total wash. You'll get to stay busy, but Padley also isn't of this level, especially the Shakur Stevenson level. Shakur for me is the best guy in the division.
Robert, I got to ask you about that hand injury. How much can you test that in the gym as a trainer? How much can you make a guy get that out of his mind? So I know a lot of guys, they hesitate to throw the big shot when they've had a hand injury. How much can you do in the gym to get that out of his head, Robert?
You just got to put him to work. You just got to put him to work. Make sure he's sparring the right guys. Obviously he has to have the right gear when it comes to sparring gear, gloves, and everything. But there's nothing else to do. Just put it to test. We've been watching him train here in Saudi, and he's obviously last week everybody trains differently, but what I see from him is he's training really light when it comes to punching. He's not throwing any hard punches. He's just throwing speed combinations. He's not even doing mid work. He's doing paddle work where he's not even landing any hard punches. So that might be a little bit of a question. Is his hand 100%? Is he okay? I don't know. I think with the change of opponent, people were not very excited about Schofield anyways. So I think this just makes it worse for him. Worse because he has to look sensational just for people to say, well, he did what he had to do. He was supposed to do this. If he has problems beating this guy up, then it's gonna be worse for him. I think it's gonna look ugly on him.
Paulie, what's the attitude of Padley coming in late notice against one of the best pound-for-pound fighters in the world? You talk about how Shakur Stevenson has almost everything to lose and not a lot to gain. Does Padley, is he in a nothing-to-lose situation?
Yeah, for me, you look at a guy like Padley or anybody who would have stepped into this situation. Listen, anybody who would have stepped in this situation, it wouldn't have been somebody with a lot to lose. Anybody with a lot to lose wouldn't be doing this at the last minute, right? They would be able, if somebody has a lot to lose, that means they have a sort of a big position in the sport, and they can afford to sign a fight with Shakur with a long period of training and all that other stuff. But somebody who's going to be the replacement opponent obviously has a small position in the sport. So it was always going to be win-win for a person in that situation or at that point in their career. So I figured whoever was going to get this shot, it was going to be win-win, because hey, you come in, if you strike lightning in a bottle and you win, you've just shocked the world, and you're all over the headlines and you're all over the tabloids. If you lose, you lost to the guy who's arguably the number one guy in the division, and it's a world title fight. You know, we all dream of fighting for the world championship. You know, and you also pick up a nice payday in the process because, hey, that the last a couple of days ago, you didn't have this in your bank account. Now, on a couple of days' notice, you're gonna get a nice padding to your bank account. So it's, you know, there's a lot of winning things there. I think that if Padley can look somewhat respectable, and that's the position you got to be in. You say, okay, I don't know if I can beat this guy, especially last minute notice. He's the champion of the world and he's the best fighter, you know, in the division possibly. I don't know if I can beat this guy. Can you go for it at all costs? Can you show something in the fight where even if you don't win, people will now look at you as sort of a viable player in the division, and it puts you in position to get other fights in the division, other fun fights. People may want to see you again. Sometimes, you know, you also have that. So it's not just about the money. It's about the opportunity and taking advantage of it, you know, and opportunity knocks, but you got to be prepared to answer the door. And right now, opportunity is knocked for Josh Padley.
So now's the part of the show I've really been looking forward to. Prop bets for this fight. Go ahead, J-Rod.
0.
All right.
Zero.
Okay, good. Moving on.
Bet online.
Moving on to the next part of the show. There are no prop bets for this at all.
Nope, not on betonline.ag. Listen, 200 to 1 favorite is Shakur.
That's all you need to know.
20 to 1.
That's it.
Underdog is Padley. Throw $5 on Padley. You never know. No, I wouldn't even do that.
I would. Yeah, throw $100 just.
You know, it's funny.
Biggest upset to win of all time in a title fight's got to be Buster Douglas, 42.
Right? Andy Ruiz.
But what were the odds on Andy? They couldn't have been 42 to 1.
No, they weren't 42.
They don't do that anymore at all. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, because the casinos, the books, they're not going to expose themselves that much.
Right, where you could go out of business.
The only reason Tyson was fighting Douglas because it was a tune-up for the Holyfield fight, which then...
Right, exactly. Yeah. And remember, most books didn't even put odds on it. Only, I think, Harris put odds on it.
And remember, Tyson wasn't a degenerate enough to put it on pay-per-view. He knew when he lowered his level of opposition, he had to do it, you know, on HBO.
It's on HBO, yeah.
Well, I will bet under 8.5 rounds at -110. It's almost even money. So let's try that.
Okay, yeah.
But again, that requires a stoppage from Shakur. So
The
we'll see.
only thing
We'll see about that
look,
hand.
The only thing you could bet, he re-breaks his hand and has to quit.
Shakur takes his time.
Right.
Can you imagine? And again, this is for the title.
Even if Shakur breaks his hand, he probably beats this guy one-handed.
Yep.
All right, so here we go. Josh Padley.
The only official knockdown of Floyd Mayweather's career, broke his hand, and his hand hit the canvas. He was in so much pain.
So I guess they gave Padley a house as part of the contract. So I don't know if they've moved in yet, but
he got
this
paid.
This guy's an electrician. He was on the job a couple of days ago.
Yep.
It's a paid house.
Yeah. They gave him his deal and a house.
Padley, good for you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome.
I don't know how you choose the house. How does that even happen? Like, what house is it? How do you choose it? Like, how does that come into the deal?
He may have just said that just to see if they give it to him. Like, yeah, I want a house too.
The rumor with Bacoli is that he's getting $600K for it, 600,000 grand.
It's a hell of a payday.
600 grand. Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
On 2 days' notice and being on the couch. Yeah.
Yep.
Although Shakur was also a little salty at the weigh-in with Padley.
Padley's got like, dude, I
kind of pushed him, kind of like
saved this fight,
elbowed him out of the way. He's like, "What are you doing, guys? I was going to invite you to my house.
I
got a new house.
I got a new house. Want to come by help it out?
Are you coming over? We'll be there. We'll be there Sunday."
Padley just threw a nice right hand there.
He did, but the thing is here is that, you know, Paul, you like to say you like the little edge in a fight. You like the little salt. You like the little what you call spice, and it could be, you know, Shakur just wants that to make it interesting.
It's the Michael Jordan effect. Yeah,
or to get fans interested in it. You know.
I also, of course, probably frustrated him with what he's been going through. You know, nobody wants to fight him, and he breaks his hand, and then he's got a comeback opponent on.
Nice straight left.
And then Schofield pulls out and accuses him of poisoning him. And
yeah,
I think it's been a frustrating time for Shakur Stevenson.
How that isn't a defamation lawsuit right now, by the way, is insane. Oh, you poisoned me. Oh, well, you have evidence for that? No? Okay, then you owe me.
Yeah.
You are slandering my character.
Well, he quickly, it was Schofield's dad. He quickly put out an apology.
Yeah, you better.
Quickly. But I'll tell you what, for as much as we gave Schofield crap, then we get Daniel Dubois go out with a viral infection. So clearly there's something going around Riyadh.
A little bug going around.
So we'll see, man. And we had such a good start to the night.
Great start.
Callum
Slowed
Smith.
down a little bit.
And we had the knockout of Zhang,
Yep.
Virgil. It kind of slowed things down with Shiraz and Adames, and now we got Shakur and Padley. Round 1 in the books.
I like what Showtime said. They
Yeah.
prepare Shakur for Shakur. You know, try to make him better.
Paulie, in all seriousness now, I mean, I know, you know, we can kind of kid about Josh Padley, electrician, this, that, and the other, but how does that affect a guy when you've been training and all of a sudden you throw somebody else out there? I don't care if they're at your level or not. It's a different guy you've been training for.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different guy you've been training for, but I think, you know, you still have the advantage over the guy who may not have been training, or if he's training, he also may have been training for a guy differently, a guy that's different, you know? I mean, it works both ways. I mean, I think, I still think you're at a disadvantage when you're coming in last minute, you know? We can talk about how, yeah, it's tricky for the guy who has the fight, but last minute opponents are still tricky.
And,
It's tricky for the guy taking it at the last minute. It's more tricky for him than it is for the guy who's been training and had the fight date lined up and was going to fight that day anyway.
and also, guys, this is boxing. In MMA, you could get, I went from a kickboxer to an NCAA champion wrestler. That's totally different.
Yeah.
This is boxing. They have
in
two
boxing-
hands. Yeah, like,
In boxing, though, you know, the worst I've ever saw was what we talked about last year. I mean, Fundora and Zoo, that's the worst I ever saw. That's because that's just a freak difference. You know?
Yeah, freak difference, yeah.
5'11" right-hander, then you get a 6'6" southpaw. So, you know, typically you don't get that kind of thing. You see the kind of opponent they chose as a replacement here. You know, when you get a replacement, you kind of, you know, the guy has to sort of fit in the box. He has to have a respectable record, and he's not going to be a real threat. And it's okay because people will just be happy that the fight still happens and everything's, you know, kind of smoothed over, and then you just move on from there. You know, so it's typically a guy who's going to have disadvantages in winning against the A side anyway.
yeah.
Except in the case of Tim Tszyu, which was, I thought,
That was freaky.
most ridiculous thing I've ever
Fundora's
seen.
got
I'll tell you
a
what,
crazy build and
What
everything.
it ends up
I've
pulling
never
off.
felt so bad for a fighter than Tim Tszyu. You know, because again, he's the champ. They throw Fundora at him.
Yep.
Fundora beats him. He has to deal with the cut. Then he makes his comeback fight and he gets
Housed.
housed.
Man.
And now we're sort of like,
Yep.
what do we do with Tim Tszyu?
Murtazalia, what do we do with Murtazalia? It was unknown, but he's a vicious puncher.
Yep. Dude can take you out. And by the way, so far, Padley making a good accounting of himself.
Right.
Like, he's not, you know, he didn't come here to roll over.
What they should have got for Shakur, though, is a guy who comes forward and so he can just work. I mean,
Yeah.
they didn't do it. I think that what they did was look at the guy who has little knockouts and just pick him, but you're not doing
Oh, God. Look at that combination.
What a combo.
combination.
Shakur gave him a
Man, a three-piece and a soda, as we say in Masvidal country.
supersized it
Yeah,
too.
good stuff, man. But you know what's funny? In a weight class where kind of everybody's fast, Shakur's fast. Like, you know what I mean? In a weight class where
There's
everybody's
fast
fast.
and there's
What
fast.
I like about Shakur is he changes gears.
Yeah.
Here he's really subtle and slow, you know, and he's kind of just probing and whatnot. But when he pulls the trigger in speed, when he steps on the gas, it's like wow, it's
Jesus,
real
right.
quick.
Yeah.
That combination was quick that he landed.
And you know, Padley's never seen that before. Rank, like, oh my God, I've never seen that before. I always found, Paulie, and you let me know if you agree, when I was sparring and fighting, speed scares me more than power. I can see power. Like, I can deal with power. Speed, where you go bink and you go, all right, where did that come from? To me, was so much more intimidating than power. Power, like, I can deal with that. But when
I rarely dealt with guys faster than me, so I don't have.
yeah, you're a little smaller than me, but dude.
I only had to deal with the power. I don't typically have to deal with speed like that, you know.
Yeah, 'cause you almost feel like you're fighting a couple guys in there.
Yeah, you're like, it's the old, you know,
Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker.
Which
Rush
one of
Hour.
you hit me?
Which one of y'all?
which
Which
one
one of
of
y'all kick me?
Which one of
Which one of
y'all
y'all
kick
kick
me?
me? Same deal. Yeah, like where did that come from?
That's here's Padley trying to figure out the same thing.
Yep.
I will say this, yeah, Padley can take a punch because Shakur got him.
Yeah, with few of them.
I got to hit him with a straight left and give him a right just to and
Another
take that with you.
Yeah.
So we go to round 3, Shakur and Padley. This is a title fight, everybody.
Yeah. Padley out there trying to win it, but wow, you just see the physical disparity in terms of hand speed.
Well, so far so good.
Okay, well,
That right
I got to
hand.
talk about this. Because they just said this on air. Showtime Sean Porter says, I never left camp. I was always, you have to leave camp. Your body will shut down.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you can never stop training. You get what I'm saying? You can, I'm always in the gym. Camp will destroy your body if you don't leave. It's too intense and it's too hard. You can taper down and train.
Right.
But people are, I'm always in camp. Dude, you'd be.
Train, not spar.
Yeah, you'd be, your brain would be jelly, your body would be done. You can't do that, you know? Camp is supposed to be an elevated, it's like a football player saying, I was trained like it's season. Well, then.
Yeah, then you'd be a wreck once the season started.
Yeah, you'll be a wreck once you can't do that, you know? So I always find that funny. I never leave camp. Well, then you'd be in a wheelchair by this point. Oh, look at that.
Padley just ate another shot.
Beautiful right hook over the top. And we were wondering about, it was the right hand he broke, yes? Mm-hmm. He's throwing the right hook. You know? And,
yeah,
I mean,
he's been
I don't know
showing
about
it off.
Padley how hard he's hitting with it, but he's throwing it. We're not seeing any hesitation there with the right hand.
Weird that he broke his right hand because he doesn't usually throw a lot of rights to begin with besides jabs, you know? And check hooks.
Yeah. Oh.
Like a body shot there.
And when Padley comes back, Shakur's out of play. He's not where he was when you started throwing punches. You know what I mean? And Padley's probably not used to that. Yeah.
That's Shakur's game, is that range game, you know, that range change.
Yeah. Like fencing, you know?
That was a pretty funny moment
That's funny.
during the broadcast where Padley threw a shot and he hit Shakur, and the corner was like, "Yeah, you hit him."
And Shakur's like, what are you talking
And Shakur looked at the corner like,
about?
"Are
You
you
just hit
guys,
your guy 5 times.
are you guys kidding me?"
The goals, the bar is not set very high.
It's not, yeah, they're set at different heights, these two guys. But you said that, Paulie, when you and I were talking about it in California, you're like, Shakur has to look flawless. If Padley lands 2 punches, it's a victory for him, you know? Oh, my God. Dude, Padley could take a shot, man.
That's right. He just
I
took 4
finally
of
got
them,
him.
and he got
Yep.
rocked there. As the bell rings. Yeah, Padley got rocked with 4 shots,
Oh.
tried to take a step forward, and the leg said no.
Yep.
No. I know you want to go this way, but we're going to go that way.
That's crazy.
But that's what you were talking about, Jimmy.
Yeah.
So fast.
Speed always got
OMG.
me more than power. And like I said, I'm bigger than Paulie, so I fought some, you know, or sparred with some smaller guys who were super quick, and you're like, dude, I don't even know where that shot came from. And also, I was an MMA guy. I wasn't a boxer. I had decent hands, but like those guys who had good amateur pedigrees, and like, they had really fast hands, and you know, I had to deal with it. You know.
Hey, I'm looking at Instagram, guys. There's a page that says a broken hand held Shiraz back. I didn't see Shiraz throw a shot that could have broken his hand. So for a guy who's had 4 surgeries and had wore casts and went through the punishment of surgeries. I can't stand when guys pretend they hurt their hand. So I'm actually not going to believe this unless I see him in a cast.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying, that you almost
A
felt.
broken hand requires surgery. It's a cast. It's a process.
thing.
It's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass.
Right. Because just when you see a guy look completely different than what we thought.
He fought round 1 the way he fought round the whole fight. So
Right.
it's not like he actually tried a little bit harder in round 11 and 12, to tell you the truth.
There are plenty of times, Paulie, when you and I are calling fights or watching fights, and you'll go, guy hurt his hand. You know what I mean? In the middle of a fight, you'll be like, the way he's fighting, that last punch hurt his hand. And because, they'll take a couple rounds, they won't throw it. You're right. He fought round 1 like he did round 12. Like there was no moment where, oh my God, he might have hurt something,
He also didn't land anything that would have broken a hand.
Yeah, he didn't. Oh my God, they gave Padley round 1. That's kind of funny.
All right, Dwight Ross Jr. says Shakur has to fight power punches or he'll never get credit because outboxing someone is considered boring these days.
I understand where he's coming from. Floyd Mayweather became a billionaire outboxing people, so I mean, not necessarily.
There you go.
And I'll also say this: as much as he's got a point, it's also when you come outside of yourself, you risk getting hit more. You risk getting knocked out. So I'd rather win boring than lose exciting because losing exciting will get you eventually phased out. So
well, I tell fighters who are just coming up, you want to be exciting, you want to be a world champion. Because being both is really hard. You have to learn how to win chess matches to be a world champion. You got to outbox guys. And I know you want to be exciting every time, but you want to be a world champion? Okay, well then you don't worry about it. That's how I see it.
The best fighters are the best thinking fighters.
Yes, period.
They're not always the most exciting fighters.
Yeah. Look, I love Arturo Gatti, but, he wasn't the best in his weight class. There were other guys who were better every time. But Shakur just, 2 levels ahead of this guy right now. Should he turn it up and maybe be a little more knockout oriented? Maybe, but Paulie, leopards don't change their spots. Shakur Stevenson is a well-trained, well-coached fighter who's a world champion. You don't expect him to go, oh, now I'm going to become a knockout guy. That's not really his thing, even if he's got a guy in front of him who isn't on his level skill-wise,
Ooh, that was a clash of heads there. Well, and then that's got to be part of the discipline. I mean, we talked about it with Virgil Ortiz. I would think for Shakur to say, hey, I don't care who it is. I got to fight who I am.
Yep.
And not try to be somebody I'm not. That's exactly what you're saying.
Remember Haney Garcia, where remember in the beginning we're like, man, Haney's really going after Garcia in ways that he usually didn't, and then bang, that left hook, knocks him down. He gets knocked down 3 times. Part of it was he got a little emotional and looked for the knockout when he was the superior boxer, and look what happened. So it's always a fine line. And also, the one thing I try to explain to people who never fought before, finishing is an instinct, not a skill. I can teach you how to knock somebody out, but when to go for it and how to go for it, that's a touch thing. It's almost like when to swing for the home run is a touch thing, and I can't really teach that to you.
You have to sense that.
Paul, you got to sense it, like, when to go for the finish, because you're always taking a risk when you go for the finish. My example is always GSP, who could beat anybody, but he just wasn't a great finisher after he got knocked out. So it's a similar kind of thing here, where Shakur, this is out. He's a boxer, man.
All right. Round 5 now between Shakur and Padley.
Paulie, what would your advice be in the corner of a guy like Shakur who's winning? He's clearly outboxing his opponent. His landing percentage is way higher. What's your advice in the corner? Hey, turn it up a little so you can get this guy out of here, or keep doing what you're doing. I'm curious about that. Yeah.
I maybe pick your spots where to throw the combinations where there's more numbers on them. He's throwing 2s and 3s at times, but maybe pick your spots where you can throw 4, 5, and 6s because this guy kind of shells anyway when you throw speed at him. Make the combinations a little flashier. Because the thing with Shakur is he's so fundamentally sound that even his speed combinations are not flashy. They're not creative. They're just, they're solid speed combinations. They're well timed. They throw you off. But maybe just a little pizzazz to maybe that will maybe involve the crowd.
Yeah.
Shakur is so deliberate in everything he does that it's sometimes it's hard to understand it and be entertained by it. But with a guy like Padley, I think you're domesticating him now more and more. You can pick those moments, but still have to choose the moments because it's still wrong moments and Padley's still trying to punch back. So you can't just go out there and throw a bunch of punches. But there are moments where you kind of freezing him up where maybe you could, make the combination a little flashier, a little distinctive with punch selection and whatnot. But overall, it's he again, like you said, a leopard doesn't change his spots.
Yeah,
and he's good at what he does.
Well, I got an interesting super chat here. The use of Novocaine injections before a fight in your hands. We're not saying that's what's happening, but ever heard of that? What do you?
Yeah, I've heard of that. It's borderline legal, illegal. I did it because I had a lot of hand issues. One time I did it, and they injected me with too much Novocaine, and it was so uncomfortable that I could not feel my hand in my glove, and I could not feel if my hand was open or closed. So lo and behold, I threw.
I'm holding my hand thinking about it because that would be.
I threw like a handful of right hands in the fight. It was the fight against, if people remember my record, is a fight against a guy named Jeremy Yelton. I threw like 5 right hands the whole fight, and I broke my hand after the fight. When the no game were over, I took it off, and I was like, I felt this pain, and I broke my hand so many times that I know the kind of pain that is when your hand is sore, and when I know the kind of pain that is when your hand is broken.
Oh, Shakur's opening up now.
There by Shakur, and you see Padley's live. That's why you can't just throw it.
The dude's got guts, man.
Yeah.
You gotta pick your moments to open up like that. And Shakur did a good job there in that moment, and you let, Padley will throw back and then he'll miss, and then Shakur came back with a body shot. That's how you keep it lively, Sometimes Shakur's a little bit too deliberate. But going back to the Novocaine. Yeah, I threw like a handful of right hands. Like I said, I could not feel if my right hand was open or closed. Obviously, I was crazy. My right hand open, and my hand broke. I went to the hospital for an X-ray. It was broken, and I needed surgery. And the funny thing is, I had just come off of surgery, because but it was a surgery where I had screws in my hand, and those screws were giving issues to the bones because they were rubbing too much. So the screws would have had to come out anyway. So I would have needed surgery regardless.
Well, there you go. You got it both out right at the same time. That was first thing when you asked that, J-Rod, about Novocaine, I was like, too much. You can't tell if your hand's open or closed.
Exactly.
Like, or whatever. Like maybe you break it and you're still throwing it because you don't know the bones are shattered. Like, and it gets worse. That would scare the crap out of me.
Really a frustrating thing, man. It really is.
Yeah, that would scare the hell out of me, not knowing.
Pain is also something your body tells you that something's wrong. You know what I'm saying? So you can't also just throw caution to the wind because you'll ruin your hands completely. You'll ruin yourself completely. So it's a fine line. It's a fine balance you got to play. I had a lot of hand issues, man. That was just one of several stories in my hands.
But it's funny. There's this movie they're showing an ad for called Novocaine about a guy who can't feel pain or whatever. And I was telling J-Rod, there is a condition like that does exist. They tend to die young because you get an infection, you don't feel it, you break a bone, you don't realize it, and it kills you. Like, there's a reason we feel that. It's a similar kind of thing. If they Novocaine your hands, it's your body's warning system. I
think that was a James Bond villain too. The guy couldn't feel pain.
Yeah, and guess what?
Well, that was Jaws. No, what was his name? The big guy? Was that the big guy?
Oh, I remember Jaws. Yeah, the giant Jaws. Yeah,
that's right.
Jaws was in Happy Gilmore. You know that, right?
He was in Happy Gilmore as well. Yep.
Poor guy couldn't walk back then, but they made him seem like he was chasing him up and down the golf course. They're making Happy Gilmore 2, by the way.
Acromegaly.
He's fighting, man.
It's not great.
He's giving it a go.
He's going for it, man. He's tired of getting beat up.
They gave me a house for this. I'm earning this.
But you can almost feel Shakur like, oh, good job, kid. Let me show you how you do it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, good for you. Watch this. Ripping him.
Like, at some point, when do we start stopping this fight?
You start thinking about it now, I think, Paulie.
I think Padley's still alive. But I think Shakur
we start thinking about it.
Okay, all right. Maybe you guys are right.
This is maybe. Oh, Padley coming back.
I like it. Shakur's smiling, like, all right.
What I'm saying is, I think another thing you add to Shakur is go more to the body. Break this guy down to the body. He's took it on a few days' notice. Let's see what he's got in his ability to take those body shots. And Shakur's starting to pick those body shots nicely.
And that's another thing you notice if you didn't get a full camp is that core work, Paulie. Core work is a big part of camp where you're doing your ab work so you can take the body shots. You might look good, but if you haven't been doing your ab work, you'll feel it. Those body punches.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think I was talking more of a guy who had the under 8.5 rounds. When you got to start thinking about
Yeah,
stopping
you know,
the
I
fight.
just think if you listen to J-Rod, all right, now
I'm just
Shakur's.
saying, I'm just saying. And Padley throwing back at him every time Shakur smiles at him.
Oh, Shakur's talking in his ear.
Shakur's having some fun in there. You know
Yeah,
what?
he's-
And it entertains the crowd a little bit. You know,
Dude.
people I think Shakur's kind of taking more risks than he normally would because you realize that this guy is.
Well, that's got to make people happy then, right?
Yeah, I gotta say, man.
I hope it makes people happy and it doesn't make people think like, oh, well, if he does this against Tank, he'll get knocked out because he wouldn't do that against Tank. He would school Tank.
Dude, my hat's off to Padley, man. Really, like, dude, the dude is out there. He's out there, Paulie, he's out there fighting, man. Like, Padley could just show up and we'd all understand, but, like, he's out there fighting, man. Good for him, dude.
He's earning that house they gave him. Come on.
Yeah, he's earning that house they gave him, dude.
Already, he's a blue collar guy, electrician. You said right, so
Yeah, good for
he's
him.
earning his money.
Yeah, good for him, man.
Hopefully he got Monday off from work. So
Yeah, both. Dude, watch he's like fixing, doing electrician stuff, and both eyes swollen shut. Like,
you know what I mean?
Maybe he's the type to go to work Monday.
I know they probably told him, listen, don't come to work on Monday.
don't try to rewire a house.
We'll pay you for the day. Don't go. Don't come to work on Monday.
They'll probably be like, yeah, guys, I was on my way to cashing the check already to depositing the check. I figured I'd stop by the job.
Yep.
I'm bringing the coffee and the donuts to the site on Monday. Don't worry about it. We got a timeout. We got water. What do we got? The referee came out and
Don't know what the problem was. Something in the
referee
corner.
just yelled at somebody.
I got to say, so far this whole card, refereeing's been pretty good. I got to call out when they're doing it right.
Yeah,
is that what we only talk about when they do it wrong? The refereeing's been very good. Good warnings. The only person who could have had a point taken away was Madrimov, and I understand he didn't want to do it in round 12 with a minute left, take a point away. Like I get that. Good refereeing, man.
He was on that ref shit list though.
Yeah. Yep. Judges, though, you guys haven't been.
Yeah, that Adames Shiraz split draw. Yikes.
Ooh,
I'm more
smooth hooks.
I'm more mad
headbutt
because they're
by
going to want to
Padley.
make us see a rematch of that fight.
Yep. Man, smooth hooks.
Yeah, good little check hook there from Stevenson a few seconds back.
After this, Joseph Parker, Martin Bacoli.
It's a whole lot of man going to be in that ring. A whole lot of man.
I hammered the under in that fight.
I bet you did.
Hammered the under. Like Bacoli was hammering burgers before the fight. Hammered it.
Oh! Beautiful hook. Ooh. Smooth, man.
You see the speed changes on the shots.
Yeah,
That's what really makes them difficult when he starts getting into this kind of gear. That's what makes him difficult against any level. He's got a real good sense of changing the speeds of shots and setting them up and whatnot. Very nicely. Then at moments he's had some fun with Padley and just decided to go for it, which can be appreciated. But when he's in this kind of zone, it can be boring, but it also has to be appreciated as far as he's sharp, accurate, and untouchable.
And again, I don't know if it's more Shakur being quote unquote relaxed, but it's been entertaining.
Yeah, it has.
Which, I don't know how entertaining his past couple of fights have been. We've had some fun watching this.
And Padley has thrown enough to let us know that he didn't come here to just fall apart.
Get a house.
So, yeah, get a free house. No, it's not free. He's paying for it.
Well, they said, listen.
Oh, talk about
that
body
hurt
shots,
him. That
Paulie.
hurt him.
That
he's still
sucks.
going. I think.
Yep, he's shaking his left hand, they're saying.
But Padley,
He's switching stances.
Yeah. That's all we need is Shakur to break his left hand.
They're saying Shakur's shaking his left hand like it might be hurt.
Yeah.
Not good.
Well, he's throwing all right hooks and landing them.
They're playing AC/DC for the electrician.
Yep, love it.
Yeah, that Parker Bacoli fight, which is next. Bacoli, 50-pound weight advantage.
That's or advantage. 50 pounds heavier. How do you call it an advantage at this point?
If he doesn't pass out hitting the pads in the locker room.
Oh my god!
I love it. I love it. Bacoli didn't even weigh in. Did you see the video? He
didn't weigh in?
It was because he didn't make it in time. It was Parker and Frank Warren. They're the ones that ended up facing off during the weigh-in.
That's funny.
What about Bacoli? What was this whole 315-pound stuff?
I guess when he got to Riyadh,
Maybe when he got there, they weighed him or something.
Yeah, some reporter gave him a scale and he stand on the scale and he went up to 315.
Ugh.
But that was with his skinny jeans and his chains and his shoes on and everything.
Oh, so 305 at best.
Yeah, I heard 310, but Parker came in at 267.
Which is not a small heavyweight.
No,
it's
that's
a big boy.
But the sight of Parker facing off with Frank Warren was hysterical. All right, round 8. Shakur and Padley. I'll give Padley credit, man. He's got full back tattoo.
Yeah, of 2 boxers.
Yeah, they keep talking about how Shakur is shaking that left hand, and to your point, Jimmy, he's not really throwing the left very much.
Yep.
Well, you guys said it best. Once you break your hand, I mean, that's how you make your money in this sport. And now,
He's just jabbing.
Paulie, can you think of a fighter
He's not touching with the left hand.
whose career was cut short by hand issues? Like a lot of fighters have them. I can't think of any like.
I mean, I know guys, but they cut short to the point where you don't find out about them, you know?
Yeah,
I had a friend,
yeah.
I had a friend named Brian Adams. He was U.S. amateur champion in the amateurs. He was, pretty, good touted prospect, but constantly had bad hand issues.
I can't think of any pros that threw it in early over hand issues.
yeah, I mean,
No, he was a pro. He became. What I'm saying is he came out of the amateurs touted, but then he didn't, he didn't get to the highest level because of that, He was like a Friday Night Fights main event kind of guy, but he kept breaking his hand. But what I'm saying is, guys that end up like that, you probably don't hear about them because their hand.
Good point.
Short, so they don't never get to the point where people know about them.
somebody said something tells me Bacoli's not going to be running around like Shiraz did, or Madrimov.
Yep.
Well, he might be shoulder barging like Madrimov. Who knows? He's got the size for it. Like an NFL lineman,
Seriously. Yeah, the last guy I saw having so much trouble with his hand. Remember when and Billy fought Derevyanchenko, and Derevyanchenko hurt his hand and basically fought the whole hand.
I think that was his shoulder, right? Wasn't that his shoulder?
His shoulder? Yeah, so he fought basically with one arm.
Yep, I do remember that.
Yeah. Shoulder, I was like, his shoulder came out of the socket or something. Or was it a bicep? I don't know. It wasn't a hand, but it was something that just shut him down. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and then Billy got so much crap that he couldn't beat a one. I mean, he won, but he couldn't stop a one-arm
guy.
A one-arm guy.
Derevyanchenko was also tough as nails.
That's what I was exactly. Oh, by the way, it's not Joe the cab driver that he was fighting.
Yeah. Man, Padley's got guts, man.
You know what? I'll give his corner credit. He's coaching him up. You got to do this. You got to do that. Well, if my 8.5's going to cash, I need something quick in this 9th round.
Yep.
Well, I'll tell you, I can already hear the headlines, Paulie and Jimmy. Shakur couldn't finish Padley. Went the distance with Padley. The haters are going to hate.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready.
He's throwing the left hand times now. But all that's going to mean is if it's broken and he's throwing it, he's going to need surgery. Because once you break it, once you break it and keep throwing it, the bone shifts, and then you absolutely need surgery.
We got viral infections and broken hands.
Yep,
Running
everything
around
going on
Riyadh this
here.
week.
Oh, good combination there by Shakur.
Beautiful. Oh, body shot.
Where we at?
Woo!
Oh, you got,
One.
unfortunately for you, Jimmy.
We
you
need
got
20 seconds.
He needs to finish up and win it. 15 seconds.
I told you though, the body shot was the one, man.
I
This
can't
kid
tell
might
you.
have him.
I can't tell you how many times this happened.
Going to the body is the one. And
Oh,
And
no.
that's that.
Oh.
Oh, boo. And
Badly comes back throwing some shots.
tell you what, Padley has some
So close.
testicular fortitude.
He
man.
does. Man, 'cause that shot. I don't know how. I mean, he was up quickly. I don't know how badly. Oh, down again.
Oh, boy. That's two.
Got a late shot, but still.
You know, got remember Terry Norris got
The
disqualified
ref
twice?
is counting fast, by the way.
The ref wants to get out of here too.
And
He's
listen,
like,
I love Padley because he could have just stayed down.
Yep.
He could have just stayed down.
And
but
everyone would have understood.
and nobody would have hated him.
remember Terry Norris against Luis Santana got disqualified twice against the same guy for hitting him when he was down. Back then, they used to disqualify you for doing that.
Roy Jones.
Yeah,
Yep.
Roy Jones. That was ridiculous. That was a tap.
That was unreal.
I'll tell you
But
what,
Terry, two times against the same guy, fought Luis Santana. I think he fought Luis Santana 3 times. The first 2 times, Santana beat him on a DQ.
Yep.
and the most egregious one that I saw that wasn't was Barrera hitting Marquez.
Yep. Yep.
I think it was in the 7th round. And he didn't get DQ'd in that.
Oh,
And
another
that's
one.
it. That's
That's
3.
got to be it.
Down goes Padley for
That's
the
also what
3rd
you go
time.
to. That's what we've been talking about. You know, you
Yep.
go to the body against the guy who took it at last minute. You know, like
Yep.
Padley tough. He's trying to earn his money, but
And the
Saved
bell
by
rings.
the bell. Close.
they thought they threw the towel. Is that a towel?
I think
That's it.
yeah, they threw in the towel. They threw in the towel.
Yeah.
And Shakur saying, boo,
Yeah.
boo me now. I guess
Yeah.
So he got the stoppage. He just didn't get it in time for you to win the bet.
he got it at the end of the 8th. So I guess you call it a TKO 8th round because he didn't come out for the 9th.
Yep. Yep. you do.
But
Was the round even over? Or
because I think it was just before the bell rang.
Yeah, I didn't see where he put the towel in.
Because there was when he was walking back to the corner, there was a towel on
Yep.
in the mat.
Yep.
Now the question is, how is that hand?
Yep.
Yeah.
Man, Padley
So
went in there
I'm
and
sorry,
fought,
I said
man.
8th round. It's a KO 9th round because he didn't come out for the 10th.
Yes.
So it's KO 9. And over 8.5 wins. Under
8.5.
under 8.5 does not pay.
Yep.
And unfortunately, you took under 8.5.
I did. He's not a plumber. He's an electrician. Somebody threw, and he's fighting a plumber. He's an electrician. Somebody said, "Congrats, Shakur. You finally stopped the journeyman." Come on.
Oh, the haters are coming out.
Come on.
That's 15-0. Mild prospect, no?
Yeah. Yeah, prospect, I would say.
And then Dwight Ross comes back. Yeah, y'all haters. And not us, though, the people in the chat. But, hey, we love everybody on the chat.
We appreciate the talk, even if it's hating.
Oh, we got him right
in the bread basket.
Right in the middle, right there. Right in the gallbladder.
Yep.
Oh, nice shot there. Nice shot. That's how it's done.
So now, unfortunately, comes how is Shakur's hand? That's
the big story of this fight.
because if
100%.
it's busted up again, and we got to wait for surgery again,
Yeah.
then good Lord. Yep, and
Yeah, there's the towel.
here came in the towel. Yep. And Shakur was pointing at that towel like,
Yep.
there it
All
is.
done.
You're going to need that. But I'll tell you what, you got to give Padley credit. You got to give Shakur
Came in there and
credit.
fought, man.
Yeah.
You know, and Shakur, when he would throw those combinations, that blistering speed, it's there. The footwork's there. It's a tough dude, man. He's slick.
Yeah, so Shakur.
But if he's going to mess his hand up every time he fights, it's going
And
to
now
catch
we're
up
going to
with
have
you.
a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, so KO 9. TKO 9.
And people are booing him?
Yeah, it's crazy. Chris
Oh,
Park.
he's there.
Chris Park
There's no
says Shakur hands of glass Stevenson. Paul, you're going to have to answer to this one. Tank will beat the brakes off of him because
No shot.
no shot, right?
Not only is there no shot, there's not even a shot that Tank will fight him. Tank would rather fight 130-pounders and guys you barely heard of.
Yeah.
And charge you pay-per-view money for it too.
I mean, that would be a huge fight, but
No, that's what we all want to
Would
see.
be.
But will we
It
ever?
would be a huge, but because Tank would lose it, Tank doesn't step up at all, guys. I mean, when does Tank step up?
yeah.
Well, the one thing everyone's been talking about, this has been
Yes.
quite the week
Right.
In Riyadh season between viral infections and now we're seeing these broken hands. Martin Bacoli got a call literally, 2 days ago to step in for Daniel Dubois. He's going to fight Joseph Parker. We broke it down here on Boxing Scene.
Welcome, everybody, to Boxing Scene today inside the ProBox TV studios. We cover all boxing news. That's right, a lot of stuff going on. Jimmy Smith in studio alongside Paulie Malignaggi joining us via Zoom, relaxing at home. And unfortunately, J-Rod as well in studio helping me out with the news. A lot going on. Where are you starting, bud?
Well, let's go to the desert, fellas, where we had a fallout between Joseph Parker and Daniel Dubois. Dubois got sick, had a viral infection. He's out, but we have a replacement. Let's take a look at the headlines. The man from the Congo, Martin Bacoli. He is in there, and he is going to shock the world. And the best thing about social media is that they called him literally like yesterday, and he's at the airport, and he decided to take a little video. Let's see what Martin Bacoli was doing at the airport.
Yo, what's up? Bonjour, beauté. Hi, everyone. Like you can see, I'm waiting on my plane. So I'm ready to fly to Saudi Arabia for the fight tomorrow. Donc, we're ready to go. We got a phone call yesterday. We get proposed for the fight. I say, I'm a soldier. I'm a soldier boy. I'm in mission. So I'm to Saudi Arabia to fight. Trying to fight the best man. The man who was in the camp for 4 months. We say yes to go and fight. I would like to say thank you to Excellency for, this means a lot to me, for choosing me, to replace Daniel Dubois and big cards, big platform. I'm so grateful. And a big thank you to my team, Ben Sloan. So I'm ready. I'm waiting already my plane, and in 1-2 hours, I'll leave here for Addis Ababa and Addis Ababa to Saudi Arabia. I can't wait. I know this is unbelievable. It looks like I'm dreaming, but I'm not dreaming. So I know I keep it tomorrow. I think I'll shock the world tomorrow. I'm a boxer, so a boxer is like a soldier. Anytime they ask you to go to war, always be ready. So I'm ready to go, no matter what it is. I've not started the camp yet, but we're ready to go. Thank you so much. This short video just to let you know that I'm on my way to Saudi Arabia. Like you can see, me and my team, we're ready to go. Waiting on the flight. Donc, Bandico, tout ça déjà prêt à Rokende. Yeah, tout ça déjà prêt à Rokende. Bagarre est dans le lobby. Donc, Babinga give you so lobby, bagarre lobby. Thank you so much, guys. I don't have more time, so I'm waiting on my flight. See you, Saudi Arabia. Martin is coming. The boogeyman.
I love it. I hope the plane got there, man. I mean,
I hope so as well. But the other side, all right, there are a couple things we need to talk about. First off, Paulie, Bacoli has the kind of style where you could throw him in there. He's a hard puncher. He's a big dude. It's not as though he needs a lot of, specific training for a specific guy. But the other side of it is he could be damn near 300 pounds right now. This is a guy who, when he's out of shape, is out of shape.
His face looks kind of full. His face looks kind of full, I would say.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey,
I don't know what kind of version we're gonna get. Listen, he could be a dangerous 3-round fighter, but Parker's very, very savvy, very crafty. So if it's an out of shape Bacoli, I don't know what kind of a fight we're gonna get here. Bacoli in shape, dude. Give me him all day against anybody. I am a fan, but I get it. We have to replace Dubois, so you had to find somebody last minute. And in the heavyweight division, you don't have to be at weight. You can just show up. So if you're out of the gym and you've been out of shape, which I'm not saying he has or hasn't, but if you're out of you can still show up and fight, as opposed to a fighter who fights in a certain weight class. If he's out of shape and he gets called last minute, he probably can't make the weight at the last minute. So I guess we'll find out in the ring, but he did look a little bit full in the face,
He certainly did. But Paulie, you fought Ricky Hatton, famously Ricky Fatten, right? He was known for getting out of shape in between fights, but it's one of those things where, as he said, in modern boxing, you got to be ready at any time. Getting out of the gym and getting out of shape can really hurt your career, and we're seeing that more and more. Is that fair, Paulie?
Yeah, of course, Jimmy. The thing about Ricky Fatten was he was Hatton by the time he got in the ring.
Yeah,
he wasn't Fatten, So like he, you didn't. Again, you're fighting at weight classes, and when you're smaller, so you can't take a chance on getting a last minute call because you won't be on weight. You won't qualify for the fight. In the heavyweight division, you can qualify being out of shape because there's no weight class, there's no weight number requisite. And that's the benefit and also the risk here. The benefit is, okay, you get a big name in Bacoli. Like, it's a fighter who I think fans are going to be a fan of. I like that he's getting the opportunity. I really think he's been frozen out unfairly after bulldozing Jared Anderson. I really felt like he was a guy who should be seen over and over and over again. Because he's not only a good fighter, but he's a fan-friendly fighter, And so I didn't like that. I haven't really seen him. So in one way, I'm happy that he's going to get this opportunity. But in another way, I'm curious to see how much in shape he shows up. Because in frustration that you don't get these opportunities, maybe you're out of the gym, you're not training as hard. And now all of a sudden you're out of shape and you get this call. And maybe you're not as ready for it as you could have been. This is a big opportunity for him. But if he's not in shape, and I'm not saying he is or isn't yet. I guess we'll find out on fight night. Parker is not an easy guy to deal with. It's a very crafty fighter who's a former world champion himself in Joseph Parker.
What I'm curious about with this fight, Kevin Rooney famously said about Mike Tyson when he fought Buster Douglas, he goes, if Tyson wasn't in shape, he should have thrown everything he had in the first couple rounds, see if you could get the guy out of there. There are two ways you can fight. As you know, Paulie, when you're not in shape, you can either slow the pace down, stay behind the jab, conserve your energy, or you throw the kitchen sink in the first couple rounds and hopefully you get that knockout. Which way do you see Bacoli going in this fight?
I disagree with Rooney a little bit. I mean, he obviously knew Tyson better than me because
Right. Yep.
with Douglas's jab, you weren't just going to be able to get at Douglas down that night. Douglas had a sharp jab that night. It wasn't just going to be able to. You want to be able to throw, but you got to close range still. And I don't know if it would have been that easy regardless. But going back to Bacoli, he doesn't have that style. He doesn't have a jabbing style and whatnot. And Parker has a little bit of a jabbing style, but he doesn't hold range like Buster Douglas did on that night, who's a 6'4", dancing, destroying boxer when he was in shape, right? So I think Bacoli does probably have to try to start fast if he's out of shape and go for it. It's not as young of a Joseph Parker as we've seen in the past, so maybe his legs aren't as fast. I do think Parker will try to box and pick his spots and pick his shots like he always does. He's a crafty veteran. He's not a bulldozer kind of a heavyweight. But I also don't think it's going to be that easy to just go up to him and throw the kitchen sink. Parker is crafty. But like I said, I mean, he's a little older, so maybe his legs are a little slower, so Bacoli may be able to get at him and try to force some rough stuff. We know Bacoli can punch. We've seen it. Bacoli's very, very dangerous, but he's got to be able to get in range, land, and then also when you throw the heavy stuff, it gets you tired faster. So if you're going to throw that heavy stuff and throw the kitchen sink, you got to make sure you're landing. And again, Parker's crafty in that way.
What I'm curious about, you're not wearing your jacket right now, J-Rod, but we just saw the odds -1.5 for Parker. Are you a little surprised the odds are that close with a late notice fight? Usually that shift the odds at least 2-1. What's your thought on the odds real quick, J-Rod?
Yeah, I knew that Bacoli obviously would be the underdog, but to see +128.
Pretty close,
right?
man.
That's fairly even for this.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this, coming up here on Boxing Scene today, we will have a better side, and I will have the best bet of this fight. And it may be obvious to some, but I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's one of those where you'd imagine it'd be a little bit more skewed, but this idea that you have to be physically ready at all times, the heavyweight division, that's so difficult to do. They do tend to oftentimes get out of the gym, get a little bit heavy when they're off their big fights, but it's going to be still, I think, an excellent fight. As you said, Paulie, a crowd-pleasing fight. 310 to 267 right now. That's what we're looking at. That's weight. Those are not odds. 310 pounds, 267 pounds. That's what's going on. And there's Michael Buffer.
We're getting
close to the main event. That's what's happening.
This is the co-main. It's for the WBO interim heavyweight championship. It's Joseph Parker, Martin Bacoli. And if you go at betonline.ag.
How is it?
Parker, 2-1 favorite. Bacoli, the underdog, +160. But what I hammered, and I mean hammered, was the under 8.5. I got it at -115. It's gone now to -125.
Right.
So people are starting
hammered like you're not going to be okay if it doesn't make it.
Like hammered, like I may be sleeping here.
You need to loan some.
No, you need to be responsible.
Right.
Need to be responsible. But
I would say responsible.
I would say it was.
I'm asking a very specific question.
It was the
here.
biggest bet that I made today. I hammered it.
Gotcha.
I hammered it.
You hammered it. Okay,
I hammered it today.
All right.
So, and my suggestion would be to hammer under 8.5. But
yeah, I mean, I can't imagine this goes over 8.5.
Stranger things.
These two guys in shape with a full camp.
Sure.
Under would be a good bet.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Let alone now when one guy had no camp. Mm-hmm. Jesus, he's huge.
Yeah, Bacoli.
Even if you go with Bacoli with the upset, it's going to be under 8.5.
Yeah, that wouldn't even, that wouldn't be.
This fight ain't going the distance. Come on, look at the size of this guy.
He's huge.
By the way, Parker by knockout by stoppage +140. Bacoli by stoppage +210.
Bacoli's only shot by stoppage. So if you
yeah, I mean there are combinations you could really work with this one.
So and I really, if you think Bacoli's going to win or you want to have some fun,
that's a good jump over the top rope.
Bacoli stoppage first round, 33-1. Bacoli stoppage second round, 28-1. Bacoli stoppage third round, 22-1. So I might put,
sprinkle a little
on the 1, sprinkle a little on the 2, sprinkle a little 3. Get yourself a sauce.
Look at that bod, bro.
A circle is a shape.
It is a shape.
Round
is in
round
shape.
is a shape. Yeah, and for Joseph Parker, I mean, remember he was supposed to be fighting for the IBF Heavyweight Championship.
Yep.
So Dubois got sick, viral infection, and then the WBO came in and sanctioned this as an interim heavyweight championship. So it'll be curious. Hey, happy or long, this is the Boxing Scene Today watch along. Boxing Scene Today, we're on every day, Monday through Friday. Go to the ProBox TV YouTube channel. We're eventually going to transfer over to a Boxing Scene YouTube channel, but we're on the ProBox YouTube channel. And go to boxingscene.com. You can see the shows there. You can see the segments there. Boxingscene.com. If you haven't seen it, brand new layout. Looks amazing. And just to put a button on it, March the 8th, ProBox TV Contender Series from Long Beach. Guys are going back out to the West Coast, going back out to 3 hours earlier.
Yep, Southern California.
Because the West Coast is the best coast.
It is. Can't wait to go back out there, back to my hometown to call this fight. It's going to be awesome. So great stuff. March 8th. Watch along is March 1st. That's our next one.
That's right.
Yep.
The Tank Lamont Roach fight.
Yep.
Rayo Valenzuela, Gary Antoine Russell.
Got a chance to talk to Russell.
That's right.
He seems psyched to go. That's going to be a great fight. But under 8.5, I think it's a great bet.
And you know, when I do the better side, part of the niche, part of the bit of the better side is I try to give you fights that aren't minus money or bets that aren't minus money. Everything I try to do on the better side is to give you plus money bets. Sometimes it's just not possible.
That's just such a lock under 8.5.
But under 8.5. But what scares me,
we're sitting here jinxing it. But
what scares me is that it's only that I got it at minus 110, which was almost even money. It's minus 115 right now. Minus 120.
That's still a hell of a bet.
BetOnline.ag.
Right.
So
yeah.
So Michael Buffer doing his thing right now. This is the co-main event of the night. We still got the plato fuerte, as they would say.
The big one, BETERBIEV, BIVOL 2.
And I'll tell you my best bet for that one as we get closer to that one. That's a plus 450 bet that I have for the BETERBIEV BIVOL.
Yes, and I like your pick on that one too.
That was a plus 450.
That's a good plus 450.
Plus 450, Daddy. So we'll get into that.
And also, Paulie, I know you think Bakoli is one of those guys who's just been kind of overlooked, kind of disrespected a little bit, you know? Under the radar for the average boxing fan, right?
Yeah, I think that, people, sort of forgot about Bakoli after the Jared Anderson fight. He's sort of been phased out. So I think that's kind of been unfair.
Yeah.
But you still got to keep yourself in the gym and be prepared, right? I mean, had he been in the gym, be prepared, maybe he'd be more ready for this fight. But let's see how he ends up showing up tonight. But, when opportunity knocks, you got to be ready to answer the door. And I'm not sure he was in the gym training just in case an opportunity knocked.
Yep.
Well, he might have been in the gym. I don't know if he was training, but he might have been in the gym.
Yep.
Eating.
Maybe he needed to go to the bathroom, make a phone call.
What did he weigh in for that fight, the Anderson fight? Do you know?
Oh gosh, we got to look that up.
Yeah, I'm just curious how much over fight weight he is right now at 310. I know he's over fight weight, but I don't remember what he weighed in for the Anderson fight, which was, of course, the other reality season fight, the one that was in L.A. in August. Won that one by knockout, but I don't know what his lean fight weight is.
Well, they had him listed as 310 for this fight.
Yep.
Not on the line, that title. All right, here we go. Bakoli weighed in 284.5.
Wow.
All right. Okay. 25 pounds heavier than he was then.
Yeah. Yeah, he's 30 pounds heavier than he was for that fight.
Yeah.
284.5. He looks felt at 284.5.
Yeah, he looked comparatively lean.
Meanwhile, Parker looks
ready to go.
267. Buffer dropping all sorts of.
Yep. A lot of vowels in that nickname.
All right, here we go. I tell you what, it's almost like the fight I was looking forward to was Virgil Ortiz and Madrimov, but all of a sudden this fight has become
It's intriguing.
Right?
Right? Big heavyweights where a knockout is really the only way Bacoli can probably win this one.
It's New Zealand against the Congo.
Yep.
McCauley looks like he hasn't even done a push-up.
Nope.
Like, he looks so smooth. His chest is kind of soft looking,
I'm curious how
Bacoli's a monster in that ring.
I'm curious how cautious Parker's going to be. That he might just not do much in the first couple rounds. Like, you know what?
McCauley's not going to waste any energy. He's like, he gets close, I hit him.
Yeah, this is the anti-Madrimov.
He's not even. He's moving as little as he can. He's not even.
All the footwork of an oak tree.
I love it. Yeah, you almost got to wonder how many rounds Bacoli actually has.
Yeah.
Like legit rounds. 3, 4?
And for Parker, you got to somehow take this guy seriously because he is dangerous. You can't just slip me there just because he came in last minute. It's kind of a hard psychological situation to be in for Parker too,
I mean, I had an uncle that would breathe hard just standing up, and I feel like that's what Bacoli is.
Yep.
I was worried he was going to pass out doing the pads in the locker room.
The walkout, I wasn't feeling good about.
You needed one of those Andre the Giant WrestleMania little carts that
Yeah,
take you out there.
wheel carts, yeah. McCauley with his left hand down, he's boxing like he's got a stance as relaxed as he can be.
But man, Bacoli is big.
Huge.
The one good thing, I guess, if you're Parker, you don't have to worry about Bacoli rehydrating.
No. Way bigger than I thought he was. No, pretty much that's what you're getting.
You're pretty much what we thought.
Nice jab.
Yeah, Bacoli just he's got his right hand on his belly, just reaching out with the left and just kind of leaning forward. Like, what are you saying?
Yeah, he's trying to dictate just with that lead hand, and once you start using your backhand, you're using more energy because it's a power shot,
And also one of the things about Parker so far that he's done well is, and they just said on the broadcast, when Bacoli tries to measure him with the jab, he's throwing 2 or 3 in response. Parker knows he's further out, so he's got to throw more. And so far he's doing that well.
Bacoli came back to his corner and kind of gave his corner like, yeah,
I made it. I'm not going out in the first round.
We're in a fight,
Yep.
With a good accent, Billy Nelson just said, "Water, Allen, water! Get the man some water!"
A little uppercut to Spike Bacoli. That's the replay they found, huh?
Tell you what, Bacoli came with that
Yep.
right uppercut. Parker was like, all right, wait a minute.
Yep.
So Parker wins that first round?
Oh, I would say so.
Yeah.
Yep. Now, I think the judges' scorecard is going to be ornamental here. I don't think it's going to be a factor.
Don't tell me they filled it out already. if you're Bacoli now, you're starting to use a little energy here.
Yep.
I see him kind of trying. I wouldn't say cutting the ring off, Paulie, but at least lurking.
Yeah. I mean, he's trying to put mental pressure on Parker so that the pace doesn't get too crazy. Because if you start going backwards, maybe Parker will start dictating the pace. I guess if Bacoli pressures Parker, maybe you
He's
won't
got
have
a
to fight.
quick uppercut, Bacoli.
Parker is trying to get him to fight now. Or move his hands a little bit. If you can keep the mental pressure and the pressure mental and not physical, maybe Bacoli can last a little while. But if it starts to get too active physically,
Yep.
then we got to see how long he lasts.
And
how much energy.
it almost feels, guys, that for Bacoli, because he came in here on 2 days rest or 2 days notice, the punches he does throw have to count. So he's not gonna expend much energy.
Yeah. Well, two options. You either pace yourself or you give it all in the first couple rounds. The problem is, as we saw on ProBox last time out, our post-limb, nothing's worse than a bad heavyweight fight. Nothing on earth.
Yeah. Looks like
Oh, good. Oh, man. Good right hand.
looks like two guys after hours at the bar.
It's the worst.
Oh,
go!
Bacoli!
Boom!
Down goes Bacoli!
Big one.
The ring didn't shake.
Yep.
That may be
That's
it.
a well-built ring.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
It's
not-
over.
Colin waved it off.
Yeah, not in shape, man. I mean, hey, listen.
You know what? I'll give the referee
Okay.
credit for that.
Yeah. I think the corner stepped up.
Yeah, you know what's 600K payday, whatever, man.
Yeah, I think the corner just stood on the apron and called it.
Well, it's funny. You almost felt like Bacoli got up before the 10 count, but the look on his face,
It's not good.
that was not Martin Bacoli's face.
Well, you know what you got. Now you got okay. Now you make the whole deal about hey, he would have beat him if he was in shape. There's not
Yeah.
you make a rematch.
You can't. Yeah. Yeah.
Get 2 fights out of it, you know, and 2 paydays.
I
course.
have never felt bad for the sports books in my life,
Mm-hmm.
but I may feel a little bad because this was about as easy.
Oh,
a bet.
easy money,
This
man.
might have been, I mean, you know.
Yeah.
I paid my 15% tax on that bet, but this was
Yeah.
hammering the under, hammering
did.
it.
So now that we're here and we can discuss it, so you have my money now. J-Rod.
No,
the
not
money
yet.
you owe me. Not
Next-
yet.
Next
I
week.
thought you.
Next week.
It's always next week with
You
this
know,
guy.
Listen, you know, we all.
Oh, I hammered my bet. Okay.
Paulie, explain it to him. You pay on Tuesday, you collect on Thursday. You know what I mean?
Well, that's absurd. All right, that's absurd.
Explain it to him, Paulie.
You got money to make commercials.
You pay-
Got money to make commercials. Where's my money?
You pay
right?
You pay Tuesday.
Maury didn't know that.
You pay Tuesday, you collect Thursday.
Money to make that commercial, huh?
Yeah, money to make a commercial. There are no telephone cords anymore nearby to finish that joke up. Nobody, not nowadays. Nope. Doesn't work.
On the boxing scene today set over where I sit, I have a little Funko Pop. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, you did.
Of Mike Tyson. You know, I saw a Funko Pop, guys, of Marty, or it was
Maury.
Maury. Of Maury from Goodfellas.
Oh, that's so.
We-
You didn't
we
get.
got-
Did it have a rug?
Yes.
Oh, it did.
Yes. And then he had like an extra rug on the side.
That's
you
so
know, like,
great.
So we saw. I gotta find. If you know
Maury's
where I can
wigs
get one,
never come
hit
off.
me up on the chat.
Yep.
He jumps in the pool.
What did you hit him on the top of the head?
That's what it looks like.
What did you got on top of the head? Man, that's crazy. Shook them all up.
But Coley's like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah,
Yeah.
clip the top of his head right by the ear. Right.
Yeah.
And then Bacoli has the problem that I have. He's big torso and these little giraffe legs, man.
Just cracked him.
And poor guy, because he really is a killer when he's in shape. Man.
Sure.
Yeah, he is.
Right.
He looked like a baby gazelle trying to get up.
Yeah, he really did.
That face when he tried to get up was like, huh?
What? Huh?
How'd Joe get in my room?
Where am I? He may fly home and forget this whole experience. Be like, how did I get $600,000? How did what happened?
This
Dude, you
$600,000
flew all the.
in
That
my
would be like a
account.
dream. Like, no, you flew to Saudi Arabia, had a fight.
No,
made
I did not fly to
$600,000.
Saudi
Oh,
Arabia.
what are you talking about?
No.
For people at home laughing, that has happened to fighters. They lose, like, they don't remember the fight at all. So considering the late notice, it'd be like, no, you flew to Saudi Arabia. You fought Joseph Parker. You got knocked out. We flew you home. Here's $600,000.
Paulie and Jimmy, the point you made over on the group chat, I think with a full training camp for Bakole, this could be very interesting.
Well, you saw the hand speed. You saw, like, certain things that with a full camp would be dangerous. It's just, what do you want? You're hanging out at your home yesterday, and then, boom, you get the call. You take it.
Yours truly said Bakole was Bambi-legged.
Looked like a baby gazelle. That's what he looked like.
All right, guys. Now we go main event time. That's why we're here.
Main event.
BETERBIEV, BIVOL 2. And it's interesting. It's interesting. Look at it because everybody talks about how BIVOL might have won. BETERBIEV got the decision.
Yep.
Paulie, when we did the watch along for the first time around, we all thought BIVOL won. So this is a situation where
I thought so too. I think a lot of people that I spoke to thought BIVOL won. I know there's a couple of boxing people that may have thought BETERBIEV won. I think Teddy Atlas thought BETERBIEV won, but Teddy's big on controlling the ring and being the boss in the ring. So obviously he felt BETERBIEV, being the guy who's coming forward and was more boss in the fight. But I don't know. I just felt, this is boxing, and I thought BIVOL outboxed BETERBIEV in the first fight. But still close, competitive, and still leaves it really up in the air for the rematch as well.
Yeah. BETERBIEV won a majority decision. It was 115, 113, 116, 112, and then there was the 114 tie.
Yep, close.
It's interesting. And I think David Benavidez being ringside for this fight. David Benavidez is now a player at 175 after beating Morrell. We saw Callum Smith now all of a sudden raise his stock at 175.
It's a great division.
It's a curious. It's an intriguing division. Obviously BETERBIEV undisputed at 175, but he's. We talked about it. He's on the back nine.
I think if he wins, he retires.
You think he retires?
If he wins. I really do. It's just
what else is left?
What else
other
is
than
left?
cashing another gigantic paycheck?
But a lot of Eastern
Because
European...
I'll tell you what. Sorry to cut you off.
Please.
Juan Manuel Marquez. I was talking to him, and I said the same thing. I said he'll retire, and he said to me, "Are you crazy? This is the opportunity to make the most money you have ever made in your life." And every fight will continue to make more money than you did the last. And that's the whole point of this game. So why in the hell would you retire?
Eastern European fighters just aren't as motivated by that, in my experience. Of course, we have Khabib, who walked away at the height of his powers.
Yep.
So, but this idea that and also, was he 39, 40 years old? Like, the body starts...
Oh, by the way.
Yeah, your body starts paying more and more and more. If you beat BIVOL twice, when you talk about the greatest light heavyweights of all time, BETERBIEV is going to be on that list. His legacy is secure. Maybe one more to patch the torch to a Benavidez and make the money, maybe. But I think there's a good chance he retires with a win. Paulie, am I out of my mind?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. These guys, like you said, with Khabib, they're more
different.
About legacy mentality. It's principle, and principle is not about money. For them, it's about other things, other traditional things, So I respect it, and I could see BETERBIEV retiring with a win.
Yeah, could be. Now, we'll discuss the odds in a minute, but that should BIVOL win, I think he definitely sticks around for a trilogy.
Oh,
you don't leave it 1-1 for sure.
Yeah, but then the funny part of it is, and funny because it's not me.
Yeah,
David Benavidez gets boxed out of 168, right?
Yep.
So, Paulie, he can't get a fight. He can't get Canelo at 168. So he said, all right, I'm going to move up to 175. Gets to 175, and he could get boxed out because he's going to have to wait for a possible trilogy fight.
Right.
And the guy that maybe he wants to fight, and BETERBIEV, he might retire on him.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's like, gosh darn it, man.
Benavidez against Callum Smith. I think it's
Caleb Plant looked good too.
Yeah.
Caleb
but
Plant
go
looked
back-
good
go-
his last
go-
time out. At least looked fun and
Go back to
entertaining.
168.
Caleb's at 168.
Oh yeah,
I
but
mean,
he's at 68. I got my weight classes mixed up. But this idea that is there that bridge fight for him? Callum Smith, I think, is the only one. Like the bridge fight that keeps him busy, whatever, and then waiting for this trilogy to work out.
Yeah, you could in theory
Yeah.
maybe do if you have a BIVOL BETERBIEV 3. Maybe you do Benavidez Callum Smith as the co-main, or at least put it on the same card. You know, that's something in there. I don't know. I just think, you know, I don't know what else you would do for David Benavidez, because again, you talk about a guy that's just almost snake bit. He keeps winning. He's doing all the right things, and yet you can't get that fight.
Crowd pleasing style, articulate, good looking, ethnic fan base.
Bilingual, yeah.
Yeah, so you know what I mean? Checks off all the boxes that we look for in boxing, and it's just the timing has not worked out for him to get that big fight. You know?
Yeah, it's bananas for David, but he will be ringside for this fight. So we were talking about the better side of it, and we saw a quick look at the odds there. You know, talk about a 50-50 fight. You know, the odds almost even at one point. They were both minus 110. But the bet that I like, the bet that I made, and I feel like I have house money now after cashing that under of Parker and Bacoli, was that BIVOL wins this fight by split decision.
Very likely.
You know, we've seen some shaky judging already tonight with Shiraz getting a draw out of the fight with Adames. All of a sudden, I could see BETERBIEV winning one judge, BIVOL, and then plus 450. I got it at plus 450 at betonline.ag. We're gonna check on it right now, but I'll tell you what, that's why you got to get on these things early. We told you about it yesterday on Boxing Scene Today, so we invite you to always join us, because we're always talking odds, we're always talking fights, we're always talking with the newsmakers at Boxing Scene Today. So I'm going to check right now, and I will get back to you if you want to take this. So
Absolutely love it,
because you know TV is not top of my head here,
totally understandable,
especially with losing this hair. So
it's still
can't
lush
go
and beautiful.
like I tell the boss, can't go grass on a busy street.
It's incredibly true. But for the main event here, the biggest question to me is DMITRY BIVOL. People who thought he won, I thought he won. Was it he outboxed BETERBIEV, right? That he just outboxed him, landed a little bit more through better combinations. Neither guy got hurt in the fight, but the idea that BIVOL was slightly the slicker boxer. The question is, do you keep everything the same and hope that the judges make, to a lot of people, the right decision this time out, or do you switch things up? The problem, of course, is that both these guys are established professionals. How much do you switch things up? You fight how you fight at this point in your career. I think it's if you're BIVOL, have the same style, maybe throw some more eye-catching punches, do something a little bit more than you did last time, but essentially keep the same strategy and hope the judges see it the right way, or hope that BETERBIEV, who is 40 years old, slows down a little bit in between fights.
And Paulie, I think there was a great article on BoxingScene.com this week where BIVOL pretty much said, I've got to finish strong. I've got to leave, quote unquote, no doubt.
Yeah, and I feel like that could be the issue in the first fight. You know, one judge had him losing by 4 points though, so it's he without a doubt you have to at least finish strong in the fight, because all the rounds. The thing is, these guys are so evenly matched that all the rounds are so competitive. You know, so you can't actually just start giving away multiple rounds all at once, because all the rounds are so competitive. It could go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So you can't afford to all of a sudden to slow down at the end, because that could be the difference in the fight.
Yeah.
By the way, I just hit the split decision again. It went up. So I got it at plus 450, BIVOL by split decision.
Yeah.
It's now plus 650.
Really?
At betonline.ag. So I don't know if that makes me feel bad or feel worse for making that bet. But,
wow. Okay.
But I hit it again.
Well, it's if we see a decision, considering how the judges have been, and there have been some questionable judges on this card tonight. I think that's a good way to go. The idea that one guy pitches a shutout against the other, the idea that somebody gets a unanimous, possible, but I think it's much more likely we see a divided card.
And then the odds moved a little bit. BETERBIEV now minus 105, almost even money. A little bit of a fight. You're only paying, a nickel tax. And BIVOL now minus 115. So it was minus 110 each. It was even. Right. Now it's a little bit. So a little bit more money's come on BETERBIEV late. So minus 105 for BETERBIEV, minus 115 for BIVOL. Still sticking with my BIVOL by split decision at plus 650 though.
Also, what makes the most money for boxing?
Sure.
Right. A BIVOL win and a trilogy after that. So it's this idea that what's best for boxing, what makes the most money, it shouldn't be a factor. We know it is.
Yeah.
Just how it is.
Well, hey, listen, we got a little bit of a break before we start this, just because it was so good of an interview. Next Saturday, March the 1st, we've got another watch-along here on Boxing Scene Today. It is for the March 1st PBC and in Brooklyn at Barclays Center. It's Lamont Roach going up against Gervonta Davis. Davis defending his title. Lamont is a super featherweight champion, so he's moving up to take on Tank. Also on that card, WBA super lightweight champion Jose Valenzuela. He's going to fight Gary Antoine Russell. We talked to Gary Antoine Russell here on Boxing Scene Today, and just to talk about the fight. He comes from a boxing family. Let's listen to Gary Antoine Russell as he gets ready for his fight next week, which, again, the watch-along will be right here on Boxing Scene Today. Well, March 1st in Brooklyn, big pay-per-view by PBC on Amazon Prime Video, and the co-main event of Gervonta Davis versus Lamont Roach. It's going to be another banger for the WBA super lightweight title. It's Jose Valenzuela against Gary Antoine Russell, and Gary Antoine Russell joins us now. Jimmy and Paulie, they've got some questions for you, champ.
Hey, thanks a lot for joining us, Gary. Really appreciate it. How do you feel about the style of Rayo Valenzuela? His last time out, he looked better than he ever has against Isaac Pitbull Cruz. He's long, good combinations. What's your thought on taking him on stylistically, man?
He definitely showed a sense of adversity. Yeah. A lot of times with shorter fighters, when they fight a longer fighter, they get man-adored. I feel like if you are the longer fighter, you should keep the shorter fighter at bay. That's just the smart thing to do. And he showed that he was able to listen, be flexible on changing how he normally fight. Because a lot of times when he fought Chris Colbert, both times he was the one applying that pressure. He was the aggressor. And hell, all of his fights, he was the aggressor. So it was a good look for him. I know that he's with a new trainer, and he's trying to just add more to his arsenal. Has he fought a person like me? No. I know that for a fact. So he better bring his A game, and may the best man win.
Gary, you obviously come from a line of a royalty in boxing, right? You guys got a great bloodline in boxing in your family. Has the upbringing and the preparation through your amateur career and pro career prepared you for a moment like this, which essentially, championship of the world?
Paulie, you've been in the game for a long time. So as far as how the gym environment goes, blood, sweat, and tears. Don't got space for too much error. If you're not going to be open-minded, might as well stay at home, because you got to be an empty cup when you go in that gym. Of course. Definitely humility. I've been taught humility. It's been times where we trying to work on certain things. We're testing certain combinations, and not all the time when you're trying it out, you get it the first time, you get it the second time, but you might get it the third time. And the fact that you're continuously trying when you don't get it shows a certain level of grit. And that grit is what you're going to need on a professional level. You can't be distinguished because you got one loss. You can't feel diminished because you feel like your last performance wasn't top tier. That happens. It happens, but it shouldn't stop you from feeling or knowing that you got what's needed
So,
to be
so,
victorious.
so, Gary, it's the mentality that's been bred into you.
It's
It's a psychology.
it's definitely a mentality. Some people have it already naturally, and some people they get it, instilled into them. It got to be taught. I had both. I got it naturally, and it was instilled into me. I lived it, sleep it, shit it, eat it, like all of my life. All of us do it. So that's the background that I have within the gym and within my family. Like, this is what we do. It doesn't define who we are, but when it comes to boxing, this is what we do. So the last shocker with Alberto Pollo, I didn't take no loss. For real, took a lesson. It was a lesson. Back at it.
Good way to look at it.
When you look at this fight, Rayo Valenzuela stayed very disciplined last time out against Isaac Cruz. He moved well. He kept his range well. In other fights, as you said, he can get a little over-aggressive, sometimes get away from that range game. Which guy are you expecting in this fight?
I'm expecting him, honestly, to be intense, real intense, because he know that I'm an aggressive fighter, and he's not going to be able to show the level of aggression that he showed with everybody else with me. Not only because I'm aggressive as well, but because the package that I have. I'm fast, I'm strong, I'm sharp, and I'm relentless when it comes to my level of aggression. And not all the time it's good to fight strength with strength. You got to use your brain, have a certain level of defensive discipline. And he's going to have that, or it's going to be a short night.
How do you see the 140-pound division, Gary? The landscape of the weight class. It's a pretty deep weight class. How do you see yourself fitting into that?
Like I've always said, I want to get all of the belts, be undisputed. I get this belt immediately, I'm unifying, and we're going to keep the line moving. 140 division has always been a stacked division. Throughout history of boxing, it's always been a stacked division.
When you look at it now, the skill set you're bringing right now, you talk about your education through the game and how many years you've been in it with your family. You talk about this opportunity and how good the 140-pound division is. Where are you peaking right now? Do you feel like you're at the top of your skills, or do you believe that's a couple years down the road? Where do you believe you are right now in your career?
I feel like I've been, I wouldn't say docile, but I haven't had to go into an extreme creativity mode. And a lot of times what wins fighters over is their level of creativity. Everybody uses the same punches. Use a jab, a left cross, right hook, left hook, body shots on both sides. So you have your uppercuts. And Paulie should be able to understand this more than anyone right now, because I feel like he was real creative with his hands. And a lot of people looked at Paulie Malignaggi as, he's not a big puncher, but he was fast and he threw combinations. He had great creativity, and that's what won him over. And he had an IQ. So your IQ, high IQ, and having a great creativity within your arsenal, it can win you over a lot of fights against a lot of opponents. That's what set everybody apart. I never really had to go into a bag to my creativity with my opponents. It was just, okay, this guy's one-dimensional. I know I can use this tool and I can get the job done. So that's what I had to do. So now that I lost, it's kind of like I got a chip on my shoulder, and now I'm about to use this creativity. Now, am I at my peak right now? No. But I'm definitely, I know that I'm a professional.
Gary, March 1st is the fight. It's a big pay-per-view card. We're going to see you stealing the headlines. It's a card where I feel the undercard is better than the main event, honestly. And your fight is one of the reasons why.
There we go.
We're going to see Gary Antoine stealing all the headlines March 2nd.
There we go. You taking the words out of my mouth. I wasn't going to say it. You said it, not me. but that's what's going down.
Hey, Gary, we appreciate your time so much. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to a great fight, bud. Best of luck to you, brother.
Thank you.
Yeah, Gary Antoine Russell, who is part of the pay-per-view next week in Brooklyn, fighting Rayo Valenzuela for the WBA 140. Of course, the watch-along right here next Saturday. Boxing Scene today. All right, let's move it over to BETERBIEV BIVOL 2. But first, there was a little bit of breaking news, Jimmy. Apparently, Turki Al-Rashid announced during the broadcast that the monster Inoue is coming to Saudi in December.
Interesting.
Didn't announce an opponent, but it looks like he is going to have the Inoue in Saudi in December. We'll see who it is. What are the possibilities? But it's an interesting that the monster's going to Saudi.
It's a lot of time between now and December.
Right?
So, I mean,
now he's supposed to fight.
That can't be his next fight.
He's fighting. He's fighting. I think in April in Vegas.
Right. So
I thought that was the plan.
Right.
So, but I'll tell you what, everybody's trying to get in on
What about Nakatani? What about the Nakatani fight? Could it be that one?
It may be. It may
Yeah.
be. Nakatani, I believe, is fighting Monday.
Yep.
That could be something. Get those two guys together.
Yeah.
So
Hey, look, I'm a huge fan of Noah. In a way, his style is so appealing. I think if he were, we talk about the pound for pound king, right? And most people would say Terrence Crawford at the top of the list. Noah, in a way, in your top three. If he were a heavier weight class, I think it would be a runaway. When you look at his style, everything he can do, his movement, his motion, his power. When I was watching him against Neri his last time out, I remember thinking this when I was watching Mayweather. I was like, this is history I'm watching. This is one of the all-time greats I'm watching right now. I get that same sense when I watch Noah Inoue fight. When I look at everything he can do, he's absolutely incredible. You know, so I understand people wanting to get into, as you said, the Inoue sweepstakes, but this idea that does he have that headlining opponent? I would say probably Nakatani in December is the only thing I can think of.
yeah,
You know.
I mean, it's what you got to do. I mean, listen, we mentioned it that he needs to fight. Not he needs to fight, but boy, these 5 a.m. Monday morning fights.
Well, now Vegas changes that, right? I mean, if he fights in Vegas,
Completely, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So we're not going to get him on Monday morning at 5 a.m. in the United States.
Now the Japanese have to adjust their times to see him on TV.
Yep.
And I know we're being selfish and we're being dumb and we're being ignorant. I get it, but at the same time, But from Inoue's perspective, I could also say, hey, man, I'm selling out the freaking Tokyo Dome.
I'm making a truckload of money.
I don't give a crap about what you guys want.
Yes.
You don't want to watch me at 5 a.m. on Monday? Then don't.
Okay, yeah.
No skin off my ass.
Yeah, the Japanese fans and the money being spent can support a career all on its own.
Yeah.
Right? And we see that in combat sports, not just in boxing. But it's this idea that if you want to be a global figure, it seems as though the U.S. and, of course, now Saudi Arabia, Riyadh season is the way to go. And looks like in 1 year, he's going to be able to knock off both.
Which is pretty wild. So, interesting stuff. So they're getting ready. They're doing all the pomp and circumstances now for BETERBIEV BIVOL 2 in Saudi. Interesting stuff, man. I mean, I think I'm always curious to see what the second fight does.
Right.
Does it live up to the bill? Listen, Godfather 2, the only sequel that was ever any good.
Mm-hmm.
So does this sequel live up to the first one? Is it going to be better than the first one? Is it worthy enough to get a third one? That's what we're going to have to see. And I guess in boxing, we did a show on great trilogies. Obviously, the guy hanging on our wall here, Marquez, Pacquiao, they fought 4 freaking times, this could be one of the great ones. And as a boxing fan, you said something, Jimmy, that scared the crap out of me, that if BETERBIEV wins this fight, he might retire.
You certainly could.
And that would, as a fan, you're like, man.
Yeah,
but he's 40. I mean,
40 years old.
And we saw what happened to Zhilei Zhang today at 40 years old.
Yes. Same thing. It's almost like, wow, too early is a shame, too late's a tragedy. Mm-hmm. And I'd rather have a shame than a tragedy. So to me, that's a big part of it. But a lot of it might be how he looks tonight. against BIVOL. Should he win? If it's just he looks sweet, you might go, okay, he's got a couple left in him, but I don't know. I think there's a good chance that if he wins this fight, he retires. If he loses, they'll go for the trilogy.
Well,
only thing that makes sense to me.
And another thing that Turkey said before the fight on the DAZN broadcast, he shouted out Paul Heyman, Al Heyman, not ECW,
Different sport. Different sport.
He shouted out Al Heyman saying, "Come on, let's make Benavidez against the winner of this fight." Now, will that happen? I don't know, but Turkey's trying to sell the next event.
When I was working for WWE, I was like, when I was calling Paul Heyman, I was trying not to call him Al Heyman because I had worked for PBC before. I had the opposite problem where I had come from boxing, so it was hard not to call him Al Heyman.
All I know is you've never seen Paul Heyman and Al Heyman in the same place, so maybe they're the same person. You never know.
I've seen both of them, and they are radically different. I got news for you. By the way, Paul Heyman, shout out, one of the nicest guys in pro wrestling. A really nice guy who really understands the game.
Yeah.
He's a lot of. I was like, I called him. I was talking to him one time. I was like, dude, you're this generation's Bobby Heenan, and he goes, that is a really sincere compliment, and I appreciate that. He was like, man, thank you very much. He's this generation.
Heenan was a GOAT.
Oh, Heenan was the greatest. Bobby the Brain was
I saw
the best.
I saw when Bobby Heenan, and I don't want to turn this into a wrestling talk, but him and Gorilla Monsoon were such good friends.
Oh, they were amazing
and
together.
when Bobby Heenan decided to leave WWF and go to WCW, his last broadcast, Gorilla Monsoon came out to the broadcast position and threw him out, like got him out of the broadcast and threw him out of the building.
Yep.
And you could see Bobby Heenan kind of tearing up. He's outside by the buses, They did the whole thing where he grabbed him and threw him out of the arena.
Yeah.
And so it's a crazy business, but yeah, man. So we're in the anthem part.
Yeah.
When Bobby got inducted in the Hall of Fame, he said, "I wish Gorilla was here." I remember that part of his speech.
Yeah, the gorilla position.
Gorilla position, they call it that.
And you know, Jimmy, you were part of that. You had Vince McMahon chirping in your ear. Yeah.
Yes, a lot. Yes. I'm glad those days are over. I'm glad that I just have you chirping in my ear. It's much different.
Well, yes.
Yeah, you and Art. But this...
Hey, after hitting that under, maybe I'm close to Vince McMahon kind of money, though.
It could be.
I haven't sold my company for $1 billion yet.
But this one, split decision BIVOL, is your pick at plus 450.
Well, plus 450, I made that bet yesterday, and today I just made it. I just checked it on betonline.ag, plus 650. Wow. So
if you can still get it, take it.
Clearly they want to get the suckers to make that bet so they can pay off whoever takes the BIVOL or the BETERBIEV bets.
Man, but that is, and also BETERBIEV is just every time you see him, I mean, yeah, he's big for the weight class. He just looks like a monster. Soft, physically unreal, solid. He has the fearsome beard. He has this intensity about him that is as great as BIVOL is as a fighter. BIVOL doesn't, BIVOL is a great boxer and all that stuff. BETERBIEV is a scary dude. Now, I called his fights early, by the way, in PBC when he was just getting started. And I remember thinking, holy Jesus, this guy's going to be a champion. He was just walking over guys. It was like watching Friday the 13th. It's just a matter of time before he catches you and it's over.
Now, I will say this. There are old 40s and there are young 40s. BETERBIEV doesn't have a lot of fights.
No.
It's like 20-plus fights.
Also, his style isn't a speed, timing, Roy Jones Jr. kind of style that tends to go off a cliff quickly, right? Once you don't have it anymore, you don't have it. BETERBIEV is fundamentally sound and hits really hard. That lasts for quite a while.
Until you're 40.
He's in a heavier weight class.
Right.
Guys in heavy weight classes tend to last longer. Of course, 4-minute 45. So a lot of things are working in his favor. I just see it as, if I beat this guy, what else is there? I'm 40.
No, you're
I've
right.
made enough money to air condition hell. I don't need to do this anymore. And I just, Paulie, it seems like Eastern European guys are more like that. Like, I'd just rather spend time with my family, at the end.
Very principle based. Like I said, money is be all end all. In the West, we hold money in a more higher regard than they do in the East. I've noticed that.
But also, like, this idea that just one more is what gets you. And they don't think that way as much as we do. Like, oh man, just one more.
They think being safe with their family is a reward, not having all the extra money. Obviously, everybody everybody values money. Don't get me wrong, but I think they have a better perspective of it than we do in the East.
There's a good chance that BETERBIEV wins this, he retires. And I'm sure
No,
you can find money on that somewhere, but
that's a legit good bet. Absolutely. You know, and it's just a matter of what adjustments BIVOL made. If he's you know, because I remember specifically during that first watch along, I remember specifically we were talking about how, man, it seemed like BIVOL just kind of took the last couple of rounds off, you know, or slowed down a little bit. We wondered if it was going to cost him, and then, you know, we thought he was so far ahead it wouldn't cost him, and then there you have it.
Yeah. Does he finish stronger when we start earlier? I don't know. You know, it's tough because also you can't go. You know, a lot of times, like if you outland somebody and you lose a fight, well, I didn't put enough juice on those punches. You don't want to get in a shootout with BETERBIEV.
No.
So it's not as though getting away from your boxing and try to hit a little harder is going to be good for you. BETERBIEV hits like he stole something from him. I mean, look at that guy. You know? So you also can't exactly get in a brawl.
Now, Paulie, we talked about it yesterday on Boxing Scene Today that BETERBIEV came into the first fight kind of nursing a knee injury. You know, if you believe what you read on there, it seems like he's completely over it. So he's even healthier than he was the first fight. Tell me about the knees. What would that mean? Is it more power?
We get better push off on his legs. Maybe be able to pressure a little bit quicker. Maybe be able to catch up to BIVOL, and BIVOL, you know, backs up the way he does, because BIVOL's in and out a lot. You know, sometimes you have to chase him around the ring or cut him off or whatnot. I mean, obviously power, but I think BETERBIEV's power is there all the time. But I think it's more the push off to be able to close the gap. Maybe he's gonna have a bit of a quicker push off, or maybe it's just all bullshit and he's 40 years old.
Thank you. That's what I was saying too. Like, oh, he says he's better. Yeah, they always say they're better.
Hey, listen,
like,
I'm over 40 and my knee hurts all the time.
My knees are no meniscus in my left knee. Like, it is what it is.
40 years old, 40 still 40.
Yeah.
So let's see how his legs are.
All right, Kevin Parker's the referee, and we're underway for the undisputed 175. So it'll be interesting to see the adjustments and how this is any different from fight one. Very active.
Yep.
Very active. Everybody's throwing.
Yeah, but they're still fighting at the same distance they did most of the first fight, right? They have this sort of this imaginary line. They don't get too far away. They don't break position when the other guy throws. You see, like, position still remains even if one guy throws.
What they call 13th round. You know, it just looks like pretty much like just how they let off.
Good question for Paulie. Did you ever fight, Paulie, any Eastern European guys?
I fought Shevchenko when I won the WBA title.
There you go. Jay Bones, you ask and you get answered right here on the chat. Hit us up. We're here, and you ask, we will answer.
And BETERBIEV taking the center, and that's how he won the first fight, is as Teddy Atlas is being the boss in the ring, you know?
BETERBIEV trunks remind me of the early 2000 basketball uniforms. That's what somebody just dropped. Good old
Fab Five.
Good old
right here,
Chris Webber and you know, Sacramento Kings back in the day. Somebody saying that BIVOL looks like he's in better shape than he was in the first one. I don't know.
He looked pretty good last time.
That guy always looks tip-top to me.
Yeah, what's amazing to watch these two fighters is nobody breaks position. It's just amazing. It's like it keeps they keeps each other honest because of that, you know, because obviously you come out of pocket too much trying to land the punch, and the other guy's position, because it's not broken, he can make you pay. So you know that, you realize that, so you don't come out of pocket trying to become too offensive, you know. So all the offense is kind of safe all the time because, you know, the other guy, you can't just break his position.
But there's a tension when these guys fight because of that, right?
Yeah, of course, all the time. Because they also fight at middle range.
Yep.
They also fight at that mid range all the time, you know. So they're always in the danger zone, yet they are so disciplined with not breaking that position. Because the middle range, obviously, a shot that you don't see coming gets there. You want to get out of the way. You get out of the way in an awkward way, and now you break position, and the other guy can follow up.
Yep.
Press you more. Like, it becomes mental and physical. But these guys never do that. They're no matter what the offense comes from one guy or the other, even when it lands, it's just nobody breaks position. It's either blocking or they're taking just a couple of steps out, keeping their hands in position of fire. Their legs are always balanced. Really
Good
difficult
stuff, man. I think BIVOL a bit busier.
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, it looked pretty even.
Yeah.
So this
And you're gonna get this kind of. I'm telling you, it looks like the same kind of fight so far. You get pressure from BETERBIEV, busier from BIVOL, and we'll see. Not that lands really cleanly that often. If at all. It's very interesting.
Yep.
So you got BIVOL, Jimmy, in this fight, in this round.
I would have said BIVOL if I had to score it a little busier, thrown a bit more. But once again, that was the story of the first fight too. I thought BIVOL was a little busier. So, my confidence is shot in terms of deciding who won it.
What we know is we don't know nothing.
Right. It's very true.
Paulie, how'd you see that first one?
Yeah, I mean, I'd go BIVOL a little bit busier in boxing, but again, I mean, some guys may like the pressure, may like the guy coming forward.
Yep.
It's a microcosm of what the first fight was. We'll see.
All right, round 2.
Nice jab.
Yeah, I'll tell you, we are seeing BIVOL a little bit busier, and now BETERBIEV now trying to get him in that corner,
Yep.
trying to cut the ring off.
BETERBIEV kind of singling on the jab. BIVOL just so good with that lead hand,
Mm-hmm.
BETERBIEV has a good couple jabs. It looks like BIVOL has a good 3 or 4 kind of jabs.
Yeah, and BETERBIEV tried to kind of probes with it, right? He doesn't
Yeah,
do it that often.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, BIVOL getting busy with those combinations.
Do a pretty good comment here by Aldo. The human eye can't see all the punches that are being blocked in real time, so the fighter like BIVOL gets hurt on the cards because of this.
Exactly. And that's why CompuBox is bullshit, guys, because CompuBox is the human eye just pressing buttons based on what they see. It's not a computer or anything. So it's basically the same eye you have, just pressing the button. They get to press the buttons to decide what lands and what didn't land.
Nice, slick right hand.
You can change the direction on that too. You can go one way, the right hand to go the other way.
Well, it's so funny because you guys had BIVOL, and then in the chat somebody chimes in. I had BETERBIEV round 1. So
Sure.
So here we go. I mean again,
That's what I'm saying. It becomes that kind of fight, right? Some guys like the guy coming forward more. These guys are so evenly matched. I mean, it's crazy because again, you're watching a microcosm of the first fight. If you watch this, good combinations here by BIVOL this round. So now BIVOL, you're watching a guy who looks like he's starting better, which is what we thought the first fight. And then is that he's going to close slower like he did in the first fight because BETERBIEV came on late in the first fight, right? So because BIVOL also burning more energy. It's so difficult to take them apart because, again, neither guy breaks position. So it's hard to get a clear understanding of who's got the advantage. It's just a matter of who you like the guy coming forward or you like the guy going backwards.
well, it's so funny. They get to the point where I'm calling him BETERBIEV.
Yeah, it's very true.
BETERBIEV at this point.
BETERBIEV throwing a good
they've
jab.
turned into like one. They have amalgamated into one.
But then you're never wrong. Good round from BETERBIEV. Good round.
You guys are such good fighters, man. It's crazy. Such good fighters.
Round 2 in the books. I think BIVOL won that round.
I have him 2-0.
Yeah, I got him too also.
See, we got one comment. He thinks BIVOL is fighting a similar fight to the first, but
Sure.
not moving as much, expending as much energy.
That's certainly
he
possible.
threw a lot of punches this round, though.
Did throw a lot, yeah.
And also, good counter right hand there as well on that replay. Again, look at how he made that miss by a millimeter. You saw that?
Yep.
That's why he's able to come back with the right hand. And his eye, he didn't flinch when the shot was coming. He had to measure so perfectly because your instinct is also to flinch, or to just make a little subtle move when a shot is coming like that close to your face. You see, BIVOL didn't even flinch. He knew he could make it miss by that millimeter and come over the top of the right hand. And that's what I'm talking about when it comes to positioning. And the guys who throw at you also recognize that positioning. That's why they don't throw. They're careful with what they throw, and everything is tactical.
All right, we go to round 3.
Beterbiev starting aggressively.
We've got it 2-0 BIVOL. And the unofficial scorecard has got it 2-0 BIVOL.
Beterbiev starting very fast this round.
Yep.
Now BIVOL is moving a lot. Beterbiev is doing a better job of putting more intricate pressure on him.
Good question good comment by Connor. He says, fellas, I wonder how many rounds out of 1,000 would someone get knocked down between these two?
It would probably be 1,000 in a row before someone got too tired.
That's a good counter right hand by BIVOL. It's crazy though, because it's the position battle is so good. I mean, it's a good combination by BIVOL. Not all got
both guys are just so hard to hit clean, man. They don't make any mistakes, and
yeah, when you do land, you're landing mainly on gloves and arms, right? So, and that's why BIVOL's counters are so eye catching, because they coming over the top of the Beterbiev shot, so there's nothing blocking them. So those are the ones that have been most eye catching from either side. See, when either guy leads and they want on the glove, some gets through, some doesn't.
Yeah,
you can't really catch a lot of what's getting through or what's not getting through. But the counters are sharp. It's just Beterbiev is pressing a lot now this round.
And there was an example, guys, where BIVOL unleashed like about 3-punch combination.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure Beterbiev blocked all 3, but it looked really good.
Yep.
And so that's the thing we're talking about.
But the only clean shot landed this round is the counter right hand by BIVOL. So does he win a round on that? Because he's going backwards the rest of the round. You know, it's hard to give him the round, right? But if it's shots landed clean, BIVOL has the cleanest shot landed of the round.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. Nice uppercut by BIVOL.
Again, you see those little shots that Beterbiev throws. You know, he uses them to constantly bust position or pressure position, so you break position. You see, that's what he does. He puts them out there, and it constantly puts you in position to break. But BIVOL doesn't break position that often, though he's been a lot on the move this round.
They flow so well.
BIVOL broke the guard there.
Yeah, I'm saying, how you score this round? The cleaner shots have been landed by BIVOL, but Beterbiev's pressure has been immense this round.
Yep.
BIVOL just let out a huge sigh.
Yep.
Almost like, oh.
Good body shot by Beterbiev.
Man, this is a more entertaining fight than last time.
They're throwing hands in this round. They're throwing hands.
And a fight breaks out. Love it.
So what do you guys got in the chat? I feel it was a BIVOL round, but
I don't know, dude.
But I'm going to give it to BIVOL because I thought he landed the cleaner shots all the way to the end.
Me too, but not by a lot.
Yeah, Beterbiev's pressure was intense. So again, it's one of those rounds where you're going to see guys give it both ways. They made that Thank Junior Ben fight, huh?
Here we go. We got a great comment here. These two, Beterbiev and BIVOL, are the light heavyweight version of Barrera Morales, where they can fight 100 times and it's always going to be close.
Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
Good comment there.
Mm-hmm. Notice you can't say Pacquiao Marquez because Marquez finally got him knocked out in the last one.
Yep.
Those two guys were also very close every fight.
Maybe if these guys fight 4 times, we'll see that faceplant knockout. But
all right, round 4. Somebody in the chat's got it 2-1 BIVOL. 2 people have it 2-1 BIVOL.
Yeah, so guys are starting to give. But are you giving comparison rounds? Because I gave it
right.
Because in theory, we have it 3-0.
Still landed better shots around 3. You know what it is too? You don't see any clinches with these guys. You don't. They're so You know, sometimes I think Bivol does himself a disservice because you have people giving rounds just on pressure. So sometimes I think Bivol could just bump BETERBIEV, step in and bump him and cause a clinch. And then on the reset, now BETERBIEV has to restart the pressure. You know, it's the only thing I would say Bivol maybe might be lacking, only because it looks bad when you're constantly going backwards all the time and the guy's pressuring you, right? But it's beautiful that these two guys don't clinch in 12 rounds. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, they really. It's amazing, isn't it, Paulie? But it's that
exciting because
positional thing. They're so
because they fight at such close range, yet they don't overshoot and end up in clinches. Nor do they go into clinches for reasons of rest or whatnot. But I think Bivol honestly ends up doing himself a disservice by not initiating clinches, because you could slow down the pressure of BETERBIEV better if you just clinch. If you initiate a clinch and then you cause a break and he has to start over. Good combination there by BETERBIEV, because the pressure looks worse. Not a lot doesn't land when BETERBIEV pressures, but you ends up getting some rounds based on the pressure. So if you initiate a clinch, you make them start over constantly. It's like a Mack truck having to restart. It doesn't get into higher gear for a little while, you know, and your boxing could work.
I think the pressure's starting to get into BIVOL in this round. You know, the BETERBIEV starting to kind of push him around.
Yeah, BETERBIEV is definitely big brother to him.
Yep. Ooh.
I think you watch the first fight. I don't think there was one clinch in the first fight. There hasn't been a clinch here either. The referee has to. It's just the easiest refereeing for job.
Get him a stool and relax and get out of the way, kid. Yeah, coming up on under a minute here. Coming up on the last 30 seconds of this thing.
Yeah, much better round, I think, for BETERBIEV.
I think ARTUR wins this one.
Yeah, for me, ARTUR's winning this round as well, guys. That's why I don't give comparison rounds, because eventually they end up catching up. Oh, good shot there by BETERBIEV again. Good counter jab over the top of the ring.
Got him with the jab coming in. Did BIVOL.
Good round, but I give that one to BETERBIEV, guys.
Yep.
I got a 3-1.
3-1 for me.
Well, if you want to look forward, we got another comment says, I'll say this: BIVOL would outbox the socks off of Benavidez, but BETERBIEV and Benavidez would be more of a war.
I just don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I just don't know if you could walk to BETERBIEV the way Benavidez tends to walk forward like that, you know?
Yeah.
We agree
It
with
works against everybody, but will it work against BETERBIEV, who just hits like a Mack truck?
Yeah.
We agree with you, Emmanuel Jeter. BETERBIEV got that round, so it would be 3-1 BIVOL for now as we go to round 5.
And our card is 3-1, yep.
About to start the 5th round here. Seconds out. Well, I'd say so far this card has lived up to expectations.
Yep.
Round 5.
Other than the Adames fight, it's been a fun card. Unofficial scorecard's 2-2. I can live with that.
But they gave round 3. Yep. BETERBIEV. BETERBIEV is starting to make BIVOL actually break position. Starting to make him break position a bit.
And he's breaking his guard with these hits.
Yeah, and BIVOL is slightly breaking position now, which we didn't see a lot of in the first fight. So BETERBIEV is starting to get there. And he's like Jason Voorhees. He doesn't,
you can't kill him.
Seriously.
Can't do anything. Can't get him to go take a step back. Even the times in his career where he's been dropped, he just gets back up and does what he's doing.
Yep.
It's like there's no psychological effect on him. Like, oh, I gotta be careful. He's just
Guy's a machine.
like, dude, these guys from that part of the world are built to fight.
Well, this is starting to be eerily similar to the first one.
Yep.
Where BIVOL started off fast, was winning rounds, and then all of a sudden,
Yep.
This round's still close though. Let's see.
Dwight Ross says the pressure started in round 3. BIVOL needs to make him miss completely instead of blocking.
Yeah. Also, I'm going to go back to what I said. I think you got to initiate some clenches just to disrupt rhythm. You know, so
Nice right hand.
Short right hand, too. Just
Yep. Yeah, caught. He's catching. BETERBIEV reaching a little bit.
Challengers can't win on the back foot. Is a comment we're getting.
Well, we've seen. I've seen it happen before.
Yeah.
So
It's not enough. The statement not in a vacuum, but it doesn't help.
nice right hand.
And BETERBIEV just doing his thing. Think he might have hurt him there. He might have hurt BIVOL.
Jesus.
BETERBIEV is starting to wobble BIVOL almost a little bit.
Yeah, it's starting. The pressure's starting to get to him. I don't know if he's wobbling him, Gerard, but he's definitely uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable.
Better way to put it, Paulie. Like,
Yeah.
he looks uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was just kind of staggering a little bit, going
Like
back
physically off balance. Like,
Yeah.
he just,
BETERBIEV is relentless, is a comment.
And his volume's picking up. Like he's, the saving grace for BIVOL in the first fight was he threw a lot of punches. And so volume was there. BETERBIEV last couple rounds has been throwing more than BIVOL.
So by our count now, it would be 3-2 BIVOL.
Yep.
So BIVOL's won the last 2, and then on the unofficial, it would be 3-2
3-2.
BETERBIEV. If
Yep.
we were going by that. BIVOL isn't moving as much, though, trying to not expend as much energy. The first fight, BIVOL moved a lot. It says Infinite 470.
Well, the announcers just said he's landing more body punches. He's landed 26 so far in this fight. He landed 31 the whole fight last time. So he's working the body better. That could be why BIVOL's slowing down a bit.
Yeah, and also that'll make you uncomfortable.
Round 6. Yeah, they're in the center of the ring. BIVOL almost trying to jab to keep him off of him. BETERBIEV, yeah, that's totally right. So relentless, just never stops.
Yep.
Like driving through a rainstorm, guys.
Yep.
Look at the odds for BETERBIEV now. He's a 4-1 favorite. You can make 320 on BIVOL.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the tide is turning.
Trying to hold his ground here. BIVOL's trying to hold his ground here,
But is that smart, Paulie?
Yeah, you can't get BETERBIEV to break his own position.
Yep.
That's the thing. No matter what you hit him with, he doesn't break position. That's what I'm saying. You gotta initiate clinches just to bump him, and disrupt his rhythm. Nothing you're doing here by boxing him like this. I get it's very disciplined boxing, but you're not disrupting his rhythm. Even those combinations, he takes him on the glove, some get through, but he just doesn't disrupt his rhythm. You gotta bump him a little bit.
And BETERBIEV just continues to blanket BIVOL in that ring.
Yep.
Now he's got him on the ropes. BETERBIEV's got BIVOL on the ropes.
And throwing those short, choppy punches, man. And BETERBIEV can hurt you with those, man. They don't look like a lot, but they hurt.
And they also he can throw a lot of them because they're small, short shots, and those are what break your position. Some get through, some don't. You feel them, and you feel like you gotta get out of the way of them, and those are the position breakers. And good combination here by BIVOL. He's trying to hold ground again.
Don't cost you a lot of energy either.
Good shot there by Bivol. Bivol's trying, but it's BETERBIEV coming on strongly.
Oh, BIVOL trying to come answer back here in the center of the ring.
Nice right hand.
Oof.
Talk about clinches.
There you go.
Finally seeing one here. Yep.
At the end.
BIVOL's face just starting to get banged up there.
Yep.
Not looking good.
Man, entertaining fight, guys. Like,
Yeah.
man, to me, a lot of drama in this one.
So what are you thinking, fellas? BETERBIEV again. So now we're 3-3.
I think so.
Yep. And the momentum is with BETERBIEV. There's a body shot on that replay. With a good stomach. You see, little short right hand, but gets through the guard. That was a good right hand there by BIVOL as well.
Nice.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jimmy, to your point, if BETERBIEV wins this fight and retires, so where does that rank him all time in the 175s? Because some people could argue, who did he fight? But you fight who's there.
The problem is
He fought some good fight. I mean, BIVOL winning two fights over BIVOL is
Yep.
themselves.
the problem is a lot of great 175-pounders are known for better work in other weight classes. Michael Moore, great 175-pounder, known as a heavyweight. Roy Jones Jr., great light heavyweight. You could argue his best years were 168. You know what I mean? Like who spent their whole career at 175?
Right.
You know that's part of it.
Bob Foster's probably regarded as a great light heavyweight.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Bob Foster.
Yeah, Bob Foster. Yeah. But so many of the greats fought at other weight classes. You know.
Kind of what we were saying before. That's what 154 used to be.
Yeah.
It's on your way to something else.
Right. Very true.
So round 7 now.
Well,
And definitely BETERBIEV, the momentum has swung toward him. He's definitely starting to really dominate this fight,
Yep.
is BETERBIEV.
and Bivol, we talk about the footwork that wasn't there in the Adames fight. BETERBIEV's got it. He's sliding and angling and cutting off the ring beautifully, man.
And it's funny how BIVOL, Paulie, was saying that he can't leave any doubt. I think BETERBIEV is now not leaving any doubt.
Yeah, that he's really pressing, and maybe again going back to that knee, the pressure is at a more intense pace this fight. So maybe there was something about that knee.
Yeah.
Good shots there by Bivol. Bivol lets himself lets it be known that he's there every round. It's just he's not doing enough to win the rounds.
It's just fighters you just never know with injuries. You just
Yeah.
they say things are good that aren't. They say things are bad that bad that aren't. It's just
Also, I think because Eastern Europeans are such a big part of boxing, I think in terms of judging a boxing career, you got to start looking at what their amateur accomplishments were too, because I think there's a lot of Eastern Europeans who are like this.
starting late.
Yeah. Well, what did they do? What did they do? They dominated the amateurs too. And that's not an easy thing to do. And they should get credit for that as far as their overall boxing accomplishments.
And it seems like everything BETERBIEV throws is just meaningful, Even little punches, man, they thud.
And they cause more of a reaction from Bivol than Bivol is able to get a reaction from BETERBIEV. These guys are just, that's like you were saying before, Jim. Some of these Russian guys, there's just no emotion at all. It's just, I mean, Bivol's showing no emotion too, but he's physically showing the wear. He's moving more. He's trying to hold position at times, but then he's forced back. It's not easy.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
They made White versus Joyce April 5th. They're really trying to kill those guys, huh?
Yeah.
Those guys are past it, man. That damage too. Jeez.
Yeah,
It's been a run since round 3. I've given every round to Beterbiev from 4 on.
Yeah, so have I.
Looks like it's 4-3. Got a comment here. Beterbiev doesn't seem to fear Bivol's power at this point.
No.
Yeah. Beterbiev doesn't fear anybody's power, honestly. I haven't seen a fight where he's not boogeyman stalker like this, you know.
And also, you know, Bivol knockout percentage less than 50%. What does that tell you? I mean, he's a boxer, not a puncher. You know, I mean, he's not the most heavy-handed guy on earth.
Yeah, he kind of beats on you, but he doesn't get the stoppages. But if Beterbiev beats on you, you're going.
You're done, dude.
You doesn't get a chance to beat on you because you go before he can beat on you, you know?
Yeah, it's like getting hit with an anvil. Round 8. We got it 4-3 Beterbiev.
Yep.
The undisputed champ has won the last 4 rounds, according to us.
5 according to the unofficial score, I think. We don't know the score for the last round, but
Beterbiev versus the Mexican monster. That's Benavidez is the fight to make, says D. Winston.
I don't know. All right, so while we're talking about it, just don't want to jump ahead.
Beterbiev's going to retire. I mean, I think he's going to retire.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah.
What odds would you give on him retiring?
Oh, I mean,
over
I'll tell you what. Does he
minus
retire right
-20.
here, like in the middle of the right there, or does he, announce it later on? But to your point, what else is there? I mean, obviously they're prize fighters. That's Chris Algieri's famous
the
for saying
payday,
that.
yeah.
You're gonna get paid a buttload of money.
But it's just, having, dealt with a lot of Eastern European fighters, they're just kind of like, nah, don't want it. Like,
time to go home.
Time to go home, yeah. But I don't know how he feels about it. I'm not in his head. But yeah, and also a retirement to force money is a very American thing to do. I think if he says it, he means it. You
get that long money from Turkey, though.
Yeah,
get that long money.
Generational wealth, we call it. But I think actually it's a good round for Bivol so far.
Yeah, he's having.
Bivol's kind of boxing his way back in it.
Fight, yep.
We'll see, because they're going to bring Benavidez into the ring WWE style.
Is he there?
Yeah, he's there.
I haven't seen him yet. That'd be pretty sweet.
I mean, he's there. They'll bring him in the ring. No matter who wins.
Yeah. Bivol was boxing well early in the round. We'll see if it's enough for him to win it.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah,
it's been a good round for him.
Be a good comeback round for Bivol.
Responded with a good hook after that right hand from
Another good
Beterbiev.
right hand.
Yeah, there's a clinch. See, you stopped the momentum. That's all.
Yep.
And the round
He's
ends.
doing it at the end of the round. I don't understand.
Bivol round?
Bivol round to me. Bivol round to me. I thought Bivol outboxed him in that one.
So we got it 4-4.
Joey, wow.
Yep.
The fight of momentum.
Yep.
We had Bivol. We had Bivol winning the first 3. Then Beterbiev wins the next 4, and now Bivol wins this. So it's 4-4.
Yep.
When I mentioned that it was WWE style, they'll bring in Benavidez. Jay Bones goes, I hope Beterbiev gives David a clothesline from hell.
Oh, that'd be sweet.
My God.
That'd be great.
That's David Benavidez's music.
God. Yep. He killed him.
He broke him in half. So we go to round 9. We got it even through 8. What do you got? Let us know in the chat. If it's anywhere close, the judges are going to go Beterbiev. That's what one of the comments goes. Oh, that's what Bivol was saying, guys. He had to leave no doubt. Split decision.
Split decisions. Looks like it might happen.
+650. Get a third fight out of this. They got it even too on the unofficial.
Wow. Oh, They've given the last 2 to BIVOL. No.
Yeah.
All right. So we got here different ways, but we're all at 4-4.
Different
so
ways, but we're doing all right.
We're all at the same place.
Good stuff from
BIVOL's
BIVOL.
firing here. BIVOL may have been saving energy for the late part of the fight this time. He's
Could be.
firing.
Yeah, we're in round 9, and BIVOL trying to.
Better be like Jason, man. Look at him. He's just always. It doesn't matter what you fire.
We just set him on fire. How's he coming out of the garage?
Yep.
Let's see. BIVOL holding ground. It's BETERBIEV circling. Oh, all right. Bit of a change here, guys.
Yep.
You see, like when BETERBIEV moves, though, you don't even chase him. Like you're just happy he's giving you a break.
Yep.
It's crazy. Like BIVOL just let him circle the ring for a second. He's like, "You want to circle the ring? Go right ahead, buddy." Because
Yep.
I'm tired of dealing with your pressure. Oh, good counter there from BIVOL. Oh, nice move from BIVOL.
Oh, hello,
Jump.
a little
Good donut. That was a
combination.
good combination.
That's what you do after a nice move like that. You earn the position. Guys, we're really gonna have BIVOL winning after this round. It's crazy. We thought we fell in the water. The minute left. Let's see.
Get ready. September, October.
Oh,
October. Isn't that when Riyadh season opens up in October?
yep.
We're gonna have the same problem as with the first fight. The last 3 rounds is when BIVOL in the first fight.
Yep.
People said, "Oh, he slowed down in the last 3 rounds," which I didn't think. I think in the last. Oh,
See, the chat's already making some great fights. If you have a third BIVOL BETERBIEV, that's the main event, and then you go Benavidez, Callum Smith, and then you go Morel, Buatsi.
Done deal.
yeah. All right. Well, I'm down with the chat. We'll call it light heavyweight showdown.
That's it.
Yep.
Now, see, here's where BIVOL should clinch. You know, you've won the round. Take away the momentum from BETERBIEV and clinch. Step in. All you got to do is step right into him. He's going to walk right into the clinch because his pressure is constant. You know, why take a chance on giving back the round when you've won? And also, it won't look as substantial, the pressure that BETERBIEV's putting on, because you'll stop the pressure with the clinch.
BIVOL doing a lot of dancing around, so trying to show that he's fresh.
Shot there by BETERBIEV.
Good stuff.
What do you guys
I
got?
thought BIVOL won the round, but you see how it looks bad that he runs away like that at the end of the round. That's why
Yeah,
you got,
that could be another BIVOL round, man.
I'd give it to BIVOL.
At
But
the
you see
end,
how the
BETERBIEV's
pressure-
moving forward.
Yeah, that's why you got to clinch there. It's not like because you're moving and he's not landing anyway, but he's going to get credit for pressuring you. So you know how he's also not landing when you clinch him, he's not landing, and then he's not pressuring you. He's not going to get credit for pressuring.
BETERBIEV's looking tired.
We're going around
bang, bang,
10.
boom, bam.
A nice move there from
Good
BIVOL's
combo.
in combination. That was
It's the
a
old
nice
De La
move.
Hoya body, head combo.
Yeah, I think you just
Love it.
let the speed go.
Manuel Jeter jumping in. BIVOL's waiting for the championship rounds, possibly.
We're going to find out because here they come.
Oh, we got it 5-4 BIVOL. Chat's got 5-4 BETERBIEV.
Yep, sure.
BETERBIEV isn't getting hurt. So here we go, round 10.
No, I mean, I don't know that anybody's hurt, but with these 2 guys.
Yeah. BIVOL's face is a mess, though. Well, they've got it 80. They've got it 5-4 BIVOL on the unofficial.
Yep. I agree.
Got a shout out to the great Howard Letterman. My Howard Letterman scorecard says BETERBIEV is winning the fight. Back to you, Jim.
Harold.
No,
Harold,
no.
not Howard.
No.
Harold.
Howard Letterman.
Harold.
Harold Letterman.
I
yeah.
said, what did I say?
Howard.
Oh, I said it said Harold. I said
Harold
Howard.
Letterman.
My bad.
No, you gotta
Back
say,
to you, Jim.
No. Okay, Jim.
Okay, Jim.
You got to start it out. You got to laugh and then go, okay, Jim. Okay, Jim.
Okay, Jim.
Every single time. Harold Letterman, how do you have it? Okay, Jim.
Not too many people that were as passionate about boxing as Harold, man. He
Yep.
Harold Letterman.
Harold Letterman. Jim, I got to tell you. How many years did I watch him?
Well, I got Brent is saying it's going to end up a draw, so there'll be a third fight.
You know, we don't need a draw. Can be Bivol.
How about split decision for BIVOL? That'd be acceptable in this area, Tank.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
But man, what a great fight both times. It's kind of like you're seeing every tactic. You see the back and forth, you see the adjustments. High level guys, man. This is chess.
BIVOL coming back.
Yeah. Nice.
Man, talk about two great fights. And, the
Yeah.
sequel is living up to it.
BETERBIEV might be getting this round back here. 20 seconds left.
But one of the problems is BETERBIEV tends to do this. He tends to kind of stalk forward in the last 20 seconds or so. And who knows if that's costing BIVOL rounds.
Yeah, but in this round, did BIVOL do enough during the round to nullify the stalking of?
I think you did, but
Yeah.
good stuff.
And then he finishes
The
strong
BIVOL
for the
stalking.
recency bias.
Yep.
I'm gonna go 10-10 on that round.
Ooh, I like that.
10-10.
Paulie going out on a limb with the tied round.
But 10-10.
10-10 round.
I still got BIVOL up a point with 2 rounds left.
All right. So it is championship rounds time. Number 11.
I got it 5-4-1. BIVOL.
Round 23.
Yep.
BETERBIEV BIVOL. BIVOL looking determined. Father Time is on the apron. I don't know.
When BIVOL's opening up, man, he looks really good.
Wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily BETERBIEV needs a knockout, but he has to win these last 2 rounds.
They gave BIVOL round 10 as well, guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
I gave it a draw. I got it 96-95.
Yeah, I would have BIVOL up by 2.
Yeah, that's what I would have too.
I got BIVOL
6-4. Somebody said I wouldn't mind a draw. I wouldn't be mad at a draw. I would because I got a split decision win for BIVOL.
It could be a split decision win. It's that close.
I think that's a really good bet right now.
LFG, Paulie, LFG.
Is that what the kids say these days?
No, that's what I say.
Is that what the kids say? Okay. I'm just curious about that.
No, the kids say skibbity these days.
Okay, great.
What's an LFG mean?
Let's fucking go, Paulie.
Right. Fucking go.
Terrible. That's terrible.
I think BETERBIEV's looking better in this round so far. And then
that happens.
here comes
BIVOL
BIVOL.
gives him a left and says hello. Take that with
And
you.
then a right. 2-piece biscuit.
Great fight.
Yeah.
Great night. The boxing scene today, watch along. We'll be doing it again next
Good
week
stuff
too. Next
tonight,
week we'll
guys.
be back.
It's been great.
Tank and Roach. Rayo and Gary Antoine Russell.
Yep.
Sandra Martin, Albert Puello.
BETERBIEV's getting tired though, guys. Yeah, he was doing okay at the beginning of this round, but now he's actually backing up, man. And did you ever think you see BIVOL stalking at the end?
Yep.
And the thing with BIVOL is he's fast on the trigger, so when he stalks, he's gonna get some shots off.
Man, this might be a 10-10 to me.
BETERBIEV
I
coming
don't
back.
know.
Coming back.
Yeah, if BETERBIEV can finish strong, I'm gonna probably give him the round because he was doing well early as well. This is your 10-10, Jimmy.
Yeah. It's funny. Somebody just commented on the judging and all this. He says, Adamas disagrees.
Oh, good stuff.
Eddie Hearn has spent most of this evening on his feet. By the way, it is 8 hours difference. It is 2:43 in the morning in Riyadh right now. Almost 3 bells in Riyadh right now.
Crazy.
All right, guys. Round 11 in the books. Great fight. What a round.
I got to go BETERBIEV in that one.
Yeah.
So if on my scorecard,
So you have BETERBIEV. So it's 6-5.
if he wins this
6-5
last round,
BIVOL.
it's a draw.
6-5 BIVOL going into the 12th.
6-5
Oh,
BIVOL.
boy.
Got a 5-5-1. I got it a
Yep.
draw right now. Whoever wins this round wins on my card.
Yep.
BETERBIEV's beat up here, man.
Hit BETERBIEV's face. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Well, because he's usually knocking guys out.
Yeah, I mean, when is he getting touched?
When is he going 12? You know. And BIVOL's, whose first fight, his eye was kind of closed. Looks actually.
He
a
looks
lot
good.
better.
Looks fresh. But can you think of any Russians, Paulie, or Eastern European fighters that didn't wear damage well? They almost always can take an ass whooping, and they just look the same, you know?
That's a good point.
Yeah, seriously, I got
Yeah.
All right, round 12.
Mexican fighters also wear good. Like they
just wear damage well, yeah.
they don't swell up a lot or bruise as badly.
103, 106, BIVOL,
They gave
unofficially. So it's out of reach to the unofficial. I think if BETERBIEV wins this round, he can get out of here with a draw.
Yeah, the unofficials got it
After that
7-4
BIVOL.
BIVOL. We got it 6-5.
Yeah.
I got a 5-5-1, but BIVOL is starting out very well with these combinations.
BIVOL's minus 800. It went from BETERBIEV minus 400.
Crazy. Remember that?
I love the
BIVOL,
live
I
odds.
say
The
that.
live odds are the best.
Wow! Imagine you took BIVOL at that plus 400 earlier,
Seriously.
right? Plus 425.
Yeah, that's when BETERBIEV won 4 straight rounds.
Yep.
Are we going to see a third? Are we going to see the
Man.
end of BETERBIEV?
There's a lot of high drama here.
They're chanting BIVOL
Yep.
in Riyadh.
In Riyadh, wow. Interesting.
Somebody just messaged, any chance of a 120, 108 scorecard?
Yeah, seriously.
Always possible.
Always possible.
That's the guy that filled it out before.
There's a clinch, but they were both tied on that one.
Yep. Oh, man, if I'm BIVOL, I'm throwing right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
There he throws. Good right hand around the side. There it goes. Yeah, he was gaining back his energy.
Man, BETERBIEV might get a draw here.
It may be 6-6. I think we're going to see a third fight unless something crazy happens in the next 30 seconds.
BETERBIEV's pressure's been good this round.
Yep.
It's a close round again, man. It's tough. Oh.
Cut him. Cut him.
Cut.
BIVOL's cut around the left eye.
Come
Dude,
on.
I think it's a draw. On my scorecard, it's a draw.
Russian's cut, and it's a bad cut.
It's a cut. It's a bad cut.
Rocky 4.
Yep. He's a man. Great fight, guys.
And that's that. So now we wait. I think we're seeing a third fight, guys.
Let's see.
I think we're seeing a draw. On my
I
scorecard, it's a draw.
think either BIVOL wins or BETERBIEV or it's a draw. I don't think BETERBIEV wins this fight.
But he can. it was close enough that, if BETERBIEV won, I'm not screaming robbery.
Yeah, I mean, my card ends up with BETERBIEV up by a point.
Yeah.
So the comments, BIVOL didn't take enough risks to take the belt from the champ. Great fight. BIVOL should win.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go either way. I mean, I
One
don't-
guy says draw.
Yeah.
Wow, great fight. I think we're going to see this again.
Unreal.
I think in about 5-6 months we'll be sitting right here again.
One of my DGen friends who bet BIVOL said, BIVOL won this effing fight, hands down. That's it. End of story.
You sure that's not the same text from October?
Yep.
Check this timestamp. Check the timestamp.
It just came in now. He might have sent it in October as well. Who knows?
Yeah, Boots Stanionis coming up. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, April 12th.
Yep. Man, last couple of years, I know it's my job and everything. Last couple of years, boxing's really been fun. The last couple of years.
Oh, they're getting it.
Some really great
They're
fights.
getting it. Listen,
Yeah.
and part of it is we're seeing fights that we want to see.
Yep. Yeah. The pressure from MMA, I think, has done a lot. You know,
Sure.
I think they responded well.
Hey, next week we're doing it right again. Tank Davis, Lamont Roach, the watch along right here. Boxing Scene Today. And of course, we'll have all the wrap up of this fight and the look ahead to March 1st next week here on Boxing Scene Today on the ProBox YouTube channel and boxingscene.com. So join us all week coming up.
Man, a lot of the news is going to be the future of these two guys, depending on what we hear right now.
I think we're going to see a third.
High drama, guys. High drama.
High drama. I agree with Showtime. I think it's a draw.
You know what?
Paulie, you have what?
BIVOL split decision. call it a day.
BETERBIEV? Because you had it.
Yeah, I ended up with BETERBIEV by a point because I had that 10-10 round.
Yep. What about you, J-Rod?
I'm going to say BIVOL split decision.
Because that's the money.
Because that's the money.
All right.
No, I think it's a draw. I think it's a draw. It feels 6-6 or 7-5 BIVOL, but I would
Imagine two draws on this card because we had Adames and Shiraz a draw.
I would not.
But that was.
I would not give BETERBIEV this fight though. It's either a draw or 7-5
right.
BIVOL. Here we go. Oh, we got 114, 114. Majority. It's
Dimitri
BIVOL. BIVOL majority.
Wow, so the split then doesn't win? It's majority?
It's majority because we had one judge make it 114, 114.
I think he earned it.
I think it's the identical scorecards from the last fight, but only BIVOL
flipped
won.
over. Yeah. Wow. He won. He deserved it.
Absolutely.
I think an outstanding performance by Dimitri Bivol. Look, we appreciate everybody who joined us today on the chats. Your chats were absolutely awesome.
Fire.
See us next week. Once again, our watch along right here, ProBox TV, Boxing Scene Today.
Monday,
J-Rod?
back here, Boxing Scene Today, boxingscene.com or the ProBox TV YouTube channel. We'll recap everything. And, of course, next Saturday, we'll do another watch-along.
On behalf of Paulie, J-Rod, myself, Jimmy Smith, everybody behind the scenes, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next week. For more ProBox TV, scan the QR code on the screen or go to the App Store and Google Play. ProBox TV, your boxing channel.
you.